today. Start by sharing what you have.
If I'm to get to Ababio's house tomorrow and then knock on the gate, believe me, security operatives guarding that house will tell me to, who are you looking for? Get out of this place. They might even threaten to use force to send me out of the place. So it's always easy for people to mount the pulpit or stand in front of people, have microphone, and then go all out to talk. Act the word for me. Act the talk you're talking. The leaders or the people who have within the corridors of power, they are making it difficult, very difficult for youth to be able to get there because they see the Nigerian political space to be the only way for them to enrich themselves. More like getting or gathering perpetual wealth for themselves, their children, and the children unborn. And that is the reason they are trying to use poverty to be the only thing to suppress Nigerians who have dissent or good voices or things they want to bring to the table. So if you're telling Nigerian youth, anyway, Nigerian youth, in fact, what the president of the Senate said, you people actually have to have faith in Nigeria, in Nigeria's future. You know, the faith that was there since 1960 after independence, 65 years down the line, people are still telling us to do what? To have faith, telling us to take charge, telling us to be the leaders. When you know that the nomination of interest form is above what an average Nigerian youth can afford, and then you're pegging it at a certain amount of money you have it because you believe that you guys are the ones within the corridors of political parties, and then you're saying what Nigerians need to take charge. Let's take charge where we're supposed to take charge. If you ask me, and you know the only charge I want us to take, as a vibrant youth, as someone that is still there with all the energy, we have to put it the way it should be. Because from the look of things, it's more like, even if you're to get your PVC to start with, cast your vote, watch your vote, follow the vote until we get to where it to be pronounced. Let's make sure that IREV and BVAS work. Then when they decide to snatch what is ours to run with it, they will now bring out the might and the force that we think we have as youth to make them understand that we are taking charge already. That's all I can say to this effect.
All right, I hope you're not calling for an uprising.
Did I say anything now? I just say we have to take charge.
The Senate President has said some very instructive things, I must say. And, you know, I remember a co-worker, a colleague now, that would always say, there's always sense in every nonsense. So no matter what nonsense someone might be spewing, take the sense in it and drop the none. You know, that's the slogan that she lives by. And I think that's what I'll be doing in this regard. He said some very vital things. You know, the growth of Nigeria is in the hands of the youth. Unfortunately, the youths are distracted. They are unperturbed with how governance is done in Nigeria. Some of the youths. I understand that there are some who are taking it upon themselves. The other day, there was the inauguration of a certain, government. I've forgotten the name it was called in Abuja, comprised by the youths. Comprises youths in Abuja to basically act like a national assembly, like a proxy national assembly. Those are youths getting involved. But the larger percentage of Nigerian youths are Nigerian Youth Parliament, something like that. The larger percentage of the Nigerian youth is looking for quick money. It's either they're going the way of fraud or they're going the way of immorality on social media to get the views and the likes, just to get food on their table. Now, he also said, give what you have. The fact of the matter is, how many people have? Do you have? Do you have? Do you have enough to eat? I said the other day how a teacher was complaining about students coming to school hungry, saying that, look, there's no food. They can only eat when they get back home. So they go without breakfast, they take lunch, and probably go without dinner as well. Probably. That's how terrible it has gotten in Nigeria. And also, he made a prophecy that I think we should hold tightly and pray towards. He says, the evil you see today, you shall see no more.
Yes.
So that's a prophecy. But these prophecies will not come if you don't work towards it. So the onus is on you and I, of course, to do the needful. Take our future into our hands by acting today. I mean, my colleagues have said it. Chikuma have said it. Fina said it. Get your PVCs. Don't look at tribe. Don't look at, oh, this is where I'm from. It has to be my brother that is there. It has to be somebody from my religion. We should stop all of that if we want this country to move forward. Other countries are doing well. Ghana, is doing okay. Some of the countries around West Africa are doing okay. North Africa, doing okay. What is wrong with Nigeria? We keep saying we have all the resources. We have what we need to move this country to greater, heights. But we're not going anywhere because we are all being greedy. We are individually being greedy and selfish. And if we continue in that path, it will not take us anywhere. It will not take us anywhere. All right, let's quickly touch on another issue before we get into newspaper headlines now. Security operatives at the Bala Mohammed Airport in Lagos intercepted an attempt to smuggle over $6.1 million in cash onto a flight. The individuals involved failed to declare the huge sum of money, which was stashed in multiple boxes. They were apprehended by anti-graft agency personnel after aviation security noticed the heavy luggage. The suspects are being held for further investigation. Now, in a related development, the EFCC is investigating two travelers, Mahmoud Nasidi and Yahya Nasidi, for allegedly failing to declare foreign currencies worth $6,180 and £53,415 at the same airport. Where are they getting these money from? This is laundry, of course. This is money laundering. And I'm pretty sure that these ones are known because they didn't settle those they ought to have settled. We know how these things work. I mean, every day people are flying through our airspace and our borders with mineral resources, gold, and the rest. They are moving around with cash. The ones they catch are the ones that fail to settle. But it's a good thing, and it's not just. It's not just about being caught in the act. I think something should be done. All right, there should be questioned. If these monies, we should know where these monies came from, and where the monies are going to, and most importantly, who owns the monies. We should know. Nigerians deserve to know these things, and that's where we can start from if we talk about making this country great. Transparency. Nigerians should be transparent. Nigerians, politically elected, or the populace, everyone should be transparent enough, at least to a reasonable degree, so we can move forward.
Transparency indeed. Now, the thing is this, we need to make something straight or point out something here. The $6.1 million is different from the one that the EFCC already mentioned, the name of the individuals that have them. What stops them from telling us the name of these individuals now who also were they were caught with this money, this amount of money?
Investigations are ongoing.
Investigations are ongoing.
Yes.
DSS have already profiled these individuals before sending them to the EFCC. And I was expecting to tell, because the story surrounding this, in one breath, we get to know that they say they were security operatives. They are trying to escort, what's it called? They are trying to escort someone whom, according to them, they need to question for 1 or 2. Now, the thing is this, we have protocols. We have the way all these things are being done. On board, at the foot of the aircraft, off board and every other thing, there's a protocol for this. But if you find out that these persons, according to information, that they said to be security operatives, and EFCC and DSS won't want to tell us the operatives that they're working with, where they are from, and every other thing. I already smell, so I smell fish with this particular news, because I know they're not going to tell us. They won't go all out to tell us who these persons were and where they're really heading to with 6.1 million. Now, how did they even get it to start with in the first place? This also speaks volume to our airport officials, security officials. This money was intercepted at the foot of the aircraft. We have so many barricades you need to pass, so many checkpoints you need to pass before you get to the tarmac. How is it that they were able to pass all this before getting to the foot of the aircraft? Security personnel, do your job well. Even if you want to cut corners, make sure we cannot see this happening in Senna Climb. We only see this happen in Nigeria sometimes.
I'm happy that you said that in Senna Climbs. We all know that this place is an unusual place.
How did they pass? They get to the foot of the aircraft.
One of our guests. Oh, well, I think the onus is on the security agencies to do their work and make sure that they stop all of this. Money laundering doesn't help us. It affects our economy adversely. Oh, well, let's get into the papers before we get into the major topics of discussion. And let's start from the Daily Trust. Window headlines: Presidency confirms Edun's illness. Bakari upbeat as Cameroonians elect president. Flood kills 236 persons in 27 states. FCT. Big story: strike, no work, no pay. FG warns Asuu. 3 more Katsina LGAs signed peace pact with bandits. Kano issues alert over rising Lassa fever risk. Zenith Bank pays 51.3 billion naira interim dividend. Objections over pardon for grave offenders. That's it from the Daily Trust newspaper.
Up next is the Vanguard newspaper with the window headlines to be 100 billion naira loan sparks war of words between Alia Otom in Benue State. Zenith Bank declares 51.3 billion naira interim dividend payout. And then the banner headline on the cover page of the Vanguard newspaper today: non-oil exports, local investors lose out of 4.8 trillion naira boom. Riders to that story: foreign rivals wielding cheap capital, sidestepping export rules, outmuzzle local operators. Stakeholders decry food crisis, port bottlenecks. Analysts demands shift to value addition. NEPC react. And then you can't fight drugs by freeing traffickers. ADC slams Tinubu. The story is on page 11 of the Vanguard newspaper. Renowned activist Abiodun Aremu killed by hit and run driver. State regulators ask NAS to hold central gaming bill. The underboard headline on the cover page of Vanguard today again: Asuu shuns FG, insists on strike over unresolved demands. How Asuu strike averted talks on 2009 agreement. That's coming from FG. Vows to enforce no work, no pay policy. U.S. genocide debate sparked by FG's failure. That's coming from Olawe Hassan. Prostrate. Lagos hospital performs first Eurolift surgery in Nigeria. And those are the headlines on the cover page of Vanguard newspaper today.
Yes, of course, those are the headlines. At 10 o'clock, we'll get deeper into those headlines and bring you some more perspective. But in the meantime, let's get into the very first conversation we have on our table. Verbal fireworks erupt as Umahi faces tough questions from television anchor. To Governor Makinde, he says, in governance and in engineering practice, you are junior to me. Let's look at these statements and the questions Nigerians are asking. Join us on this journey.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Well, start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered. VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9 right now.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarati is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television. Don't just react, understand.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up the OPT.
Well, thanks for joining us and welcome to the program if you're just tuning in. This is Voice of the People television. We call it VOP TV. All right, now let's dive into the conversation. There was a heated exchange between Minister of Works David Umahi and a television anchor, which occurred live on television. Now, the controversy began when the television anchor, Rufai Hussaini, questioned Umahi about the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway project, specifically regarding its cost. Umahi became visibly irritated, dismissing Hussaini's line of questioning as nonsensical and stating, "You are too small for me to report you to the president." Well, the presenter, the anchor, pressed further, asking the minister, Dave Umahi, for details on the project's cost per kilometer, which the minister, Umahi, deemed unnecessary. Well, he went on claiming to be a professor in the engineering field, which prompted the television anchor to ask where he attained that qualification. The minister, Umahi, attributed his professorship to experience rather than academia. Well, the minister accused the anchor of making disrespectful remarks, while the anchor maintained he was simply doing his job. Now, the Association of Ebonyi Indigent Socio-Cultural in the Diaspora, AEISCID, have dissociated itself from a planned protest against Rufai Hussaini, that's the television anchor, following his altercation with Minister of Works David Umahi. AEISCID President Ambassador Pascal Oluchukwu stated that the group behind the protest doesn't represent the broad voice of Ebonyi youths or the spirit of the people. The group defended the anchor, Rufai, is right to question public officials, citing Section 22 of the 1999 Constitution, which mandates the press to hold government accountable. Well, AEISCID criticized Umahi's past governance, alleging journalists were banned from Government House and physically assaulted for asking questions. So it's not a recent happening. Well, we have with us in the studio Barrister Darlington Agumo. He joins the conversation. And also from Port Harcourt, we are being joined by Prince Nixon Okwara, who is a public affairs analyst. He's also a political strategist, certified security and risk management expert, and real estate developer. He's the CEO of Onyx Group and national chairman, Igbo Stakeholders Forum. I do believe when he joins the conversation, we'll be made aware. Okay, he's in already. Well, good to have you join us this morning, Prince Nixon.
Good morning. How are you today?
Very well, thank you. Now, Nigerians are concerned. Nigerians have been talking about the response from Minister David Mbah. You know, it went beyond the television interview. He also responded to Governor Seyi Makinde when he, asked why he was dancing around the issue other than giving specifics. He said, you don't know the nitty-gritty of road construction. You read elect. In engineering, you are junior to me. Is it that... Now, some Nigerians have spoken about how elected officials see themselves as more highly placed than the people. They see themselves as demigods, reigning over the people that actually put them in office. How did we get here? Is this a residue or from the colonial era? How did we get to the point where we cannot question government officials on their expenditure of taxpayers' money? What exactly is going on? Your opinion?
But I would say that it is not just sometimes about the people who interview or the guests at these TV or stations or the minister themselves. It's also sometimes about the journalists. You see, if you look at the manner, the structure Rufai conducts himself, most cases, he blends accusation with inquiry. When you as a journalist, there's a difference between activism and journalism. So such stands in journalism can make your guest hostile, or you hostile, or the whole room dramatic. And that's what you see that is happening. It's not just Umahi, it's always the case. Most of the people you have seen, you see Rufai taking the position of the people, speaking from his heart and the frustration, personalizing the situation to himself, which is ought not to. And this makes him come out with anger, his passion for maybe the mood of the nation or the situation that people are complaining or whatever. He's supposed to have composed himself with an assertive demeanor and try to interrogate, not the kind of
now let's move away from the individual now, because Rufai was not the only person he reacted to. When the governor of Oyo State asked him, that to give public account of how he spent monies. Now, he responded to the governor by saying, okay, I'm trying to get his exact words now. He said, you show misunderstanding of how road project costing works, particularly with design variations, contingencies, and differential unit cost. He went ahead and mocked the governor's engineering background. Now, what the governor was also asking was basically the same thing, that the television anchor asked. How much is it? How much have you spent? Now, let's focus on that. Why is it difficult to have that sort of information? And maybe the barrister will help us with what the law says in that regard. But what are your thoughts on this again, please?
Like I rightly said, the people deserve the leadership they get. And when you look at the whole system in Nigeria, there is a total departure from what will I say, the departure from some kind of conduct, public conduct by a lot of people. We see a long-time decay of character and attitude. Arrogance has become the order of the day. Otherwise, we won't be having the kind of political actions and activities we're having in the country, where everybody, elected public officer or appointed officer, sees himself as a demigod, that plays a part in what we're saying. It is not just about these people in office, although almost all Nigerians, when you look at a Nigerian with just little financial uplifting, he lives larger than life. It reflects on our daily lives in the markets, everywhere. So when you see that, I think we need a national reorientation. Let us not just...
Yes, national reorientation. Prince Nixon, I'd like to stay with you. Prince Nixon, don't Nigerians deserve the right to know the cost per kilometer of that Lagos-Calabar Express Highway?
Oh, why not? They do. They do. And that's why I said the blending of that question was otherwise. There is, as a journalist, the way you kind of put your assertion and conduct, the person would not have any choice but to answer the question. But when you create a kind of a dramatic atmosphere, you give the person to use maybe the violent attack to escape that questions and all that. When you look at Christian Amanpour and some of the international interviewers, the way they conduct themselves, they are so calm, they don't interject, they don't interrupt. At the end of the day, they will come back to the same question and kind of inquire instead of attacking the guest. He's your guest, by the way. He has the right not to honor you. But if the person have decided to come to you to say, okay, I want to speak with you, so that people will get what it is.
There are different methods of questioning and presentation. If an individual chooses a particular style, that's his style. It doesn't make it wrong. But anyway, let's. I think you want to go with.
And then to ask you another question now, Prince Nix, when you're talking about the way the presenter asks a question, look at the beginning of that project. The whole story surrounding the Calabar-Lagos Coastal Highway. Isn't that dramatic enough for people now to have emotions riled up when they want to talk about it? From the bidding to the awarding of the contract, to the demolition processes that happen, the going back and forth again on the original principle and all that, to how much we've been allocated to construct that road, and even to the level at which the road has been completed up until this time. Let's say the commissioning of 30 kilometers instead of 47 kilometers, according to what the minister told Nigeria as a nation. Wouldn't that be enough for us to have, word up of emotion, we're asking questions regarding that particular project?
I have not challenged the nation's emotions or the mood. I'm only challenging the emotions of the journalists.
The journalist is also a Nigerian, if you ask.
Yeah, but being a Nigerian, you must be, first of all, professional in what you do. So there's difference between you and the general public. He must not take the position of the general public in interviewing. He should have gone about it by some way. You can give some facts about that and tell the minister to explain more on that. And you see the minister giving you such numbers or the indices you are looking for. That's where I'm coming from. So, but when you look at what happened with the coastal road, I don't think it has gone anything below or substandard in the standard practice or the best practices when it comes to construction. And that is what the minister was trying to explain somehow. And when you look at that, there is always a bill of quantity. We have FOI Act in place. The journalist himself could have done more investigative journalism kind of by going to inquire officially, the cost per kilometer and how we arrive at the amount that is being everybody is talking about.
All right, then.
So these are the facts I felt that should have been done first before confronting the minister.
All right, thank you very much, Prince Nixon Okwara. Barrister Darlington, what are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, Moses, it's unfortunate that whenever anybody that has to do with APC is confronted with salient questions concerning his office, the next thing you hear is insults. And they are...
Barrister, is it an APC thing?
Yes, it is. No, seriously, it is. Go to the social media. Whenever you say something, all these their social media rats, they will come after you. Call you all sorts of... In fact, some of them even said that Rufai should apologize and all that.
So, Barrister, the politicians in APC came from other parties. They merged at some point.
I have told you, they say by their fruits we shall know them. Are you getting what I'm saying? By their fruits we shall know them.
You don't think it's a Nigerian thing? That Nigerians get
it is common with APC.
Pompous.
Very, very aggressive. Very, very combatant. There is no humility in the way they approach governance in Nigeria. Go and check from their leaders to their supporters. Look, Moses, if Dave Umahi is as intelligent as he claims, because he claims he's a professor.
In practice.
In practice, yes. So because you are practice, they should give you professorship.
Can one be a professor in practice?
You heard what he said. Because you have been practicing, therefore, without even going to class, they should give you professorship.
No, he's not asking to be awarded the professorship. He's saying, look, he's well, I'm trying to explain. He's saying
no explanation will justify that arrogance. No explanation will justify that arrogance. Simple question. How much?
Why do we have such attitude from political office holders?
I have told
and
you
what
here.
Can Nigerians do?
No, not all of them. It is common with APC. These are part of the things that make them what they are. I told you this.
At what point, according to the law, at what point does probing to get something become offensive?
It is not. Section 22 is there that tells you people, you are not even doing enough for seriously. In a Senate crime, this thing would have been an issue, election issue. All those projects, in fact, are you aware that they have removed that website where government expenditure is posted? Are you aware? They removed it. They have removed it as I talk to you now. That thing is no longer there. Go there now, you won't see anything. That will mean that corruption is now climbing higher and higher. How do you do that? Because somebody is telling me that Rufai should have done it. How can he get information when you have removed the source? How can he get it? Tell me. From the beginning of that project, was there any accountability? Moses, from the beginning of that project, is it not shrouded in corruption? Tell me. So, how will Rufai get his information? From where? From who? The particular website where this thing should be posted so that everybody can have it, they have removed it. You don't even know how they spend money and what they are spending it on. Meanwhile, Section 22 is saying you should make them to give accountable. So how can we now move forward? If they, like I told you, if Dave Umahi is as intelligent as he claimed, he would have reguled out of that question.
Marisa, is it Dave Umahi's challenge at this point in time, or are we seeing some presence trying to still cover up some issues with that project? Recall that there was a media rally that was organized here in Lagos, and Dave Umahi, a lady asked him a question about the compensation plans for the people who are living within the coastal areas and all that, and the woman was bundled out. It made the news. It was there also in the headline. And now the youth in that state is saying that they are associating themselves from any call up for protest, that when he was there as a governor, that he also does not allow media to cover up anything, even accessing the government house. What does this really portend if we continue to walk in this particular trajectory? Because from the look of things, it's more like he's larger than life and no one should ask him question. And people who are, or the person who appointed him there, made him to be a cabinet man, they are all mum at this point.
Because Dave Umahi is telling you here now that he is one of the number 5 star ministers or so. And so that position is a very high office. This same man is pursuing presidential ambition. And so he wants to do everything.
Interesting you brought us
to satisfy the paymasters.
Because, I was, he did say that he's a works minister for Nigerians. And I think I would like
yes, that's what he said.
Prince Nixon to also respond. He said, look, the Southeast complaining that the president hasn't done anything for them, hasn't given appointments, that he being appointed, I mean, he's from the Southeast. He being appointed Minister of Works is like 4 portfolios in one. He's an A-grade minister. Is there any such thing as an A-grade?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's an A-grade minister, and Southeast senators should stop complaining because we have 4 in 1 in him alone, and then maybe a few others. What's your reaction to that?
Now, you see, Moses, please. Let us not celebrate mediocrity. I know this people very well. Whenever they want to embarrass the Southeast, they will choose the worst among us and give him one face that he will be dancing to their tune. That's what they do.
But do you agree that the Minister of Works has performed in some areas? In
which area? Which performance? Look at all the roads in Nigeria, not talk of Southeast. Let him mention that A-grade road he had consulted in the Southeast.
Okay.
Let him. What I'm saying in essence is that if Dave Umahi didn't want to play the politics of APC, he would have done one or two things. Look, yes, let's agree, due to the topography and all that of road construction, they cannot be equal in
terms of cost.
Cost. From this place to this place.
Okay.
To construct a kilometer of road.
Sorry. Before you go on, he mentioned a few roads that he's been working on, or this administration has been working on, and I would like Prince Nixon to either corroborate or debunk. Now he says Port Harcourt Aba Road, which is 86 kilometers, Aba Umuahia Road, 56 kilometers by 2, Umuahia Lopanta Road, 6 kilometers, Lopanta Enugu Road. Now these roads, he said, worth over 100 billion naira. He goes ahead to talk about the Enugu dualization to Abakaliki, the Trans-Sahara Road from Ebonyi to Benue boundary, which he put at 456 billion naira. And then he also talked about the Afigbo to Uturu and down to Okigwe, which is cutting through Ebonyi, Abia, and Imo for 193 billion naira. These are some roads. Do you think this isn't work being done? Barrister.
These things are on paper. In reality, none of them will be completed in the next 30 years. Moses, these things are on paper to look for your vote. In the next 30 years, none of these roads will be complete. They won't even see the light of day.
Barrister, I also come from the Southeast. Some of the roads you mentioned, you are undergoing construction. But a lot of them that he mentioned also started, and even done 80% by Buhari administration. So I'm surprised that he's taking credit of all of that.
That's the game plan.
Now, Barrister, I wanted to ask you a question. Now, this whole issue of Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway has been shrouded in secrecy. Anytime they ask questions, anytime Nigeria has asked, they flare up. Exactly. I recall that at a point, National Assembly said we don't even know about
this. They should stop work until they do their verification.
And all of that. Why is that? Why is that so?
That will tell you, that is even what embarrasses me, that Nigerians are not even looking at the real issue. What that journalist did is a very really, because there is a lot of corruption on that road. To make matters worse, they gave it to their friends without bidding. To their friends, and their capacity in construction of that magnitude, we don't even know. Because you cannot take a project that has to do with a list construction company and leave it to even 10th class. You are looking for failure. These things are graded. A project of that magnitude, we should know. We should have at least references where you have done similar things all over the world that will not say, okay, yeah, you have the capacity. Nothing was done. They just carry it and get to their friends. And you are telling me we should not ask questions. Even though the man may not even know. They just told him, oh, you're going to supervise the construction. He may not even know. That's why he doesn't know what is going on there. He may not even know. Nobody in Nigeria can tell you today that he has the actual cost of that road, which will take over 15 years. 15 years. So tell me how this administration will not finish that project, Moses. Is it possible? Is it possible? You and I know the answer. We are talking of Lagos Ibadan that lasted almost 30 years. This one, it may take 15 years. Meanwhile, money is gone. They have collected money. They have paid for that place, and they will not finish the construction in the next 15 years. What does that tell you? I was thinking that it should have been a question of quantum merit. Wherever you have worked, we pay you. But yeah, they pay, in one first swoop.
Okay.
The 30 kilometers they have done already, the 30% they have done already. We don't even know how much was paid.
30 kilometers. 30 kilometers.
30 kilometers they have done already.
And there was a video also showing that some of the road actually is caving in already.
Of course.
We yet to get anything about it.
Of course, because they did not even finish before they went to open it, just to show up. So what we're saying here that the secrecy of that place may not be known today. It is later. By that time, those who started this thing, they won't even be around for you to question them. They would have all gone. And they will start battling for what they did.
Okay, let's go back to Prince Nixon Okara. Now, some of the roads mentioned, are you corroborating? Are you debunking? What are your thoughts on those roads mentioned by Minister Umahi as roads being done under this administration and the APC government?
a lot of those roads he mentions are actually under construction. You see, one thing people must understand is that government process is not just like a private enterprise. There is always a process of a contract award, and when you need these facts, you can always get them. You can go to the Bureau for Public Procurement. It was not an act that was established by this administration. It was as far back as 2007. You get all the information you require. You can write even to the ministry itself. It is an open an information, a very open information that we are looking at. One mistake Nigerians make at times is that we tend to dwell much on speculations. If a minister tells you, I have done this, I have done that, before we condemn, why don't we just do a little research? Like when you go to Lagos, I had someone mention Lagos Ibadan Expressway. It's almost 90% completed. Yes, the successive government did not complete that route, but somebody did it. And the same thing with this Sokoto Badagry Superhighway is under construction. Then Ibadan Ile-Ife, Ijesha or something, they're also under construction, and many more. So what the minister says, a lot of infrastructural development, reconstructions, and palliative going on all over the country by this administration. The money saved from these the subsidy savings and the rest of them has been kind of used in massive road construction. That's why you see almost everywhere is to getting a facelift, and that's the fact. And when somebody just tried to say it will not be finished in 30 years, that is wrong. When you award contracts, there is time limit, there is duration, there are terms to this contract. And when you look at this government, is that implementing this process to the letter. The president is a policy person, somebody who believes in standard, and you can't get anything less than that from him. So,
okay, all right, Prince Nixon. Talking about process, the person that talked about the road not being completed, I think he is relying on experience. Personally, I witnessed the Lagos Ibadan Expressway undergoing construction when I came here to do youth service. That was in 1990, about 35 years ago. For the 35 years I know, that road has always been under construction. So when he says, now let me ask you, why is it that we have road construction that never ends? Has it got anything to do with the process that you talked about, or is it about political inefficiency, or is it about leadership failure? Which one will it be for you? Because you see roads like the Enugu Port Harcourt Road has been under construction forever.
Okay, thank you for that question. You see, that's what, and one of the things I keep saying, most of these blames, though the president took responsibility, said, okay, I sit for the job, don't pity me. I'm taking blame for all the errors. These things were the errors of the past. The successive governments created these particular issues. But let me tell you something. We all will witness first time in history in Nigeria seeing all roads completed to 100%. All the road presidents Tinubu started, he will complete them. And I bet you in the next 1 year to 2 years, before 2027, this commissioning will take effect almost all over the country. And many people will find out that there's a new sheriff in town. It is not business as usual. I'm assuring you that. You see, when you look at the way the man is doing his things, most of the areas he walks in where they just fear to trade. He steps on toes. He does that people. That's why many people, you see the elite fighting him and trying to believe. If the masses know what the president is doing for them, they rally around him. And those people who are trying to pull him down, who were they the friends of Nigerians before? When you talk about these 30 years, you're talking about half of the 30 years by PDP. You're talking about half of the 30 years by all the actors now trying to fight the president. These are the people who caused us this pains. They are the people who constructed Lagos Ibadan in perpetuity. They are the people who constructed that Port Harcourt on Onitsha Road, Enugu Road for donkey years, and it never ended.
Prince Nixon, you just said something now. You said that Nigerians will experience something unheard of before now in Nigeria, that all the projects will be completed before 2027. Exactly. And that shows it's more like you have more information that we Nigerians just don't have. So are you saying on this table that on this program, if these roads are not being completed, should we hold you responsible?
As a matter of fact,
are we to hold you responsible if the roads are not being completed before the 2027 elapse?
As a matter of fact, holding me responsible is maybe an understatement. But I'm trying to tell you here that the president I know will finish all that he has started before 2027, except the ones like the first phase of this Calabar Coastal Road. You need to go and look at the contractual terms. You know, all these things come with contractual terms. There are stages of all these jobs that he wants to do. Some of them will not finish in 2027. Some of them are bound to finish in his second tenure.
So we are still having an exception at this point in time.
Yeah, there has to be some exception, definitely. You can't tell me that the coastal road of 750 will be finished before 2027 from here, or the Sokoto Badagry Expressway will be finished. No, that's not very
So
possible.
that shows you're still making more like an illusion to say that some of all the roads, all the things we're having, construction going on now will still be the way they are.
No, it's not going to be the way they are. But what I'm trying to tell you is that all the jobs that are awarded in this quarter, all the contract will be executed 100%. There's not going to be like what you see during the days of the PDP in this country, where you see, have you seen any contract that there's nothing done? Then you hear 50 billion.
APC as a party is also 12 years in office, just little a year before it to get up to 16 that we gave to PDP when they were there.
Yeah, but I would, whenever I'm speaking about APC, I always want to exempt the previous administration from my speech. I'm not the kind of person that wants to paint party good because it's a party I belong to. But I always said it affirmatively that my confidence is built on President Bala Mohammed Tinubu. And that's my political party in the first place, if we are talking, and not even the main APC we are talking about. For me, my own side of politics is just the politics of reality and what the Nigeria needs at this time.
All right. Sorry, Nixon, before we leave, I would like to ask you a question. Are you aware that the APC Minister of Work, the first APC Minister of Work, if I'm not mistaken, talking about Babatunde Raji Fashola, it's on record. He said that in the history of Nigerian governance, that as at that time, Goodluck Jonathan administration had constructed more kilometers of road than any other administration in the history of this country. Are you aware of that record?
As a matter of fact, he's entitled to his opinion.
No, it's not just his opinion, it's about fact, because he was the Minister of Works as at the time he made that.
I think if it's what he said, I have not heard that.
Okay.
That's fine. He's still entitled to that as a minister. And I don't have his level assessment or the level of opinion or the experience or knowledge he has about that. But my concern is that beyond Jonathan, there was Obasanjo regime, there was Yar'Adua. And there was, under Obasanjo, Atiku, he was there, and who held in charge of the commerce and wherever in Nigeria. He was in charge of the privatization, and so many things that were done during that, I call it the 16 locust years of PDP. And at the end of the day, some of these characters are the ones coming out to tell the only man who has confronted and done something they could not do for so many years, stabilizing our FX, attracting investors' confidence, stabilizing our oil sectors, trying to bring in public opinion, do new road construction that has never done. We have been, if you go and look at Nigerian contracts awarded over 20 years, what you see there, rehabilitation, there has not been a new road created anywhere. And this is very wrong for so many years of the country, how many years of democracy.
Thank you very much, Prince Nixon Okwara. We are out of time for that conversation, and we must also take Barrister's closing remarks on this one, because I don't understand we have to let Barrister go. Barrister, go ahead, please.
Please, let me ask a question. Was it not under APC that 7.2 million businesses closed down and left town? I mean, they closed shop. For a government that came to improve on what the PDP did, businesses closed down completely and left town. They even went to Ghana and other places. Meanwhile, they are working. The economy is good. They have stabilized the currency. Look, there is a limit to telling lies, Mr. Moses. There is a limit to telling lies. Everything APC have done in office is just anti-people, negative. Seriously, we thought they would get better, but they are getting worse. And some people are here praising Tinubu for what he's doing to Nigerians. Can you imagine? What are those things he did that he's stepping on toes? Who told did he step on? He's even making it work. The people he released recently from prison, are they the Talakawas of Nigeria? What has this government got to do with drug pushers that he's releasing from detention? Those people, are they the poor people of Nigeria? How did that release help them? The real people that need to be released, people do not release them. I'm talking of awaiting trial inmates. Who they don't dump inside prison without any record and all that. Instead of you to say, look, all these people that you have not taken to court for 2-3 years, or you let them go. You release people you know very well to be your friends and they go acolytes. And you are telling me it is for the poor. Make sure nothing Tinubu have done for the poor here. Mr. Moses, why is Nigeria getting poorer? By what dark standards under Tinubu? Can you tell me how? So please, I don't want to hear this type of praising. It doesn't add up. If they don't know what to do, let them take us back to PDP. We better stay there. It's better. You come here and destroy everything, and people are still praising you. You step on toes. Who told you step on? By turning Nigeria into a one-party state, Abi. Those are the things you are doing very well. You are using money to destroy all our institutions because no longer function. The National Assembly no longer function. They are all at your behest, and people are praising him.
Darlington Agomo, a public affairs commentator. Thank you very much for your time, and well, let's move on to another conversation. We'd like Prince Nixon Okwara to stay with us as we get into another conversation. Peter Mbah hasn't told us he's leaving Fubara, loyal to PDP. These words coming from Bala Mohammed. Let's talk party politics now. Join us again.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Back is still VOP this morning. Governor Bala Mohammed of Bauchi State, chairman of the People's Democratic Party Governors Forum, has stated that Governor Peter Mbah of Enugu State hasn't informed him of his plans to defect to the All Progressives Congress APC. Mohammed expressed concern over the rumored defection, but emphasized that Mbah's decision would be a personal one. Governor Mbah hasn't formally declared any intention to leave the PDP, and Mohammed described him as a respected colleague. Despite recent defections, Mohammed expressed confidence that the PDP will remain strong and secure victory in 2027, citing the party's grassroots support. Mohammed accused the APC-led federal government of using coercive tactics to weaken the opposition, aiming to create a one-party state. Mohammed also dismissed speculation surrounding Governor Similai Fubara of River State, describing him as a loyal PDP member who has endured significant challenges. He went further to talk about the party's unity, stating that PDP governors have resolved to put personal interests aside and work towards presenting a strong leadership candidate for Nigeria in 2027. We have with us Prince Nixon Okwara, who we told you is in capacity of a public and political affairs commentator, and will be joined by Waya Kenneth Ogenovo, who happens to be a human rights activist, a publicity secretary for Talakawa's parliament, and is also a public affairs commentator. Good morning, if you can hear me, Mr. Ogenovo. Good to have you join today's conversation. All right, I am having little issues, difficulty getting your audio if you can hear me. Good morning once again.
Good morning, I can hear you.
All right, good to have you join today's conversation. Thank you so much, Prince Nixon, for staying with us. Let me start off with you, Mr. Ogenovo. What do you make of this particular declaration by the governor of Bauchi State, even when we know that a whole or maybe a large sum of persons left PDP in Enugu State for the All Progressives Congress, saying that the likes of the governor of that state, Peter Mbah, is still with the PDP and he hasn't told them personally that he's leaving. Let's also juxtapose this with what happened in Delta State, where I know you're from. The mass exodus of the people from PDP that elected them, or under the platform PDP that they were elected to the All Progressives Congress, from the state assembly members to the governor and deputy and all that. Please, talking about the one-party system when you actually make your postulation to this.
Thank you very much. It's very, very unfortunate that our political leaders, they are just concerned about 2027, and they don't give a hoot or care about the welfare of the common Nigerian. And it's very, very unfortunate and appalling, I must say, because the first duty they owe us is not defection, is to first of all be responsible for our collective welfare, our security, then to fix the economy. But it's unfortunate they do not even drift in or reasoning towards that direction. All they are primarily concerned about is how to, hijack power come 2027. Why so many things are left unattended? They are busy, galvanizing support for 2027 when we are, being when insecurity is on the high rise, people are hungry, mass starvation, lack of public amenities, even the borrowing excessively. They're not even addressing anything, that will mean well for the plebeian, the commoners, and the talakawers that I, as a human rights activist, I represent. Looking for who will defect from PDP to APC and who will leave Labour to APC, as the case may be. That is not the problem of the common man, for God's sake. What the common man wants to know is how the government of the day positively affect them.
But at this point in time, Mr. Ogenovo, is quite interesting, or maybe let's say unfortunate to know that there's politicking already, or there is semblance of campaign already in 2025 when people should be talking about governance. In defense, the present administration said that opposition led them into that. But what we're looking at now is Nigeria moving to one-party system with a mass defection of people from other political parties joining the APC. And what the governor of Bauchi State, Bala Mohammed, is talking about this morning when he said that the likes of Peter Mbah is still with them, and then even Singh Fubara is still with them, even given the back and forth. Recall that Fubara said something about, I've agreed to whatever terms that they're bringing. I want peace for the people of River State. Help us actually to talk about this. What does this really portend for Nigeria and its political system as a democratic nation, sliding or moving into one-party state?
Well, any state or country that is operating a one-party system is no longer, in my own thinking, is no longer a democratic country, because you can't say you're practicing true democracy and you want to it a one-party system. That means you're not going to give room for opposition, and that is one crude or absolute style being practiced by the current APC. Every democratic practicing country gives room for multi-party system.
Okay. All right then.
Operating a one-party system is tantamount to autocracy, and in a democratic setting is not supposed to be practicable. I'm talking about Fubara saying any terms they bring, he's going to play with them. I understand the background or the position where he's actually talking from. This is somebody who barely just came in at the mercy of, should I use that word, some of guys at the top. So you wouldn't blame him. So he's just somebody that he has gone through tough times. So whatever terms they give him is what he's going to play by. Bala Mohammed, Bala Mohammed. Hello.
Go ahead, please. Lamba your thoughts.
Okay, yeah. And Bala Mohammed saying he has not gotten official reports of somebody defecting from PDP to APC. I reiterate again, emphatically, that these obviously and copiously are not the problems of the common man. If you like, leave one party to the other. What you owe us is accountability, transparency, good governance, for God's sake.
Good
and
governance.
That was the reason he was sent there.
Good governance.
The reason he was sent there.
That's what Nigerians are.
Oligo.
Well, thank you very much, Kenneth.
Sponsored Oligos. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kenneth. Now, Prince Nixon, I hope you're still with us. Good to have you. Yes. I can hear the sound from your end, so I take it that you can hear us and you're still with us. Now, Nigerians have been calling for good governance, and some of the governors that have defected from their various parties to the APC have done so with the promise to their people that they will give good governance. I mean, they are leaving to join the APC so that they can give good governance to their people, so their people can, align with the center. Now, why do governors, why do people, politicians, have to align with the APC to be able to get dividends of democracy? How has our politics degenerated to that level where you must align with the party at the center for the benefits of the dividends of democracy to be gotten by the people?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. First of all, the essence of joining a political party is based on ideology, and when you discover that complaints don't change anything, only decisions do, like I did, I realized that. And the most important thing to do at that time is to join the decision makers and see if you can be part of it and contribute for making the country better for the next generation. Now, I think the distribution of a national common pool, from the national common pool of wealth, is about who gets what, and everybody has his own strategy of thinking on how to bring more dividends of democracy to his people. So this thing has to do with ideology and personal interest and political preservation of office at sometimes. And you can't fault anybody's reason to moving from his party to another party based on these ideologies, because it depends on the personal interest and the personal ideology and personal reasons, either as a collective decision of the entire party of the state or individuals moving. Unfortunately, the messenger or the crusader of today, Bala Mohammed, when you look at his own political history, he was in ANPP, and then eventually to get further, before he was appointed the FCT minister under Jonathan, he moved to PDP. And after his first tenure as a governor, after defeating his opponent, he came back to APC and all that and the rest of it all. So now PDP. And so when people are talking about the pontification, they should also remember their own trajectory. Okay. And I believe he's not in the right person to speak in this form that is one party state. What is all one party about that when he's still in his own party, PDP?
All right, Prince. Bala Mohammed made a very direct accusation against your party. He says that your party is using coercion tactics to weaken the opposition, aiming to create one-party state. Coercion is the word there. That the people that are moving are not moving based on the fact that they just want to move. They are being coerced. They are coerced in way of pressured. If you don't do this, you will not. And mind you, a certain governor said, look, I am moving because I want to secure my second term, talking about the Akwa Ibom State governor. And we all know what went down in Delta State, how Ifeanyi Okowa, led his his protege, Sherry Oboroway, to move over to the APC. How will you react to that accusation? It's very direct. Ruling party using coercion to take opposition. I remind you, the other day, the Senate president, who happens to be back from Akwa Ibom, by the way, said, Mr. President, don't bother, don't worry. More governors will move to the APC ahead of 2027. Isn't that coercion?
I wish Bala Mohammed is on this program. I should have asked him a simple question. When he moved from ANPP to PDP to become FCT minister, was he coerced into a PDP? That's the question he should have answered us first before we start considering if what he's saying or his accusation is true or not. You see, I hate it.
Sorry, Prince. As at that time, there was no accusation from anybody that coercion was used to move people from one party to the other. This is the time we are hearing it.
What I'm trying to say, he cannot pontificate over what he's guilty of. So it doesn't make sense to me that somebody who has moved the camp severally is coming to now tell someone that he's been coerced. As a matter of fact, we know our governors in Nigeria are almost like emperors, and you can't coerce them. Obasanjo couldn't, Jonathan could not. The governors are emperors. So you should understand that for a whole state governor to decide to move to another party, moreover, the umbrella is on fire, and if your camp is on fire, the best thing is for you to decamp.
Well, sorry, Prince, I think we are speaking political history here. When you say that Obasanjo couldn't, in 2003, there were 6 states of the Southwest that belonged to the AD. By 2003, 5 of them moved over to the PDP. So, how did that happen?
It was not cool. At the end of the day, what happened? The Zone Southwest returned back to AD.
No, but at that point, they moved over to PDP.
They were not coerced. Right? That's what I'm saying. Unless they will come to tell us that Obasanjo coerced them into that. There has been decamping and movement from one particular party to the other. And it is not for anybody to say they are being coerced. You cannot coerce a state governor. Let's take it. These men, you know the way they are in charge. They dealt with Jonathan. You know that. The state governors removed Jonathan. During that time, you're talking about Obasanjo. Upon what he fought the governors, like this man in Enugu State, who becomes Oba today, or something, and the rest of them that had it hot from him. At the end of the day, he couldn't have his way. At the end of the day, so no president has been able to coerce any governor. Let's take it. If you are talking about maybe House of Rep or something, fine. But in opposition, why would you talk about coerce when Atiku Abubakar is still in an opposition? And we're talking about one-party states. Atiku is big enough as a party. In this country, we know that a person who had more control over the party than the president as a vice president. So you can't talk about one-party states when you have the slides. Are you talking about one-party states when we still have the Labour people? How many of them are still in the house? How many have decamped? Sometimes this politics of blackmail does not work with APC. That's why sometimes nobody wants to respond to all these people.
All right.
When instead of them going home to go and fix their home, fix their party, they should go and fix PDP and prepare themselves for election. They should stop all this blackmailing. And
all right. Thank you very much, Prince. I'll take that as a concluding thought. Now let's go to Benin City and get concluding thoughts from our guest there, Waya Ogene Ovo. In 1 minute, sir, if you can. Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you now, sir. So what I really want to say to our politicians, our political leaders, is it's not bad if you so wish not to belong to your former political party anymore. It is your right as enshrined in the Constitution, freedom of association, especially if the association you belonging to is not a clandestine one. You have the right, you have the leverage to leave the political party to another one if you deem it is within the fundamental.
All right, then. All right, thank you very much.
What we are saying is, no matter where you move from, please, you owe us a duty of good governance. You owe us duty of security. You owe us good governance primarily, please.
Okay.
And,
all right, then thank you very much, Waya Ogenogo, and thank you to
our fundamental rights.
Prince Nixon Opera. I'd like for you to stay with us as we move into the next topic of discussion. All right, thank you very much. Now, we'll go for a short break, and when we return, Niger Delta have no business with poverty. That's coming from Falana. Join us again. Human rights lawyer Femi Falana believes the Niger Delta region has no business being poor, given its wealth of natural resources. Well, he emphasized that brutal exploitation by the federal government must stop and called for accountability and justice for the people. He suggested that Rivers State government enact a law ensuring special allocation to oil-producing areas from the 13% derivation fund. Well, he also condemned the exploitation of Niger Delta people by the federal government, stressing that it must stop. Falana advocated for accountability and justice for the people, ensuring they receive fair compensation for the region's resources, highlighting the Act's provision for 3% of oil company operations to be allocated for host community development, suggesting this could be increased to 5%. Well, Falana urged the Rivers State government to allocate a special portion of the 13% derivation fund to oil-producing areas, promoting equitable distribution of resources. We still have with us Waya Kenneth Ogenovo, who joined us from Benin City, and from Port Harcourt, Prince Nixon Okwara. Prince Nixon, let me come straight to you. Do you agree with Falana that no Niger Delta person should be poor?
Yes, I agree with you. I agree with him 100%. I agree with him 100%. However, the state of Nigeria is something that cannot be fixed in one day. And I believe that what is happening recently is trying to remove the people from poverty, both Niger Delta and the rest of Nigeria. Because if you look at the money that is now accruable to the state governors should be able to do much in removing their people from poverty, especially through the local government administration. We all understand the time lag theory. Both cases, the structural lag and the implementation and the rest of it all, the effect of what the policies of the federal government may not reflect immediately on the people. But then, I support his opinion that there is no reason, not even just Niger Delta, no part of Nigeria should be poor. And that's, we are very rich, and the present administration has demonstrated it. But what we are looking at today is just let these policies reflect on the masses, and very soon Nigerians will have a reason to smile.
All right. As we talk about the federal government and the state government, I want us to look at what the federal government has done. Let's look at the NDDC. The NDDC has been there for how many years? How much of that poverty alleviation do you think that organization, that agency has achieved for the people of Niger Delta?
That during the last administration, the NDDC suffered from the dissolution of the board to so many kind of reforms, and a lot of things happened before this administration. It's not quite long that agency is being stabilized again under this administration. So in as much as the intention of establishing that NDDC is a good one, is a good policy as a matter of fact, but we know that his activities in the past has not been able to translate to much infrastructural development, though they have done a lot. When you go to some rural roads being constructed almost everywhere, you see NDDC lights, NDDC road, NDDC that. But I am believing with the kind of money that been spent in that agency in the past, which they should have done more anyway. And under this administration, we have experienced so many reforms of that NDDC, and I think they are doing better now.
All right, thank you so much. Next, and let's take this conversation to Mr. Ogenovo. What do you make of this particular call, given the fact that till tomorrow, if you're to ask me, Ogoniland is still the way it is? And the reason Mr. Falana made this particular statement is the fact that the Niger Delta states are the ones giving Nigeria its major revenue generation through the oil exploration process and all that. But yet, they are wallowing in self-pity, in poverty. If you're to get within the shore, the people who are living within the water line, there is no life to start with. Those people are more like forgotten. It was what led to the opera, Kensariwa, and all that, the Ogoni 9, and a whole lot of other things. Do you think at this point in time, even 30 years down the line, that the people of Niger Delta have benefited to what they're supposed to get, given the fact that they are the host community to Nigeria's major sources of revenue generation? Can you hear me, Mr. Kenneth? I would like you to unmute your device if you can hear me, please. All right, I'll take the question to Mr. Prince Dixon Okora. Prince, listen, let's get your contribution to this one, please.
Can you get that question again?
I was asking about how fair Nigerian government have been in treating the people of Niger Delta, looking at the fact that they are the host community to the major sources of revenue generation, using Ogoniland now to start as a case study, and other persons, other communities that we have within the shore. Do you think that they've benefited enough or even at all from the fact that they are the host community to our major sources of revenue generation, the crude and oil?
The fact is that the people are their own problems. Let me take, for instance, we are not holding our governors accountable. We are not holding them accountable at the state level. Everybody just mentioned federal government, Go and look at the JAC allocations. That's the monthly allocations that go to these states. What are they doing with it? Where is the local government administration that's supposed to be working? The presidents have done enough by creating that autonomy. Do we want the president to come home and fight for where we should fight? Everybody is talking about so many agencies, so many derivations, 13% that, so many things given to this Niger Delta. The government is trying, but we are still advocating they should do more, considering the fact that that place is the treasure base of the nation. But why are we Nigerians not holding our governors accountable? This should be the major issue we have. When you look at before the this president's administration, almost many local governments were not in existence at all. So many of the local governments have already been taken over by rodents before this administration. And even now that the president has, when I hear the human rights and so many of them making noise all over, how many of them have come to do demonstrations in their various states, telling the governors, this is how much you receive in a month?
Some Nigerians say we don't need to do something like that anymore, that we need the government to be, we want us to practice true federalism, whereby we'll have resource control. And by so doing, that this will enable the governors to have access of all that is being embedded in their country, in their state, and they'll be able to utilize whatever thing they have up front to do the work they need to do by remitting little to the federal government. But as the case may be, we have the government, federal governments, supersede every other thing by giving them handouts for their mineral resources. So do you also think that when we told the line of resource control, that things will get better in Nigeria?
As a matter of fact, yes, if you have resource control, it's going to get better because there will be competition among the states. Like when you look at what happened immediately the oil boom started in the country, a lot of our economic strength dwindled and disappeared. So when you look at today, we are having food scarcity, something that started over a time. People stopped going to the farms. People stopped doing a lot of things. A lot of people started looking into oil and the rest of them. So I believe resource control will bring competition, a healthy competition among the states. But however, while we are talking about those constitutional issues, which I believe Nigeria is moving to that part, don't forget that there is a particular part of the country that do not want to hear that. They don't want to hear resource control. They are believing that during the days of the Granite Pyramid, they fed the nation, and now that they are economically poor. But they are not economically poor. These are just because of the Bambi-Anla politics that have infiltrated that sector, this country, that everybody now is running to Abuja looking for allocation. But if we should come back to the drawing board and look at it critically, you find out that every part of this country is so much blessed with what can make us thrive, irrespective of this oil. So I can't support less that resource control. But while we are still talking about it, let the people start holding the governors and local government administration responsible with what they are getting. Check the local government fund distribution in the last 6 months, the kind of money that is going to the local government. Go to the whole local government and conduct audits. You find that there is nothing happening in those local governments. And everybody is calling Bala Mohammed. What again can the president do apart from policies to put wealth in the hands of the people? And he has created such policies. Why don't we, who believe in activism, if not some of those activists are just political businessmen, the places they are supposed to be shouting and fighting now are these state governors who still come out to accuse the president because they are in opposition party, talk one thing or the other. Look at Bauchi, for instance. Look at the Bauchi governor, for instance, that is talking about today. How much has he done with the money he's receiving? Look at his own allocation in the past 6 months.
Thank you so much.
What is he doing?
Thank you for your submission. Some persons will also say if we go to Katsina State today, where we have a president there for over 8 years, school children are still schooling, sitting down on bare floor. Some of them actually don't even have to go to school. But there we have a president in state for 2 good terms. Now let's get your opinion on this, Mr. Wire Kenneth. What do you make of the fact that senior advocate of Nigeria, Falana, is of the opinion that Niger Delta has no business with poverty, as they are the oil producing or the host community to the Nigeria's major source of revenue generation? Just suppose that also with this particular move or the project, the high prep, or we're talking about a hydrocarbon pollution remediation project that was initiated to make sure that the Ogoni waterways, Ogoni land is clean. But yet, till today, we learned that Party A were able to do their bidding, but the federal government did not do anything. And those people are languishing in poverty. I would like you to unmute your microphone so that I can hear you, because I can't hear you. Your device is locked.
Well, we seem to have a bit of an issue with the audio there, and we do hope that that will be rectified so we can take your contribution to the program. But let's go back to our Benin station now and take Wire's comments. Wire, if you can hear me, please respond to the question asked. But unfortunately, no audio is coming from that end. We'll take a little break, we'll take a little breather, and come back to the program.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Or start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered. VOP this morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
With us, and we're coasting home now. Unfortunately, we're unable to connect to our Benin station, where Kenneth Wire Oganovo is standing by. But let's stay with Prince Nixon Okwara. Now, let's get your concluding thoughts. We've had, you've been part of the conversations from the very beginning. Let's have you wrap up your thoughts on the last two conversations.
Thank you, Moses. The truth is, this country, like I was explaining, is so blessed that no part of Nigeria should be in poverty in reality. If the successive government has taken our problem head on, one thing in leadership is identifying the problem, and the problem identified is halfway solved. If they've been able to take this stronger policy, let's say in 1999, we were able to remove the subsidy completely. In 1999, we were able to do this reform from our macroeconomic reforms, our dollar and FX change reforms, and the rest of it all. By now, all Nigerians would have been living in a land of Eldorado. But unfortunately, they didn't do that. So I sincerely believe that with what's the foundation that has been laid, there is hope so much to see positively for the country in the very near future. But Nigeria is going to rise again from its dust and become the big brother it is to Africa.
All right, then that's a good way to anchor the conversation. And I do hope a lot more Nigerians will share your sentiments and believe that Nigeria will rise again. Well, thank you very much, Prince Nixon Okwara, who joined us virtually from Port Harcourt. He's a political strategist, certified security and risk management expert, and real estate developer. He is also the CEO of Onyx Group and the national chairman, Igbo Stakeholders Forum. Thank you very much. We've also been speaking with Wire Kenneth Oganovo, who is a human rights activist, public publicity secretary, Talakawa's Parliament. Well, thank you very much for being with us on the program. Well, that's it on the show today. Newspaper review comes up next at 10 o'clock. And I am Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful day. But join us again at 10.
And I'm feeling okay, Chico. Enjoy the rest of your day, and also endeavor always, I must tell you, to be a patriotic citizen. Nigeria will be great again.
Thank you, Okoro. Bye for now. See you at 10 o'clock.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Or start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered. VOP this morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Every year, the world produces enough food to feed everyone. Yet, over 1.3 billion tons are either lost before reaching the market or wasted on our tables. Food loss occurs during harvesting, storage, and transportation, while food waste happens in homes, restaurants, and supermarkets. This double challenge not only deepens global hunger, but also worsens climate change, with wasted food accounting for nearly 10% of global greenhouse gas emission. But the fight against food waste is no longer left to farmers and consumers alone. Financial institutions are stepping in using sustainable banking practices to fund eco-friendly farming, food recovery projects, and innovative storage technologies. Experts say individuals also have a role to play in planning purchases carefully, storing food properly, support food donations program. Together, these efforts can save money, feed the hungry, and protect the planet. Let's hear the thought of an expert who is a farmer, Mr. Lawal Ekundayo.
Now, food loss and wastages globally is a very serious case because we have a lot of people, malnourished. Food doesn't get to them, and the food that gets to them is not enough. So it's a very serious case that is affecting almost every part of the world. The first thing is during harvesting. Now, when we should use modern method in harvesting, like combined harvest, so that can quickly harvest everything on farm at a short time. Some can even process it almost to the last stage on farm. So that will save a lot of wastage. Second, transportation from the farm to where they will be stored is also very crucial. So they need to be transported quickly. So we need a good transportation from the farm to where they will be stored. And then transportation from where they are stored to the market is also important. And then government should also subsidize a lot. There should be a lot of subsidy in agricultural production so that the money for producing it will be so low that the farmers can sell it at a very affordable price, so that within 1 week you already finish selling everything, so that what you have harvested again can get to the people, so that they can make use of it. That's how we can really stop wastages.
As the world confronts rising food prices and environmental challenges, today's observance is a reminder that every grain counts. Reducing food losses and supporting sustainable banking are not just economic choices, they are moral imperatives for greener, hunger-free future. Victoria Ogbaki for Voice of the People TV.
In a world where power shakes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Monday through Friday from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
2564 is coming up on running 9, right? 2564.
Well, thank you very much for joining us again. Now, this is Newspaper Review, and I welcome you to VOP Television's Newspaper Review. I'm Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukwuma. Thanks for joining us again.
And yes, we have Barrister Darlington Nagumo, who joins the conversation again. Barrister, thank you very much for being here.
My pleasure.
And also joining us virtually from Port Harcourt, we have Barrister Innocent Eku. Barrister, good to have you join the conversation. I do hope that we can hear you. Well, I understand that he will join the conversation in the course of it. But we have a barrister here, so let's just dive into it now. From the Punch newspaper, these are the headlines. Edu recovering. No plans for replacement. I think another paper reports that Mr. Cardoso, Olayemi Cardoso, has gone to replace him at the World Bank IMF meeting going on. Well, Naira hits 10-month high on strong FX inflow. 2027, no pact with Jonathan, says Obi. Fubara retains 8 commissioners, prepares fresh nominees list. All right. Those are some of the headlines I'd like us to start off with before we get into the big story on the cover page of the Punch newspaper. Barrister, well, the 69-year-old Wali Adu is sick, which I think is a normal thing. It's normal for people to fall sick. Well, now there are reports, rumors rather, that the president is considering replacing him as minister. I don't know how grave his illness is, but we hear that he's currently still very much in Nigeria and might be flown abroad for treatment if it persists. What are your thoughts on this?
If only we are told what is wrong.
The nature.
Sorry?
No, just...
Yeah, the nature of the sickness, are you getting it? So that those of us who know how to pray for public officials will start praying for recovery. Even though I am not amused with what he has done so far in office. If he knows his own news, according to what we are told when he was appointed, the economy will not be like this. And that's a fact. So, sickness, I mean, at one point or the other, anybody can fall sick. If the Pope can fall sick and seek for medical, I mean, the last one that died or so, why not? Every other person can fall sick. But what we are saying is, your office, your mandate, how did you handle it? Because that will determine how people will look at your sickness. I'm not joking. Whenever public officials fall sick like this, there are those who will be so happy and there are those who will not be unhappy. It depends on how you were managing that office. Is it beneficial to the public? Is it beneficial to the people of Nigeria? Have you been upright in what you are doing and telling Nigerians? These are important issues. So, I don't know whether others will learn a lesson. Because whenever a public official falls sick, the mood of the people will determine how much he or she is accepted. And that's a fact. So I wish him well and I wish him a speedy recovery. Because, I mean, there's nothing any other person can do than to wish him to recover. That's all.
All right.
Yes, Barrister has said it all. He's human. Anybody can fall sick. You said he's 69.
Yes.
Yes, 69. It's just about 70. Even 25-year-old, 18-year-old people do fall sick. So it's normal. But like Barrister said, we are a public officer. It's even good at this point that we are told that he's sick. In some other times, they will
not tell us.
Hidden it and everything will be, we have a history of people who were sick and we were not told that we were sick. At some point, people die and we are told that they are still alive and all of that, only for them to eventually die later on. But our hearts go out to him. We wish him quick recovery, like a human being. He's Nigerian, he's a human being. We wish him quick recovery. But the presidency says that, look, they are not shopping for a replacement. And I just hope that the kind of infirmity, that he's facing now is not such that will affect his delivery when he returns to office. That is the major concern, because as the Minister of Finance and the coordinating Minister of the Economy, it's a very, very huge some ministers was talking about 4-in-1. I think his own should be about 8-in-1. You know, because yes, 4-in-1. This should be 8-in-1 because it has to do a lot with the economy. And the moment the economy starts shaking, then every other thing around the country starts shaking. You know, so it is important that when he comes back, President should ensure that he's able, that he's fit for purpose. Otherwise, let him just go and rest. He's done his bid. I mean, he's been commissioner in Lagos State, commissioner for finance in Lagos State. He supervised the Ogoni cleanup at some point. Now he's the Minister of Finance. He's done well for this country. So if he's unable to discharge his duties when he returns, please let him just go and rest. That's my take on that.
All right, and now presidency rejects World Bank's poverty reports. Nigerians living in poverty rose from 115 million in 2023 to 138 million in 2025. This is according to the World Bank. Presidency disputes data, defends reforms. World Bank urges action on inflation, poverty. I hear that the government is in talks with the United States, especially as United States Senator Ted Cruz, made that statement. So we hear that Nigeria's government is in talks with them for some diplomatic talks, because there are rumors that some persons want Nigeria to be on the countries of particular concern list, which of course will not be good for the image of this country. It will be detrimental to everything that Nigeria stands for. It will affect everybody, whether you are in government or not. So I think government is trying to ward that off. But anyway,
they will make it.
I think Nigeria has been in that list.
We have. We have. We
we were removed at some point.
After what happened in Niger, where we were listed as a terrorist state and all that. Remember, we have been there, just that it has not been officially announced. But with this thing they are doing now, maybe US will push it further. Because, each time there is a terrorist attack in Nigeria, we just, brush it over as if it doesn't matter. People are taking notice somewhere.
A certain, I don't know if you watched the interview that Daniel Bwala granted a television station monitored by our reporters here. I was expecting that report to come out. He did say, that's talking about Daniel Bwala now, he said the reports that Ted Cruz relied upon came from a certain group of people situated in the southeast, and it has IPOB written all over it. And he came to the conclusion that it is some sort of propaganda. And the killings stated there were basically killings around the southeastern part of Nigeria.
Well, okay, Barrister, go ahead.
Please, let me ask a question. You mean this mass murder that is going on in Plateau and Benue? The whole world.
He's saying, if I got his words right, that that was the report that Ted Cruz relied upon.
I think Bwala is doing his job. Why do you think he was employed? Look at it. Under normal circumstances, northern leaders should be answering questions by now because they know what they are doing. They know what they are doing. They know the reason for this terrorism. They know. Who are the people who have not been and dining and warning with the terrorists? Are they Igbos? Are they Igbos? We have seen it here severally, not once, not twice. Who went to go and visit Toju Bello and negotiated with him and all that? The people that are even behind the terrorism, who are they? Which religion do they profess? Which tribe do they belong to? These things are facts in the public domain. So let northern leaders and Bwala be deceiving themselves. They are calling IPOB. So this thing that going on in Benue and Plateau, from Buhari to Tinubu now, it is IPOB. My dear, it can't fly. No matter what the propaganda, the US officials, they have their data. They have documentation on what is going on here, so you can't deceive them. They know what is going on here. They know the people behind the terrorism. So Bala can talk from now till tomorrow. Even that visit, it will not yield any fruit. I know US, they will not budge. They are going to take their stand and place Nigeria under those countries of concern. Maybe that will help them to stop the terrorism.
Okay, yes, Daniel Bala has spoken. Like Barrister said, he speaks for the government. He's simply doing his job. But in all of this, whether it was based on information from the Southeast, as a matter of fact, there's been mass killings in the Southeast, in parts of Imo State and parts of Anambra State. And Inter-Society is a human rights organization. Inter-Society records that more than 23,000 people have been killed, murdered in the Southeast in cold blood, you know, in the past 8 years or so. So if that is the report that Ted Cruz is relying on, and then it is as well as good. But I know that it is not, because like Barrister said, we have US missions here in Nigeria. They have their consulates, you know, here in Abuja and here in Lagos, in Abuja, and I think some part of the north or way. But they are here. They have presence. Amnesty International documents all of those things that is happening. There's been mass killings in parts of the middle belt, in Plateau, in Benue, in Niger recently, in Kwara recently. You know, all those things are not happening in the Southeast. Talking about listing Nigeria as a country of particular concern in the United States, is that appropriate? Let me tell you what happened, you know. This was what the people of Southern Sudan passed through for over 40 years in the hand of the Northern Sudan. You know, it took the intervention of the evangelicals in the U.S., you know, who now took it up upon themselves, presented it to the House of Representatives, presented it to the Senate. During the tenure of Colin Powell as the Secretary of State, you know, that was when the CPA, the Comprehensive Peace Agreement, was written between 2006 and 2008, by 2006, and there was a referendum. And the people of Southern Sudan, you know, voted to remain as a country, you know, an independent country. I'm not oblivious of the fact that, look, the Dinka and the Nuer tribes in Southern Sudan, they are still having problems. But at least they now know that they have taken out a common enemy, which was the Arab North. So if the evangelicals or whoever might have taken that up to say, look, this is what is going on in Nigeria, I think it's a good thing. It's a good thing that is happening, whether it is from the Southeast or from the Middle Belt or from any part of the country. The fact remains that Nigerians are being killed in their number. And unfortunately, whether it's a coincidence or what, the people that are perpetrating these atrocious acts happen to be of one religion. And they are killing people of another religion. During the presidency of Muhammadu Buhari, within that estate, 63,111 people were killed in cold blood. 85% of those people happen to be Christians. So what does that tell you? There's a significant degree of, you know, to say, look, this is what it is. But when people in government try to parody this, when they try to deflect, when they try to dodge, they are just being, I don't know, they're either being insensitive, but the average Nigerian who is becoming more knowledgeable, more sophisticated, understand all of these things. You can deceive some of the people some of the time. You cannot deceive all the people all the time. United States of America understands this. The Western world understands this. Even Vatican understands all of these things that is happening. So Daniel Bala can twist it as much as he can, but it's not going to change anything.
I have asked this question before. Those people that are occupying Benue and Plateau villages, that have sacked the indigenous people of those...
are they Christians?
Yeah. Why are they there? Who invited them to come and take over those places? And the people who own the land are now living in IDP camp. Or is that not a fact? No, is that not a fact, Boala? Anyway, I trust US. They know what they are doing.
All right, then. Okay. Well, let's move on to other headlines here. Let's look at some of our conversation. Now, still from the Punch newspaper, that's the paper we're focusing on right now. We'll go into other papers shortly. Tinubu under fire over presidential pardon for drug offenders. More Kwara abductees rescued as military sustain pressure on bandits. Now let's talk about the let's talk a bit about the presidential pardon. Prerogative of mercy as exercised by the president, and the list there that came out. You know, when the first, two names, that of Abat Macaulay and that of General Vatsa, those were the first names that were mentioned. But afterwards, more names came out, and Nigerians are now reacting at the kind of people that were. In fact, some Nigerians are of the opinion, and I think I share that opinion, that this ordinarily prerogative of mercy should uplift the judicial justice system. But with the kind of people we have seen being let off the hook, being pardoned, that makes a mockery of everything that the justice system stands for. Let's see a few of their names here. Let's see. Posthumous pardon to Sir Herbert Macaulay, who was banned from public office for misappropriation of funds and sentenced in 1913, quite a long time, by the British colonialists. And then Major General Maman Jia Vatsa, sentenced in 1986 for treason, alleged coup plot. Now, a few others also. Okay, away from the Ogoni 9 and the rest, victims of Ogoni 9, those were honored. Presidential clemency. Okay, so presidential clemency, this is on the list. Aluagu Lawrence, aged 47, sentenced for Indian hemp selling, 2015. Ben Friday, aged 60, sentenced to 3 years a 1.3 million naira fine for marijuana in 2023. Oroke Michael, aged 21, sentenced to 5 years for cannabis sativa. I think a lot of these people were sentenced for
drug-related offenses.
Yes, peddling of drugs, hard drugs. Kelvin Christopher Smith, sentenced to 4 years for importing cocaine in 2023. Azubi K. Jeremiah, Emeka, sentenced to 5 years for importing cocaine. Akinwande, sentenced to 3 years for dealing in tramadol. It goes on and on. And also the sentencing, the presidential pardon given to the lady who kills her husband. I've forgotten her name now. I'm trying to get to it here. Off the cuff, I just can't remember. She was also pardoned. The list is out there. If we can put...
Yes, there's one that you have not mentioned. The person that kidnapped Ozekome.
Yes, very notorious guy.
Notorious kidnapper. Kidnapped, he killed soldiers. He killed a lot of policemen and soldiers. He kidnapped Ozekome, kidnapped one man. Ransom was paid, and he went ahead to kill the man. That man was granted pardon.
Chidi, from Anambra deputy governor or something.
Yes, he killed the deputy governor of Anambra State.
Barrister, these lists we hear was put together by a committee headed by the AGF.
Mr. Moses.
Barrister Darlington.
Most of the institutions are not working. They revolve around one man. It is what he wants that they do. Don't deceive yourself. If Tinubu doesn't want those names on those lists, they will never appear
what is
there.
This? What?
They will never appear there. They will never.
And it will be difficult for someone to convince me that the president didn't run a check, or that the people, his handlers didn't run a check.
It's even more concerning when we have awaiting trial inmates, like Barrister did say earlier in the day. We have awaiting trial inmates who ordinarily would have been, beneficiaries of this. But these are convicted individuals.
Convicted individuals.
So, in fact, why is there...
So, what is the basis of that pardon?
If I were Abu Bamaro, I should have resigned since yesterday. Seriously. That NDLA, who have done a lot of work.
Yes, because they are making light of his job.
I'm telling you, mockery.
Mockery of his job.
Mockery. After we are that man, I will resign. Seriously. There's no need. Because that's what they want. They want to turn this country into a Columbia country. Columbia. where drug leaders install presidents and government officials because they back them with money, cocaine money. That's what happened in those Latin American countries. Yeah? Imagine the pardon. For no just, you know even what is irritating me? They have repented. Please, somebody in incarceration, how can you come and tell you are repented? He's inside there now. He cannot be trading this inside that place now. Is it not when you come out that you now know whether he has repented or not? So how can you tell me that because he's inside there he has repented? How? Please, how? It's so funny. When they want to do this thing that is unjustifiable, they will look for something to hold on to. Who will be inside prison that will not humble himself? Who? Mention that person inside prison that will not behave himself. They are repented. So when they come out now, they will do what?
Okay.
They will do what?
Sorry, this
list of inmates. Okay.
Okay, this same Oniara, Kevin Oniara, the person. Look at the people.
What's the number on the list? Another.
No, just one. Okay. It's a one-off. A judge, he kidnapped a judge of the Enugu State Judiciary.
Yes.
A top female official of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRR. Kidnapped Dr. Chudi Wike, a former deputy governor of Anambra State, who was killed by Kevin while in his captivity. Several members of the NYSC and security agents.
And then
how will you grant this man power?
And then he issued an ultimatum to the federal government to release some of his boys, or else he will unleash mayhem. And these things were humbly granted.
This man was captured, prosecuted, and sentenced.
Oh?
You turn around to release him. What are you telling others? What message are you passing?
No, they are reforming Nigeria. Yes, they are reforming Nigeria. This is part of the reform, yes.
Do you fear that in the coming days we might have an upsurge in criminality?
It is
yes, because if you have their way, if you have their way,
they will go back to business. Since the man that released them is still in office, he will even pardon them if they do the same thing again.
Okay, this young man, what do you expect him to come out and do?
I asked that question before now. I asked it. What will he come out and do?
For the 4 years old, you want him to go back to school, or you want him to do what?
I wonder.
To get into business. What kind of business would that be?
I wonder. If the members outside will just celebrate and rehabilitate him and show him the way.
You pardon a known bribe taker, Farouk Lawan. Somebody that took bribes.
I'm telling you.
You pardoned him. So what are you telling others?
He is reforming Nigeria. He is reforming Nigeria. That's how to reform Nigeria. Are you telling me? He is reforming Nigeria.
The worst of all is pardoning drug couriers, drug carriers, drug peddlers, and all of that. What message are you passing?
This lady who murdered the husband in cold blood.
Yes.
It just butchered that man. If you see how this woman butchered the husband, just pardon her because of the 2 children and all that.
Barrister, help us with the basis of the prerogative of mercy.
Good.
What is the basis?
Let me tell you, I think section 175 made it clear that yes, he had this prerogative of mercy. But in doing that, it will be in conjunction with the prison officials, judicial members of the judiciary, civil society group, all these other stakeholders who will vouch for these individuals. Are you getting what I'm saying? The last time I checked, we didn't hear that such a body sat or took any decision on who to release and who not to release. I didn't hear that because the press would have covered it before names will start coming in. Go and check. Okay. Go and check. Most of these guys.
That's the way it's done. That's the way it's done.
That's why it's there. But I'm telling you, these cocaine boys, they must have used their money to bribe their name into that list. I'm not joking. They must have used their money to bribe their name into that list. And they just release all of them. Do you think Tinubu will sit down and be reading all the names one by one?
Good.
Do you think so? He may not even know until this thing become public knowledge. They just told you that these are people that we recommended. I will say, okay, I release them. Meanwhile, money has changed hands. We saw this thing when Abba Kyari was...
This sounds like corruption.
I said, when Abba Kyari was in office, these things happened severally. Most of the things, people that we appointed, Buhari did not even know them.
Even dead people. Dead people were appointed.
Nigeria, we ready. You can see reform. We are reforming Nigeria. When I don't agree with these people will be criticizing themselves. Look at it. How on earth do you do that? Somebody was telling me that Donald Trump released some kingpins in the US, drug pushers. So because of that, you can imagine how we copy. Some of the supporters, they are telling me that one Big Meat and Harry Lubas and all of them, they were released in US. And so we must release our own too. Without looking at the differences in the economy of those two countries. Without looking at the circumstances. I said we are in a very deep mess here. I'm not joking. By 2026, you will see more infamy because of election. Because of I want to get victory. We are going to see more horrendous happening in Nigeria. By that time, it will be too late for everybody. Because if we have started early to stop this thing, maybe somebody would have been thinking twice before he would do anything. But in here, they don't bother. Okay, you release all these people, and then Nnamdi Kanu is still in detention. Tell me, compare Nnamdi Kanu.
That's another point.
I'm telling you.
That cannot be overlooked at this point.
People that have killed fellow Nigerians, we are letting them go. People that have killed fellow Nigerians, we are using state money to rehabilitate them. Yeah, this one that is just waving a flag.
I have said that the federal government of Nigeria, they are using Nnamdi Kanu to tempt the Igbos. They are using him for politics to see what we can do. By the time we're here, they'll say, you see, why not wait? Now, should be the matter is in court. This one that have already sentenced, you are releasing them. This one that people are saying, leave him like we left other, you said no. Is that not asking the people from that area, what can you do? We can hold your son as much as we like. Nothing will happen.
So who then will blame those in Katsina? The 12 communities in Katsina now that have signed
agreement with terrorists
yes.
For protection. Yes, now.
Who would blame them?
They are not a government of their own over there. Mr. Moses, in part of the north now, terrorists are holding, that is full government, full. The collectors, they decide who will pass on the road and who will not pass. In fact, they run the life of those people over there. They run their life. You can't do anything without passing through them. Nothing. You pay tax on daily, weekly, and monthly basis. And government just look the other side. In Nigeria. In Nigeria. But tell me, if IPOB have gone this far in infamy, mention any place in the whole of Southeast where IPOB is behaving like this. No place. But they will call them name in order to hang them. Look at what is going on in Nigeria. We are reforming. We are reforming Nigeria. Nigeria should be getting better instead of getting worse. We are reforming Nigeria.
All right. We'll spend more time on this conversation tomorrow. I think, we'll spend more time on it tomorrow. We'll look at more perspectives to it. But in the meantime, no work, no pay. Federal government warns Asuu as Asuu embarks on 2-week strike. Warning strike, they call it. And Professor Chris Piwuna, the chairman of Asuu, the president of Asuu, has said, look, we're like a moving train. When we start, we don't stop until we get to our destination. Government don't let us start. But government seem to, have allowed them to start. And so, here we are. But government is saying no work, no pay. I think they gave them 25%. 25% in addition to whatever they are earning now. And they say that's way too small. And it's interesting, listening to Professor Piwuna, where he said, look, for everything that has been achieved, rehabilitation of classrooms, building of new structures, everything that's been achieved in the university system has been achieved through strike. That, I think, is troubling.
Exactly.
If they can have a normal tete-a-tete
with authorities and get things done,
without threats to strike or actually backing on strike. Well, let's go to Benin. We have our guest joining us there, Barrister Innocent Eku. Good to have you join the conversation. All right, Barrister, can you hear me?
The network is bad.
All right, so let's go to Benin now. We hear that, yes, let's go to Benin. Who do we, good morning to you. Oh, well, let's bring it back to the studio. Okay. Well,
The network has been bad.
let's, okay, so more headlines here. You were going to say something about the no work cannot pay.
No, about the strike. I think there's a mix-up because there's another circular out there that says strike has been suspended.
Really?
Yes.
When
was
yes, still signed by the PUNA, whether it is fake or AI generated. So that's the confusion out there. As at now, we don't even know what the situation is. But talking about strike, like what you said, why is it that unions don't get anything from government except the strike is the last resort? That is the last thing that you should use, to secure something from government. And so if we have the national president of Asuu saying, look, we have most of the things we have achieved from the federal government, we achieved through strike, then it's troubling. It is worrying, it should be concerning. What it tells me is that, look, the government will just sit back and want you, to exhaust all the peaceful means of resolving issues and now allow you to go to strike before they call you, come, let us settle all of these things. What it means is that government is intentionally doing this. It might not be this government, but governments over time. And we have a Ministry of Labor, that is supposed to liaise between the labor unions and the government. But sometimes I ask, what do they really do? The other time they were asking for money, during the budget defense for them to enable them create employment. And I'm asking, how are you going to do that? Are you going to build factories? Are you going to build industries? What are you doing with the money? You want to start generating employment and all of that. So it speaks to, and for the last time, Asuu is asking, I spoke to PUNA the other day, and he was of the opinion, 85% of what we are asking for has nothing to do with salaries and welfare of workers. It has a lot to do with infrastructure. And you need to go back to some schools. So when I went back to my alma mater the other day, I was like, wow. Instead of making progress, we are going backwards.
Indeed.
You get into the rooms, you get into the restroom, you can't even step in. There are no cafeterias anymore. You have bookers everywhere. You have, dilapidated infrastructure all around the place. So, and I keep asking the vice chancellors, the monies that they are giving in terms of subvention, what do they do that with? What do they do with the monies given to them? I think they're also part of the problem. And you know what? When you get into staff club, you know what? The topic of discussion is the president did this, the governor did this, the president did this, the senator did this. Lecturers don't even talk about what they do. Play your own part. You also have a part to play in all of these things. We know sex for marks, we know money for marks, and all of that in institutions of higher learning. Every tower, that used to be very highly respected, now it is business as usual. You see a certain lecturer walk into class and say, well, this is the manual, this is the handout. If you don't buy it, if you score an A, you will not pass. And we see it happen. Students are victimized because they didn't buy handouts. So it's a whole lot. We need some kind of a holistic reform within the education sector. It is not just about Asuu and federal government. It's about Asuu itself, the university lecturers. They have a lot of work.
But the rot started with the government. Normally,
Ali must go was with the government.
They bastardized the institution because they wanted their own private universities to excel. All of them have a private institution.
Okay, maybe now, but as at then, they were not even private institutions. The people that have private institutions have not been in government.
They started that because if it was checkmated at that time, it wouldn't have gotten to this level.
No, I think the private institution came out as a result of failure of public institutions.
Because
not that the people in government.
Why did he fail? That's the question. Because the money they use to set up the university are government money. The money they
no,
stole.
No. What I'm saying is some of the people that own private universities have never worked in government before. The springing up of private institutions, private universities, was a result of the failure of public institutions.
Look,
I can call universities, people that have never been in government.
Look, there are very few. Why did they allow the public institutions to fail? So that their own universities will thrive.
Barrister, we are saying the same thing. Which own universities? Now, the people that own these private universities have never been in government.
I don't think so. One way or the other, go and check. Okay. They have done one thing or the other with the government.
No, but the fact is that it was the decay in public institutions that gave rise to private institutions.
It was the government that made it to decay so that their goal will sell. It's as simple as that. If government to equip all these public institutions, who will go to private? Who? No, tell me who. Nobody will go there now. So they deliberately kill them.
Do you know anybody in government that owns a private university?
Are you asking me? From Obasanjo to Atiku to look, even Babangida.
Okay.
Buhari. Even the person in office now.
Let's hold on to our thoughts. Our correspondent, Matthew Ogunsuada, is on the streets of Lagos to speak to Nigerians on their thoughts on the headlines this morning. Matthew, good morning to you. What's a Nigerian saying?
Good morning, Moses. Good morning to the rest of the crew, and good morning, Nigerians. It's another beautiful morning right here on the streets of Lagos, and as always, VOP TV is right here at the newspaper stand at the Ikeja Underbridge. So of course, bring you the thought and the views of Nigerians on what's trending on the newspaper dailies this morning. And I have with me some Nigerians that would like to react to some of the developments of the newspaper dailies this morning. Good morning, sir. Thank you so much for joining us on the program.
Good morning.
All right, let's hear your thought on any of the stories this morning.
Which of the stories are you talking about?
Okay, so there are lots of stories. We have the Asuu, we have the Nigerian. Which would you like to talk to us about?
The case of Nigerian. It is high time the federal government should do something about it. It's either they give him accelerated hearing or leave him off the hook. Because the federal government does not have any genuine reason for keeping him all this long time. If they say he has a case to answer, they should bring up the case quickly and then dispose of with the case. If they want to convict him, if he's convicted, okay, fine. If he's acquitted, okay, fine. That is what we Nigerians want right now. It is not illegal to agitate for a state or a nation within a nation. A people can agitate, and for people to agitate, there must be somebody leading them in the agitation. And I think that is what Nnamdi Kanu has been doing. And the presidency has not at any time called him to sit down to round table to discuss. They kept on punishing him, keeping him without end. This is not good at all. That is the reason for Sowore moving the protest. And you can see people supporting him. People on the street supporting Sowore. Eminent Nigerians are supporting Sowore. Politicians are supporting Sowore. Civil servants are supporting Sowore. The commoners are supporting Sowore because it is overdue. Detaining Nnamdi Kanu is overdue. So it is better the federal government release him if they don't have any case against him. If they have any case against him, fine. Let them bring the case forward. Let the judge see it. Let it be decided. Many times, some court have discharged him, acquit him. They refuse to leave him off the hook.
All right, so away from the Nnamdi Kanu story, which other story would you like to talk to us about?
I want to talk about what I saw on my Facebook and what I watched yesterday on Galaxy television. The program was democracy and the rule of law.
So is it part of the dailies this morning?
It was part of the daily yesterday. Huh? I want to talk about it because it is what is trending now. It is about the new INEC chairman.
Okay. That's Professor Joash Amupiton.
Yes. You know, and the thing went on social media that there are discrepancies in his educational CV. And it was highlighted yesterday again. You know, I was watching it, there were lawyers, you understand, saying it, that there are discrepancies in his educational CV. The CV that the federal government brought forward, that this is how this man attended primary school, secondary school, polytechnic, and I became a professor, I became a dean, and the head of department, and all that, and how he got his PhD. Because the press is highlighting it now, and it seems the presidency is not, they are not careful about it until when he's fully appointed, and then they will now bring out that issue, and it will now become a dent to the federal government once again. So it is better that the federal government will look into it now and do something before the man goes to the Senate for confirmation. That is that one that I have to talk about even right now.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. White. And we can also see that even Minister Uche Nnaji was also in that certificate forgery issue. Yes. So we of course look forward to the federal government addressing that as Professor Joash Amupiton resumes his role as the new INEC chairman, or before he resumes his role as the new INEC chairman. Thank you so much, Mr. White, for sharing your thoughts with us. All right, so that's how far we can go this morning on the newspaper review. Remember that the conversation continues across all of our social media platforms, and of course we also go back to the studio to make you have sense of the major stories that is trending this morning. My name is Matthew Oguswada. Back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you very much. Well, let's get back to the headlines here. Let's see a few more headlines that we can touch on before calling it a day. Non-oil exports, local investors lose out of 4.8 trillion naira boom. Foreign rivals wielding cheap capital, sidestepping export rules, outmuscle local operators. Stakeholders decry funding crisis. Port bottlenecks. Analysts demand shift to value addition. NEPC reacts. All right, those are the headlines there. You can't fight drugs by freeing traffickers. ADC slams Tinubu. Renowned activist Abiodun Aremu killed by hit-and-run driver. State regulators ask NAS to halt central gaming bill. Asuu shuns FG, insists on strike over unresolved demands. All right, those are the headlines there. U.S. genocide debate sparked by FG's failure. Okay, and then, yes, let's go to a few more papers before. Now, let's see. Now, The Nation has these headlines. FG government to Asuu. Strike may trigger no work, no pay rule. Ministers, we have made comprehensive offer. Strike from today inevitable, say lecturers. All right. Why Tinubu should be in office till 2031. That's coming from Umahi. And businessman excretes 127 cocaine wraps. Dangote Cement begins operations in Côte d'Ivoire with 3.0 metric tons. 3.0 meters metric tons. Okay. Businessman excretes 127. Okay. After next 3 years,
you could get a pardon.
Yes. You might, just after a few years, maybe 2 years, 3 years, for being arrested.
You see, this particular debate in the U.S. concerning genocide.
Yes.
Did you notice that since this broke out, or the news broke, about 2 or 3 weeks ago, the killings have subsided. Did you notice that? Especially in that Asuu.
Yes, I think we've not heard.
Yes.
There were pockets of,
I said it
Fubara and Niger.
Yes, it has subsided in that Asuu.
Why do you think so, Barrister?
Don't you? The people that are sponsoring them, they are monitoring news now. They are monitoring what is going on, and they know that if this thing is in the air now and the killing continue, it will bring a bad image. It will bring a problem. So they have asked them to step down. But I know that before the month runs out, they will do something that will cover lost ground. That is how they have been operating in Nigeria. After a time, it will die down. After a time, it will pick up again. By the time they go back, they will not kill mass murder to recover those ones they have not killed for some time. That is how they have been doing this thing.
And funny enough, the president is in Rome right now.
Rome.
A security meeting. Yes.
He's
in Rome right now.
Yeah, better come back.
A meeting he attended with the NSA and the Minister of Defense as well.
Is that the first time?
Bianca Ojukwu also accompanied to that one. Where they will talk security matters. Security concerns.
Good. If the security meeting here did not solve our problem, is it the one in Rome that will solve it?
No, we will learn something new from it.
Okay, so how many security meetings we have attended here outside Nigeria? Please be sincere. How many since this thing started? So no lesson was learned, Abi. It is this one now that we are going to learn a lesson.
No, Barrister, it's important that we show presence.
No, it's not important. Because those people, when they have such a problem, they don't come for a meeting. They deal with it squarely. When the US took down Osama, did they call you to come and discuss how they will do it? Or the Boston bombers, did they call you? This is one of the reasons why they look down on you as a country. You can't even solve your little problem. You must go to outside here to do meeting. Something you know how you started, who brought it and all that. You are going for a meeting so that they will say, yes, you are trying. After spending money and time, they say, yes, you are trying. They will pat you at the back and you come back. Tomorrow they'll call another meeting in another part of the world. You go there. You know, ask yourself, the one we attended, what lessons was learned? Nothing. Meanwhile, you and I know very well that if the government decide to do something about this thing, they will do it. The criminal that murdered that Arise TV lady, did you see the speed with which they captured at least 14 of them? They even got the phone they stole and used it to trace all of them one by one. Because the president was very insistent that they should find them. Is that not what happened? Tell me. So when they want to do something, they will do it. Forget about all this deceit here and there. They will tell you another thing before the media. Behind closed doors, they say, don't do anything. That was exactly what Buhari did until he left office. He will come outside and give order. Did they not tell us one time that if you see anybody carry AK-47 that is not authorized, shoot him aside? Is that not what Buhari told us? Mention anybody that they shot like that. Mention this one that was carrying AK-47 before the camera dictating terms for peace in Nigeria. The military and the police did not see him, Abi. They didn't see him. All right. Clutching, that is, he wired himself with bullets. So he was ready to do damage if there's anything. And after the talking, they will now enter their destiny and they drove away in convoy. And the military was waving at them, bye-bye.
But unfortunately, this is where we have to call it today. Draw the curtains on newspaper review. Well, thank you very much, Barrister Darlington Akomo. But also, we tried to connect to our Benin station, but unfortunately, we were unable to do so. But Chukuma makes a comeback later tonight at 6 p.m. on Political Lens. You want to share what's
Yes, I'll be joined by Pastor Itua Olajide Ihadolo, the senior pastor of Trinity House Church, and we are going to talk about the state of the nation. Join me then, it promises to be quite interesting.
Well, there you have it, and that's it from me to you this morning. I'm Moses Humphrey wishing you a beautiful day. Bye for now.
January. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries. Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space. Exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
In a world where power shakes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The Ikogosi Warm Springs is a tourist attraction located at Ikogosi, a town in Enugu State, southwest Nigeria. Flowing abreast the warm spring is another cold spring which meets the warm spring at a confluence, each maintaining its thermal properties. These attributes make the spring a tourist attraction in Nigeria. Research suggested that the warm spring has a temperature of about 70 degrees Celsius at the source and 37 degrees Celsius at the confluence. In 1952, Southern Baptist missionary Reverend John S. McGee, from his mission base in the nearby Ekiti town of Igede, went to the source of the hot and cold springs about which he had heard from the Kogosi people. Initially, he was discouraged from doing this, and the reasons given were based on the tradition of the local residents, which was that nobody should ever visit the source of these two streams because of the idea that to do so would be to invite death from the supernatural forces that were responsible for this strange and most unusual feature of nature. In spite of the warnings, Reverend McGee made his way through the forest, up the hill to the source of the two side-by-side springs. According to Reverend McGee's brief written account, he is quoted as saying, "After seeing it, I felt that it could be used for a good purpose. I discussed with the people. I discussed the possible use of it with some of the Mission and Nigerian Baptist Convention friends. With the growing interest of Royal Ambassador work and youth work, we felt that it could best be used by building a youth camp. I took it up with the Ekiti Association and we decided to build a camp for our residential areas and government areas. The land was secured through the convention." End quote. Having had the water from both springs tested to ensure its purity, Reverend McGee, with support from the Ekiti Baptist Association of Churches and the Nigerian Baptist Convention, who secured 28 acres of land, which was the original camp, began planning for the building of the camp. By the early to middle 1970s, the Nigerian government took control of the swimming pool and built some guest chalet adjacent to it, with a separate entrance road from that which the McGees had built to the camp entrance. From that time forward, there was also the hope and intention of developing that area for tourist purposes.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Are you ready to lift him high? All around the world, it's time. Let the praise wave ride. It's Praise Wave Live. Oh, yeah. The rhythm of grace we testify. Let's go. He turned our mourning into dancing, our silence into shouting. It's Praise Wave Live. Let the glory rise. We're riding the wave. Every moment, every tribe. Praise wave, lift him up. Praise wave, don't stop now. Praise wave, all day, all night. Once we're live, let the world ignite.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Yes, it's a beautiful Monday morning and a beautiful Monday morning to talk sports and Nigerian sports lovers. How was your weekend? Because I'm sure if I ask the football lovers in Nigeria, the weekend was because almost we're about to change it for one of our players that we've been hyping so much in recent times. But then we were able to scale through. Nigeria, the Super Eagles defeating the Lesotho national team 2-1 in a crucial World Cup qualifying match. And we still have faint hopes, if you ask me, very, very faint hopes. Are we going to qualify for the World Cup? It depends on not just us playing the game, but then you know how it is with Nigeria when it comes to World Cup qualifiers. Calculators, Bible, whatever you believe in, you go parapo, you go bring them, because we need to be there come 2026 in the USA, Canada, and Mexico. And with that, yes, I am your host, Ogubanjo Afis, and you're welcome to Sports Republic this beautiful Monday morning. And just before we came in, you could see what on your screen, the video. Yes, that video. We are not starting really on the good notes. You know, even though, like I said, the Super Eagles give us something at least to be joyous about, but then we are not starting on a good note at all. Very disappointing. Kano Pillars against the Shooting Stars of Ibadan. Yes, the Oliole Warriors. Sorry, Oliole Warriors. And it was supposed to be just a regular MPFL match, but it didn't end in a good way. Fan violence again, you know, rearing its ugly head, and it's not supposed to be happening in our football today. I mean, look at the players. Look at the Shooting Stars players. Why can't you just? They scored you a goal. I know it's the 94th minute, but you know, just take it. It's football, and you know anything can happen. It's not over until the final whistle. You didn't have to, you know, go that way, even though you know. The goal you conceded was not really fair. Maybe it was not considered fair on your part, but then this is not the way to go. This is not what to resort to. I mean, these are professional footballers, and we are not selling ourselves right, you know, in front of the world that they are watching our league, because I'm sure a lot of eyes are on the MPFL. We've just been, you know, celebrating that at least the MPFL is becoming watchable again. But things like this, and why is it always happening with Kano Pillars? Kano Pillars, almost every season, and it's happening again. Look at fans on the pitch. They attack the match officials. They attack the players. Some players came off with head injuries. It's not supposed to be. It's not supposed to be. And yes, I won't be doing this alone on the show because our guests. Yes, I have a guest right there, Mr. Benga. Yes, is joining us from the UK. And Mr. Benga, good morning. And I want to say, how was the weekend? Sporting-wise for you, Mr. Benga.
Good morning to you. Thank you very much for having me. I don't hear you very clearly.
Yeah, Mr. Benga, I said, how was the sporting weekend?
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me clearly?
Of course, I can hear you loud and clear. How was the sporting weekend for you?
All right, that's great. Yeah, that's great. Thank you very much for having me on the show this morning. The sporting weekend was quite low-key. Well, I think you did justice to majority of the talking points right there in your intro. You spoke extensively about the Super Eagles Nigeria and their very famed chances of qualifying for the World Cup, which is set to be staged next year in USA, Canada, and Mexico. And of course, I think the major talking point for me was what you just finished talking about, the fan violence issue. This time around, once again involving Kano Pillars right there at the Sani Abacha Stadium, where we saw a very ugly scenes where the fans encroached the pitch running after the referee. After some Shooting Stars of Ibadan, a drew 1-0 against Kano Pillars. But all in all, it was a very low-key weekend. Aside the international games all across the world, I think all eyes are really firmly peeled on the Super Eagles of Nigeria right now. Hi, I'm a Nigerian, and however flimsy, however faint the hopes of qualifying for the World Cup might be, we are still going to hold on to something. We cannot just throw everything out at this point in time. We're just going to hope, and hopefully at the end of Tuesday we'll be on the winning side and hopefully on our way to the World Cup. Well, I mean, that's easier said than done. We'll wait to see how it all pans out. Well, thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, thank you very much, Benga. Yes, all the way from the UK. And yes, we are going to our first story where, just like I said, Kano Pillars fans invaded the pitch and attacked match officials, players and staff of Shooting Star Sports Club 3SC following a dramatic late equalizer in their Nigerian Premier Football League match. Yes, talking about the MPFL. The incident occurred at the Sani Abacha Stadium in Kano after 3SC scored a 94th minute goal, leveling the score 1-1. The fans breached security barriers and charged towards match officials and visiting players, forcing security operatives to fire tear gas to disperse the crowd. Several 3SC players, including Ismail Ayodele and Adams Agba, were reportedly assaulted in the melee, with some sustaining head injuries. The The visiting team's supporters condemned the attack, calling for urgent disciplinary action and stating that violence has no place in this beautiful game. The NPFL has also condemned the incident, promising to take decisive action after reviewing the match reports and video evidence. Benga, I mean, this has been something synonymous, that becomes something synonymous with Kano Pillars. And it seems that teams don't even want to go there to go play a regular NPFL game because they are scared about the fans. I know their fans are like one of the most passionate in Nigeria. They are very, very passionate about their team. Yeah. But then, violence is not something to resort to. They came out with maybe credible, I don't want to call it excuses, but they brought in, evidences. There was a goal that was, incorrectly ruled out for offside. In my opinion, the player wasn't offside. And they were also claiming that there were penalties that didn't go their way. But this is not the way to go. Even if something like that happens, that's why they are professional players taking on the chin. I know maybe the players have taken it, but the fans, what can the NPFL do this time around, to curb something like this, especially coming from Kano Pillars time and time again, Benga?
I think you couldn't have put it any better. This is a stadium, and this is a club that has a track record of fan violence. And I think somebody said to me sometimes in the past that the fear of the Sani Abacha Stadium in Kano is the beginning of wisdom for certain clubs in the NPFL. You did put it right, because certainly there are many clubs in the past that have been to that stadium and can live to tell the story. I think we remember there was a time when Kano Pillars were banished to neighboring Kaduna at the Ahmadu Stadium right there, and the fans still came in their numbers. It felt like it was, and I think a lot of people really questioned the board of the NPFL right at that point in time, questioning why they were moved to Kaduna, which is very close to Kano, and of course we still had like a home-like presence for the team. And that's I'm talking about Kano Pillars in this instance. And I think we've seen many instances of this particular scenario, and it's been a little too many at this point in time, because it feels like after a while, when Kano Pillars eventually get the whole clear from the NPFL to return back to Kano, then there is this sense of quietness for a while, and then something like this happens again, and then they are charged, they are banished away from Kano, and the same thing keeps happening again. And it's been very, very bad. It feels like wherever Kano Pillars go, it seems like trouble and this kind of things seem to follow them around. And I think right now is the time when the NPFL, I think it's also very important to look at context, because this is the same team that in the last couple of seasons, Kano Pillars, for instance, in 2021, they were fined 7.5 million naira for failing to control their fans. That was, of course, in terms of disruptions. Also in the 2022 season, they were relegated to point deductions, 3 points, and of course at that point in time this was due to the issues that happened to match officials, similar to what happened to Shooting Stars yesterday in Kano right there. This was a match involving Kano Pillars and Dakada, and there were also instances where there also was crowd encroachment with Enugu Rangers, and of course there were issues where the security were not able to handle the fans, and of course the fans charging towards the match officials. There were also instances where the erratic fans actually destroyed buses or the vehicles conveying visiting teams. I remember there was a time involving Katsina United as well, and a couple of other teams have visited Kano and have been subject to this kind of very, very heel treatment in the past. So I think when you talk about the NPFL now is the time to come. I think it's gone beyond just fining clubs. It's gone beyond just banning to neutral grounds, and I think the earlier these clubs see that, or the NPFL themselves realize that it has to go beyond this when it comes to curbing this very, very bad monster that seems to be overwhelming the Nigerian footballing space. I think the earlier they realize this, the better for them. And now, what can the NPFL do? I think, yes, a lot of people have been saying that, yes, teams should really, really come, especially regarding getting security measures in place, getting the proper orientation for the fans, and of course, the NPFL themselves trying to improve upon the quality of officiating, because like you rightly said, there was a goal that was scored in that encounter that was incorrectly ruled out for offside. I think maybe you would feel like, okay, the fans themselves agreed at that point in time. And boiling down to the issue of orientation, I think there's a clear difference there is a golfing class between being a fan and being a fanatic. So we're seeing instances where, okay, yes, the fans are overwhelmed by the issues that happened. Maybe there is a case of the fans themselves trying to separate their passion or maybe vent their fury in a way that they seem they feel like this. Okay, this is how we are going to show our displeasure to you, the officials, for your performance in this game and all that. So I think there has to be a clear difference, and that boils down to fan orientation as well. Yes, the general manager of Kano Pillars, in person of Ahmed Musa, has actually issued a statement condemning and trying to say that they're going to
he also had to run for his life.
And all that.
He also had to run for his life.
At that point, it's safety first. But I think the most important thing to look at in this issue is that, yes, we need to educate and fans need to do better. And away from all that, I also spoke about the fact that officiating has to improve in a very, very clear way in the Nigerian Premier League. We have to improve on the quality of the officiating, and that boils down to the MPFL and, of course, the Nigerian Referees Association, the NRA as well. So if we can do all that, then we'll also ensure that, yes, there is a very, very clear, I know the MPFL's rules and frameworks actually stipulates what needs to be done in this particular instance, but I think the issue with Ghana Pillars is that they've realized, or they've come to a conclusion that the worst that can happen is we're going to be banished away from here, probably to neighboring Katsina or Kaduna or any of the northern states, probably Abuja as well, and then we can bring in our fans. We can still have this home-like presence as well. So let's see an instance where maybe Kano Pillars are thrown or banished away to, let's say, Rivers in the southern or the southwest of the Nigeria of the country, and it's very. Of course, I know that they can still get fans in the stadium. But it's not going to be like it used to be when they are playing at their home ground, right there in Kano. Yeah. And away from all that, I think there should be a very, very hard penalty. I think I really have this issue with the NFL when it comes to, okay, the deducting points, but they're putting it on hold. It's a temporary engagement, so you continue playing in your games until the end of the season. So if you're going to make a decision, make it now. Just make sure that if this same thing happens again, we're docking you 3 points or a certain number of points. And if something like this should happen again, you have to play the rest of the games behind closed doors in a neutral location, where until you are able to come to terms with ensuring that you can actually prosecute a game in the Nigeria Premier Football League in a very secure, orderly, and in accordance to the MPFL rules and frameworks, and ensuring that the visiting teams can come in and do that. I think, lastly, just to wrap all this up, I think another issue that actually leads to this is the fact that away teams, it's very difficult to have away wins in the Premier League. Let away points, get a draw away from home, let alone a victory.
Especially in Kano.
It speaks especially in Kano, of course. I think there was a time where Kano Pillars played over 12 seasons unbeaten. And then yes. I think Sunshine Stars of Akure were the team that were very, very close to breaking that jinx. They were leading 1-0 deep into the game, and then there was a late penalty awarded to Kano Pillars, and then
if that penalty hadn't been awarded, if that penalty hadn't been awarded, something might have happened.
Yeah. Absolutely, something might have happened that day. I don't know how that happened, but Kano Pillars ended up winning that game by 2-1. A very, very another late penalty was awarded to them in that game. So all this speaks into the kind of hostilities that happen when visiting teams go to certain stadiums like this in the MPFL. So the MPFL needs to come really hard on some of these teams. I think for Kano Pillars and their case, it's been a little too much. So there has to be very, very strong and clear punitive measures taken against the club to ensure that something like this does not rear its ugly head. I mean, I'm a football enthusiast. I enjoy watching the Nigerian Premier League again. I've enjoyed it for the past couple of seasons now. But this same thing happening over and over again is something that has to stop. And it has to stop. If it's going to stop, absolutely it has to start with the monster, the elephant in the room, which is Kano Pillars. If we address Kano Pillars and address this ugly incident involving some of their fans when they come to the Sani Abacha Stadium to play, I mean, then we know that we've addressed a significant cause. Of course, there are other clubs as well who are in this same situation. But if we can address this same issue, then absolutely we are on our way to addressing this very, very ugly mess that is threatening to bring down our football right there in Nigeria.
Wow, well said, Benga. Thank you very much for that one. I have here with me the fines that have been given onto Kano Pillars, in recent times. Starting from June 2019, they were fined for crowd trouble like this, 8 million naira. In March 2022, they were fined 2.5 million. April 2022, they were fined 9 million. June 2022, they were fined 2.25 million. October 2023, they were fined 1 million naira. January 2024, they were fined 12 million naira, and October 2024, 2 million naira. That's over 36 million naira due to fan misconduct. And it's still going on. And just like you said, I think, stringent measures now should be applied to them right now. Just play behind closed doors. You don't want to see your fans. Let's see what you can do without your fans. And also, away from that as well, I think officiating needs to improve right there in the NPFL. Just like Benga said, we've been enjoying NPFL in recent seasons, and right now officiating seems to be very, very, very inconsistent. And that was, to me, I think that the decisions made there by the ref was not really, really, really fair on Kano Pillars, but still also at the same time, violence is not what we should resort to. And this latest incident raises serious questions about safety and crowd management in the NPFL. Yes, highlighting the fragile nature of match day security in Nigeria. Yes, Kano Pillars management has apologized for the incident. The general manager of the club, our very own Abed Musa, they released a statement, yes, condemning the incident. Just like we were talking earlier, after he ran for his life and he came back, he finally calmed down to release a statement, and it's been put out. Also, Shooting Stars as well, they released a statement as well, condemning the incidents, and hopefully in the future we won't be seeing this again. But with Kano Pillars, we don't know what they can have. And they have a game against Barao, who are also from, I think that's the upcoming game against Barao, and a team also from Kano. You don't want to see what happens in that one if the refs don't do well in that game. And let's see if the NPFL will swing down on Kano Pillars for this latest one that they've done, so that it can teach other teams, a lesson that fan violence is not what we should resort to, even if results don't really go our way. There are other ways to settle it. And moving on to darts. Yes, not really a familiar sport like football right here in Nigeria, but then, trust me, it is big business. And I'm moving on to darts, where Luke Littler, yes, the teenage sensation, has won the World Grand Prix darts title, defeating Luke Humphrey 6-1 in the final and claiming the £120,000 top prize. This boy is only 18. Luke Littler is only 18 and is already beating men. He just defeated the world #1 of darts, and that's fantastic from the young man. And when you see him, you won't even believe he's 18 years old, to be very honest with you. The 18-year-old's victory marks a significant milestone in his career, with Littler now poised to take the world #1 spot. The final match saw Littler dominate Humphreys, taking a 2-set lead early on and never looking back. Despite Humphrey's effort to mount a comeback, Littler's superior skills and composure ultimately paid off. The young dart sensation averaged 92.35 in the match, demonstrating his exceptional form. Littler's win is notable not just for his impressive performance, but also for the significant prize money he earned. The £120,000 prize is part of a total £600,000 spot, with the runner-up Humphreys taking home £60,000. This win will undoubtedly boost Littler's career, yes, for sure, who recently became the youngest player to win World Darts Championship at 17 years and 347 days. Benga, do you think that there's a very, very, very bright future ahead for this young man called Luke Littler? On his way to winning this Grand Prix, he defeated the defending champion. He also defeated one of his greatest rivals. And finally, he defeated the world #1. Do you think he's going to be the world #1 very, very, very soon? And he will go on from there, Luke Littler. What a player he is.
Yeah, what a player. Is a very fantastic a talent. He's a very, very fantastic talent.
Go on, Benga. All right, while we are still waiting for Benga to join us. I mean, let's go on. The World Grand Prix is one of the most prestigious.
Can you hear me?
Okay, Benga is back. Benga, I can hear you.
Yeah, sorry. I had some issues. Yeah, I think for Lukitla, it's a case of when, not if, he would become world number one, because this guy has absolutely demonstrated a very, very artistic prowess, mastery of the sports in very, very huge, in a very, very huge manner. I mean, just like you said, when you were reading out his very impressive honors. At just 17, became the youngest World Darts Championship winner. In that competition, I actually watched the final of that game because looking like someone who I've actually followed for a while now, and the way he actually won that, it was a very, very commanding victory for Luke Littler. And one of the things I really enjoy about him is the fact that he never gives up. Even when he suffers setbacks in his approach or in trying to win games, he still finds a way to come back, improve, and of course get himself that victory. Absolutely fantastic one for him, winning the 2025 World Grand Prix title and beating world number one Luke Humphries. And there's been this sort of debate on social media, particularly in the English space and media space in England. The ceiling for Luke Littler, and a lot of people have agreed or come to that realization that he has no ceiling. He just has to keep improving. He is an 18-year-old, but he doesn't look 18. He plays like he's got vast experience in the sport. Absolutely. And he's just starting his career as well. So he has now closed the gap to the world number one to just within £17,000 in terms of the rankings. And I'm sure a lot of us are not familiar with how that's work, but of course this is a very, very huge milestone for him, and he's a very, very fantastic player, and he's straight to win the title this weekend. He's not looking back. He's moving forward. He wants to immediately compete in the World Youth Championship, despite just winning this major. And he's absolutely buzzing and ready to go, because obviously he knows there is this challenge ahead of him to become world number one, and he wants to push. He wants to get that over the line. And this is a televised major win, and which is a very, very huge milestone, especially at this kind of age. It continues his rapid ascent, and this is not just a statement for him. It's a very, very, very massive indication of what's to come, especially in this young man's career. And I think the question now is, how far can he go? And a lot of people still don't have answers to that question. I think even Littler himself, if you ask him at this point in time, how far can you go? I'm sure he wouldn't have any answers to that, because he wants to go as far as high as possible. After getting that win this weekend, he was absolutely happy, because obviously it's been on his bucket list. He's spoken many times about how he wants to win this, similar to what he said after winning the World Darts Championship at just 17, the youngest winner ever to win that. I watched that final. Absolutely impressive, his performance in that final. He actually the way he actually defeated a man who is probably thrice his age in that particular final. But all in all, very, very good one for Luke Littler. And I'm sure for those of us who are avid followers of his game, or avid followers of then definitely understand that this is a very great time for him and for his career, and we cannot wait to see how it all pans out for him going forward.
Absolutely, we cannot wait. I mean, he recently also changed his management. I think during the tournament he changed his management, and he accepted that as a big step in his career. And just like Benga said, you can only imagine where he's going to go from here. He's only 18. I mean, even in football, we have an 18-year-old that is dominating right now. That's talking about Lamine Yamal. And if you ask Lamine Yamal that what's going to be your ceiling, I mean, this is somebody that has already won Euros, with his national team. That's talking about Spain. And you can only ask, what else is he going to achieve at 18? And it's good. It's very, very good to be seeing, the youngins doing very, very well. Youngsters doing well, in sports, not just football, but in other sports as well. The World Grand Prix is one of the most prestigious tournaments in the darts calendar, and Littler's victory cements his position as a top contender with several major titles already under his belt. Littler's future in darts looks really, really bright. His next challenge is likely to be the World Cup of Darts, where he will partner Luke Humphries to represent England The tournament promises to be an exciting event with several top teams vying for the title and a share of the £450,000 prize fund. And I'm sure with its combination with Humphreys, I think England will be winning that easily. I know there are other players there, but I'm sure that Littler and Humphreys, their combination, they will knock other teams out. Moving from one youngster to another, yes, and let's talk about Coco Gauff. Yes, she's just 21, and she has made history by winning her first 9 hardcourt finals in the Open era. This is talking about lawn tennis this time around. The 21-year-old American tennis star defeated fellow American Jessica Pegula, yes, 7-5 in the Wuhan Open final, 6-4, 7-5 in the Wuhan Open final, claiming her third WTA 1000 title and 11th career singles title. Gauff's victory was a testament to her determination and perseverance. After a strong start, she faced a tough challenge in the second set where Pegula mounted a comeback. However, Gauff dug deep and won 4 consecutive games to seal the win. Pegula, who had played in final set, decided that all 8 of her previous matches couldn't capitalize on her chances. I mean, Coco Gauff, this is a youngster that has been pressuring for like 3 to 4 years now, and for her to, do what her idol Serena Williams, also did in the past, winning her first 9. I think she's the first as well to win her first 9, hardcourt finals. What a player Coco Gauff is at the moment. And also, just like you said about Littler, I don't think we want to know what Coco Gauff's ceiling is. Talking about tennis this time around, I think she's a fantastic, fantastic player.
In this on the hardcourt, she has won all 9 hardcourt finals that she's contested. So when it comes to hardcourt, this is a lady that you do not want to mess with. She absolutely would tear apart her opponent when it comes to hardcourt battles. Well, of course, very fantastic one for Coco Gauff, one of the very, very, very wonderful stars in the next generation as far as tennis is concerned. Coming through the ranks, she's been absolutely fantastic, and of course, winning the Wuhan Open. Just like you said, beating Jessica Pegula in that particular one. And the fact that she did it in a very wonderful fashion, and there was a time she had a deficit of 3-love, and of course it was 3-5 in the second set, and she actually won 4 straight games to actually close that one out in a very, very commanding fashion. Brilliant. This is now her 11th career WTA singles title. And she has had 3 final appearances in 2025 alone. Although she was runners-up she finished as a runner-up in Madrid and in Rome earlier this year. And she actually came back stronger in this one. She did not drop a set throughout this particular tournament, which speaks about her resilience and her prowess as far as hardcourt is particularly concerned. Now, currently, Coco Gauff is ranked number 3 in the world. Yes, she's inching closer. Yeah. She's inching closer to get to number 2, which is currently occupied by Iga Swiatek. Yeah. And of course, she's been doing really well for herself.
Can she beat Sabalenka? Do you think she can beat Sabalenka?
Yeah. I don't know if it was a very good day. Except I know Sabalenka had a very bad day. I think she's very imperial. Of course, we've seen equally fantastic female tennis players like Amanda Anisimova, even Iga Swiatek as well, who can actually mount a challenge to Aryna Sabalenka. But I think at this point in time, it's safe to there is no touching Aryna at the top at that point in time. Yes, it's a very, very good pedestal to look forward to as far as Coco Gauff is concerned, but I think she has a lot of things, strategic tricks she needs to add to her game. Especially regarding some of I think particularly I've noticed that her serve can be tweaked a little bit to ensure that it actually helps her, especially when she comes up against top-class opponents like Aryna Sabalenka, who are very, very powerful hitters, who are very, very common and in a very good way can really mount a challenge and stand their grip as far as that is concerned. But I think for Coco Gauff, just like Luke Littler is concerned, she's also very young. She has a very huge ceiling as well. I think the longer she continues in this same style and this same passion and improve on some of those issues that are wrong with her game, she's still very young. She can still improve. Absolutely, she can go to very, very great heights. As far as Serena Williams is concerned, maybe that's good pressure, that's bad pressure on herself. But I'm sure she'll be able to handle all of that. She's experienced enough right now. But I think the most important thing for her is to just face what's in front of her, get that done with, and hopefully the sky is just a starting point.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Benga. And yes, just as Benga was speaking, we have our second guest. Yes, I was talking about the man himself, Toyosi Afolayan. Toyosi, how are you doing today, this Monday morning?
Yeah, good morning, to the viewers at home. Good morning. I'm very fine. How about you?
I'm fine, thank you very much. And we spoke about the MPFL, the ugly incident that happened. I was talking about fan violence coming from Kano Pillars, fans. I know they are very, very passionate, but quickly, I want to hear your view. That was not the right way to go, we all agree. And they've been fined a lot of times, in the past. What do you think MPFL, the management, should really do now to Kano Pillars?
Well, I think financial commitment cannot stop the violence that we see in the MPFL. At least in the north, we see that stadiums are always full. We appreciate that, but violence is not something we should be tolerating as sports. So basically, I want to believe that fines are the way to go for now, at least, because we cannot expel them, to understand. We cannot expel them. But this is quite barbaric. Playing games behind the closed doors is another thing for us to do, you understand? If you see Kano Pillars, Fubara, FC, Katsina, and a kind of play game, it's going to be a different situation. They come to the stadium filled to the brim, but they come to the stadium filled to the brim, but of course, it is free. You understand? It is free. And that is why most of these things happen.
Yeah.
The last time something of such happened in Lagos was with Sporting Lagos, but it was not as crazy as this. But this one, look at tear gas, see what's happening. They lost control. What happened is security put in place by Kano Pillars management. It is not enough to condemn. It is not enough to give them 2 million naira fine, 3 million naira fine. It is small change for them. When you begin to tell them points deduction, I mean not 3 points, I mean massive point deduction, then they know that we have remain serious business here.
Wow. And also for Shooting Stars, I mean, I think their fans, they may be claiming that they got lucky, with those decisions that were given to them. Do you think those decisions were actually fair? I mean, speaking of the goal that was ruled out and the penalties as well.
Well, forget the penalty and everything. I want to believe that we see a lot of these refereeing decisions in the Premier League, in the Spanish La Liga, but that doesn't mean that fans would come onto the stadium, onto the pitch, and begin to cause violence. To be honest, that doesn't exactly. So I'm just going to say that refereeing decisions are normal of football. They make errors and all that. We used to say that clubs come and buy referees in terms of bribery. But this is an away team coming to your stadium to play. And if you actually a big game, if you look at it in the years past, it is Shooting Stars of Ibadan against Kano Pillars of Kano. A very, very big game. Yesterday, fans came into the stadium, and it's normal for decisions to do against you. Referees know more than you. But sometimes, even when the errors are obvious, you don't exactly can't do anything. You can't do anything. Maybe it's in the league body to do something.
Wow. And yes, before you came in, we were talking about Coco Gauff. Yes, and what she just achieved at the Wuhan Open right there in China, beating Jessica Pegula. And as for Pegula herself, she defeated Aryna Sabalenka, in the semi-final. She said she did expect to do that, but then it's paid off for her, but she couldn't, handle Gauff in the final. Quickly, where do you think is the ceiling? Where do you think the ceiling will get to for Coco Gauff right there in tennis?
Well, I think a ceiling is just not exactly known right now. I will compare to the likes of Serena and Venus.
That's Asuu now. She's only 21.
Yeah, I wouldn't say Naomi, because of course she's very talent. Number one, she's black. The new generation of black athletes. She has exams already, and I so much believe that within the next 5 to 10 years, she should be the best player when it comes to tennis. She started quite young, unlike some other people who didn't get their name very fast. And with the country she has won, I don't think we can actually, ascertain her potential. It's just same way we can say with Lamine Yamal versus Barcelona. You cannot say this is where we'll be.
Where we'll get to, yes.
where it should be.
All right. Thursday, thank you for that one. And before we go on a short break, let's just take this story where also still on tennis, because this time is about the Joker himself. That's talking about Novak Djokovic, and speaking on his intense rivalry with Roger Federer and Rafael Nadal. He said it's that rivalry, that makes it impossible for him to be friends with them. He said despite having immense respect for both players, Djokovic believes that competing for the same goals has kept them apart. He recalled having dinner with Nadal twice, but admitted that friendship was never an option due to their competitive nature. I thought this only happens in football, but then it's spreading also to other sports. Djokovic praised Nadal's impact on his career, saying, "Thanks to him and Roger, I grew up and became who I am." He expressed gratitude towards both players, acknowledging that their rivalry will unite them forever. Djokovic also noted that Nadal has been a significant part of his life, having seen more of him than his own mother over the past 15 years. That's how competitive they were. The Serbian tennis star emphasized that despite their rivalry, he has never considered Nadal or Federer as enemies. Instead, he has always maintained respect for both players, recognizing their contributions to the sport. Djokovic also described Federer as one of the greatest of all time, with an extraordinary impact on tennis. And he said the big three of men's tennis, Djokovic, Federer, and Nadal, dominated the sport for nearly 2 decades. With Federer and Nadal having retired, Djokovic remains the last active member of the trio, still pursuing a record-breaking 25th Grand Slam title. The rivalry has been one of the most iconic in sports history, pushing each other to new heights and cementing their legacies. All right, I have 2 different questions for you guys. Number one, Benga, I want to ask you straight up, who is the GOAT of tennis for the men's side? Ever. Who is the GOAT? Tell me, sharply.
You can ask me that 100 times. It's always be Roger Federer.
Fed Express. It has to be first man to get to 20 Grand Slams. It has to be Fed Express, right?
Absolutely. I mean, for what he did for the sport, for the elegance he displayed, every other thing he did, it has to be Roger. He can't take it past King Roger,
Absolutely. The fear of Roger is the beginning of wisdom for me. And Toyosi, let me ask you, do you think that Novak Djokovic, the Joker himself, do you think he can get to 25 Grand Slam singles? And he shares that currently with Margaret Court, who also has 24 Grand Slam singles title. Do you think the Joker can achieve 25? And even if he does achieve 25, because the new set of tennis players, he has intense rivalry. He has Federer and Nadal 2.0 to contend with, and I'm talking about Yannick Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz. If he does achieve 25 Grand Slam singles title, does that make him the GOAT? I want to know. That's 2-in-1 question for you. Can he achieve 25, and is it the GOAT if he does that?
Well, you can achieve it's not one title to go. He can, as long as his body is still active and all of that thing. But he has to put in more work because he has younger talent. The younger
are not smiling.
Not smiling, to be honest. They also want to make a name for themselves.
Yeah.
That's one. 2, I think the good conversation is subjective. You cannot say who's the GOAT. Same way in football, we don't agree that the Messi is the GOAT or Cristiano Ronaldo is the GOAT. Whatever you think is your GOAT. But for me, I think I like Roger Federer. So yeah.
So you're also telling me it's Fed Express, right? Thank you. To Nadal fans and Djokovic fans, Fed Express is just a fantastic fan. In fact, off the court, since he has retired, his aura is still showing. You know what I'm saying? And yes, thank you very much, guys. And for now, we'll be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll be tackling the elephants in the room. And it's the Super Eagles. We want to see what they will do against Benin Republic. Don't go nowhere. Stay with us. Welcome back. It's still Sports Republic on VOP TV, and I'm still Afiz Ogubanjo, and I have my guest with me, Toyosi Afolayan and Agbeyo Benga Yes, Olugbenga. I hope I got it right. And thank you very much for staying with us. And this time around, yes, like I said, we are moving to football. And yes, on the lips of every Nigerian right now, when we talk about football, aside the NPFL, it has to be the Super Eagles. And we have a crucial World Cup qualifying match coming up. And that's the game against the Cheetahs of Benin Republic. It's going to be a tough one, to be very, very honest. But then, like I said, it's not over until the final whistle. It's the football game. And we hope that our Super Eagles come tomorrow, 5 p.m. local time, that we'll be able to negotiate and do the business. But then, it's not just about that game. It's all about we are also having other games, to look up to. I'm sure Nigerians will be watching like about 2 or 3 games at the same time. It's not just about our game against Benin Republic, but also we have South Africa against Rwanda out there in South Africa. We hope that results will go our way. But then, Eric Chell, the Super Eagles coach, Eric Chell, is calling for massive support. Yes, he's calling for massive support from Nigerians. He wants Nigerians to rally around the Super Eagles, for this upcoming game. And he wants the Uyo Stadium, that's talking about the Godswill Akpabio Stadium, wants it to be full to the brim, full of Nigerians. Come out en masse, that's what he's saying. But then, we've only won once throughout the whole qualifier. At home in Uyo, right in Nigeria. But then they're still calling for support. I'm sure Nigerians will come out. But then, would the players respond? That's the question. Benga, I want to ask you this. This is very, very, very crucial. And before I even put you on the spot and say that can Nigeria qualify for the World Cup, how do we approach this Benin Republic game? Also with one eye on the South Africa versus Rwanda game. I'm sure we haven't done our jobs. That's why we have found ourselves in this situation. And the second place is not even an option right now, even though with the Eritrea story and everything, because that can be, sorted now until all games are played before we now go to the second place rankings. Right now, it's even looking like to Nigerians, the second place ranking is even more important than finishing first. But then, we still have to finish first. We have to try and finish first. Do you think we can achieve that? And how do we approach this Benin Republic game, Benga?
Is that all the cards still on the table? And we have very faint hopes, like I said when the show began. Very, very faint hopes. We still have a very realistic chance of finishing as group winners. We still have a in a top spot. And we also still have a chance of not getting either at the end of the day. So everything is still on the table. So I think this is one of the most open groups as far as the final round or final day of qualification for the World Cup is concerned, anywhere you would find in the world. And I think it brings back nostalgic memories back in 2009.
Yeah. Benga, are you with me? Okay. Toyosi, let me have your opinion. What do you think the Super Eagles can do against that game against Benin Republic? And I'm sure that...
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Benga is back with us.
Okay,
Benga,
yeah. I was talking about the nostalgic memories back in 2009 where we were in the same group with Mozambique, Tunisia, and of course Kenya. And we needed to beat Kenya away from home and hope that the Tunisians don't get maximum points in their game against Mozambique away from home. And it was very, very, very tough. And at the end of the day, we were able to beat Kenya in a very, very fiercely contested game. 3-2 it ended right there in Nairobi. And Mozambique did the job for us, beating Tunisia by a lone goal. And we qualified for the first World Cup to be staged in Africa. That was in South Africa in 2010. And although, we have more teams in the group this time around, and I would also want to cast back memories to when the draws for the World Cup qualification was actually made. And a lot of us saw that draw and we were like, oh, I think only South Africa would be the issue for Nigeria as far as this group is concerned.
Yeah.
A lot of us brushed aside the threats posed by Benin Republic, by Zimbabwe, Lesotho,
rightly so, Benga, you can't blame us.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
with respect to the team,
at that point in time,
we should be able to negotiate this
yes,
group.
with respect to the team. Absolutely. I mean, I was one of the Nigerians who did that anyways. I felt like the South Africans were going to be the team to, really trouble us at that point in time. But that wasn't the case in any way, as we've come to see now. Genotro feels like he has his sword drawn in hand against the Nigerians and say, I have to make you guys pay. We saw what he did to Nigeria when we faced in Abidjan, which is their makeshift home for this round of qualifications. And of course, we've seen what happened between Lesotho. We've seen what happened with Zimbabwe. Imagine Nigeria not being able to pick up maximum points home and away against Zimbabwe. That's really, really disheartening. And just one win, just like you said, just one home win of all the teams we've actually faced in this. We've had 5 draws. I think no other team in that group has that amount of draws. We've only lost 1 game, but I think our undoing has been those amount of draws that had. But I mean, like I said, all is still at. I mean, what do Nigeria need to do? We have to face what's in front of us, just like we did in 2009 against the Harambee Stars of Kenya. We have to face what's in front of us, and hopefully results go out. I think the god of football has us, as we always love to say, right here in Nigeria, has a way of actually turning up for us in days like in situations like this. But we have to beat what's in front of us. We cannot do that. We have to get what's in front of us out of the way, and hopefully the South Africa Rwanda game springs a surprise that actually helps Nigeria's cause in the long run.
All right. Thank you very much, Egbenga. Toyosi, before we wrap up on the show, let me ask you, do you think Genotro is on a revenge mission? I mean, the way you see the Super Eagles, the way we started the qualifying series, do you think that we can just pop up from nowhere and give Nigerians what they've been missing and puncture Benin Republic's hopes of making it to the Mundial, even if it's not going to favor us in the end? But do you think we can just, at least they can pull off something and play for pride? Because it seems at this point in time, to be very honest with you, we are only playing for pride at this point. What do you think can happen in that game against Benin Republic? Do you think Genotro will just come and put a smack on our faces and say, you shouldn't have sacked me? Or Nigerians can actually do something to put a big smile, a lasting smile on Nigerians' faces?
Overbeating this, because I look at it from the aspect that when people ask us that why did we start getting thrown in 2021, he tried us for AFCON, but we could see that our game was actually not improving. We wanted more, but unfortunately, the more we wanted made us regress. We wanted that flair football that, because at least at the time our squad was one of the best in the world and one of the youngest even in the world at the time. Alex Wobi was at Everton. We're pretty much good. But for tomorrow's game, I actually think that Nigeria will come out on top. If we win what is expected, if we win, we hope that South Africa fought us so that we can qualify as group winners. But if we also win and we win massive, we might qualify via playoff. Not like we're qualifying for the World Cup yet, but we're qualifying for the African playoffs before we now qualify for the Intercontinental playoffs. But the African playoffs looks quite easy for us. So
All right, Toyosi. I mean, I would have loved to, have you guys speak more on this game coming next. But then our viewers, don't go nowhere, because by 5 p.m. the boys, in the locker room, they're going to dissect everything. They are going to go bar for bar, band for band. Talking about even from that game against Lesotho up to the upcoming game against Benin Republic. So stay with us 5 p.m. For the locker room show. And with this, we'll be wrapping up on the show. I want to say very, very big thank you to Toyosi Afolayan and Benga Agbeyo. I don't want to mix up that name again, but I hope I'm just getting it right. Thank you very much for stay with me and making this show fantastic. Talking about our guests, and I also want to say very, very big thank you to my producers, my directors, pressing the right button to make sure that this show goes really, really well. It's been Sports Republic, yes, and I am Ogubanjo Hafiz, and I'll be signing out. Up next is the midday news. Don't go nowhere. Stay with us. It's VOP TV.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking,
the right questions. Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9 right now. 2564 Atlantic.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
My name is Asuu. They call me the Oga Parabuta of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kegan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say they call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you don't want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space.
exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
It's Praise Wave Live. Oh yeah, the rhythm of grace we testify. Let's go. He turned our mourning into dancing, our silence into shouting. It's Praise Wave Live. Let the glory rise. We're riding the wave. Every moment, every tribe. Praise wave, lift him up. Praise wave, don't stop now.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Media News on Voice of the People Television. I am Fina Okechukwu.
And I am Nenna Ndomdioto.
The headlines. Asuu begins 2-week strike.
Konya rejects strike, supports academic stability.
Asuu calls off planned strike.
Lagos rearranges kidnapper Evans over police killing.
Soldiers kills wife, takes own life in Niger.
Obi denies alliance with Jonathan against Tinubu.
In the world of business, a CBN governor leads Nigeria's delegation to World Bank IMF meetings.
In sport, fans storm pitch after Kano Pillars draw.
In the world of entertainment, MTV shorts UK music channels. Now the news and details. Members of the Academic Staff Union of Universities, Asuu, in all federal and state universities have begun a 2-week strike starting today. Asuu National President Professor Chris Piuna declared the total and comprehensive warning strike at the press conference in Abuja following the expiration of a 14-day ultimatum issued to the federal government. The union says the strike became inevitable after the government failed to take meaningful steps towards addressing its long-standing demands. Asuu warned it may extend the action indefinitely if no progress is made within the 2-week window. The union is urging civil society, the media, and concerned Nigerians to pressure the government to resolve the impasse. Key demands include full implementation of the 2009 Asuu FGN agreement, adequate funding of public universities, payment of salary and promotion arrears, outstanding and academic allowances, and an end to alleged victimization of its members. In response, the federal government had earlier appealed to Asuu to reconsider, saying steps were being taken to resolve the issues. Education Minister Tunji Alausa cited recent releases for earned allowances, budgetary support for revitalization, and ongoing work by a reconstituted negotiation committee preparing a counter-offer.
Meanwhile, the Congress of University Academics says it is not part of the ongoing strike in Nigerian universities. In a statement signed by its national president, Niyu Sumonu, the union dismissed social media reports linking it to the industrial action. Sumonu reaffirmed KANU's commitment to academic stability, excellence, and constructive engagement with government and stakeholders. He urged members to continue their academic and administrative duties, interact with students, and maintain professionalism. He also encouraged students to stay focused, assuring them of the union's dedication to uninterrupted learning, national development, and peaceful industrial relations.
In the meantime, the Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics have suspended its planned nationwide strike following positive steps taken by the federal government to address its demands. Asuu President Shama Banja announced the suspension in a statement issued in Abuja. The union had earlier threatened industrial action after issuing a 21-day ultimatum on August 15, and the key demands included unpaid salary arrears, delayed implementation of the 25% and 35% salary adjustments, non-release of promotion arrears, and stalled renegotiation of the Asuu FGN agreement. Banja said the union welcomed the reconstitution of the federal government renegotiation committee to include the polytechnic sector. He also commended the Ministry of Education for addressing issues at federal polytechnics in Nekede and Ekowe, and noted ongoing effort to release old salary and promotion arrears. Asuu says it will review the situation in 6 weeks to assess progress on the government's commitment. Banja thanked the Minister of Education, Minister of the State for Education, and ministry officials for their engagement and dedication to resolving the issues.
Moving on, Edo State Governor Monday Okpeolo has removed Maureen Ekuragbon as chair of the state's Senior Secondary Education Board. A statement by the secretary to the state government, Ikilo Musa, announced the dismissal and named Rita Otibo Erewele as her replacement. No reason was given for the sack.
Moving on to legal matters. The Lagos State government has rearranged convicted Bologna kidnapper Chukwu Dumime Onwamadike, popularly known as Evans. At the Ikeja High Court, Evans and co-defendant Joseph Emeka face a 5-count charge, including murder, attempted murder, and conspiracy to kidnap, related to the killing of 2 police officers. Both pleaded not guilty before Justice A.O. Ogala.
Elsewhere, the Nigerian Army says a Lance Corporal Akileye Femi of the 221 Battalion, Wawa Cantonment, Niger State, allegedly killed his wife before taking his own life. Army spokesperson Stephen Wankwo said both were found dead in the apartment after the soldier had reportedly sought permission to attend to personal matters. The incident has shocked residents of the barracks. The bodies have been preserved as a full investigation is underway. Commander of the 22 Armored Brigade, Exra Barkins, assured the public of a thorough probe with findings to be made public. The Army expressed deep regret over the loss, extended condolences to the families, and promised measures to prevent future occurrences.
Moving on, Inspector General of Police Kayode Baitokun has hailed the passage of the Police Institute's Establishment Bill and the Nigeria Police Trust Fund Amendment Bill 2025 as a major step towards strengthening the Nigeria Police Force. In a statement by the force PRO CSP Benjamin Hundeyin, Baitokun praised the National Assembly for their commitment and thanked President Bala Tinubu for assenting to the bills. He said the new laws will modernize police training and research institutions, improve administration, expand academic programs, and align curricula with international best practices in law enforcement and community policing.
In politics, Labour Party's 2023 presidential candidate Peter Obi has denied reports of talks with former President Goodluck Jonathan about a political alliance for the 2027 elections. Obi's media assistant, Yunusa Tanko, told newsmen there is no agreement between the two leaders to unseat President Bola Tinubu. The pair met in September, with Obi describing it as a fruitful discussion on the nation's state. Recently, calls have grown for Jonathan to run for president again after his 2015 loss. We'll take a break now, be back with more stories.
Some people's voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Glad to have you back. It's still the Media News and Voice of the People television, and it's time for the Media News analysis. And joining us this afternoon virtually to help analyze the stories that made it to the bulletin you've listened to thus far is Mr. Sheson Okoade. He's here in the capacity of a public and political affairs commentator. And also we have Yusuf Dambaki, a policy and development studies expert. Both gentlemen help us to dissect the news. Good afternoon, Mr. Yusuf Dambaki.
Yeah, good afternoon. How are you? How is Lagos?
Lagos is pretty good. Thank you so much for being part of today's Media News. Good afternoon, Mr. Sheson Okoade.
Good afternoon. Glad to be with you this afternoon. Happy New Week.
Same to you. Same here. All right, let's start off. Let's kick start without wasting more time. Mr. Sheson, let me start off with you. What do you have to say about the Nigeria education sector with the fact that Asuu finally decided to embark on 2-week running strike, saying that if their needs are not being met by the government, they can extend this particular strike? Remember that one of the things that they are actually talking about is the agreement between Asuu and federal government as of 2009, a whole lot year before now. And yet they're still having this back and forth with federal government. The chairman of Asuu, Piwuna, yesterday, during a media interview, was of the opinion that they are not going to shelve the strike this time around, and they are going to make sure that see this walk through to the latter. Please help us, unbox all this.
And foremost, it's quite disheartening that we are still where we are today regarding our education sector. And it's something that is caused so much for worries, in the sense that if you collapse the educational sector, part of the problem we are faced with is things that we'll continue to see. This administration, I must say, made as one of their focal points, which I heard critically from Mr. President, that the issue of Asuu strike will be a thing of the past. And here we are at this point in time, looking at calling for a warning strike that will last for 2 weeks. I have this to say. The major problem we have, why we keep having lingering issue, whether from 2009, I keep telling individuals that as a finance person, the value of money 2009 and now are of wide disparity. And if you even make reference to that particular thing, we are asking. But when you look in the area of infrastructure that they keep asking of, is disheartening that the government is not giving a listening ear to this. I will say this, that it's not peculiar to the tertiary institution. It's what we have seen, that we have collapsed right from the basis, which is the primary to secondary, and now we are having the problem at the tertiary institution. Let me state this, that a lot of the leaders of today enjoyed free education. And you ask, are we really having free education as we speak? I made bold to say everywhere I go that in Lagos State, I am a beneficiary of Lateef Jakonde free education that was provided years in the 70s and 80s. And here we are today, a lot of people cannot even send their children or their wards to public school. We go through paying to pay for some of these things. And when it now comes to tertiary institution, I saw the premise of the government talking about giving loan. But is it not when you have good job, when you leave education, your tertiary institution, that you'll be able to afford to pay back some of this loan? We can't continue to be borrowing from the developed clients some of their attitude or some of their policy without looking what is favorable to us in the country. Is this happening, if you ask me? Because the problem there is that we are elongating the stay of the students that will claim are the future leaders of tomorrow. And this will continue to happen because some of the people in power today, you ask yourself the question, how many of them do have their children in the public university?
Interesting point to raise there, Mr. Sheson Kosa. That actually brings me to the next question I wanted to ask you. When Professor Chris Piwuna was talking, they say that they gave the federal government 14 days ultimatum for them to sit down, have a roundtable meeting to discuss all this. But according to him, he says that the federal government failed to take meaningful actions or steps towards addressing their long-standing demands, and hence the strike. Let's take it back again to the budget of 2025. In Nigeria, the 2025 budget allocation for education is 3.52 trillion naira, which happened to be 7.3% of the whole budget of the year. And this happened to be against what UNESCO projected. UNESCO of the opinion that each country should have 26% to 30% of its budget allocated for education. And he pointed out that some of the persons who have within the corridors of power today are beneficiaries of, in one way or another, free education. Why is it that they are reneging at this time to give the younger generation a suitable or balanced education for them to be able to shine?
Continue to happen like that, because if you actually want to stiffen the growth of people, just take education out of it. And don't forget, that is what the major bedrock of the insecurity we have. When it comes to the Boko Haram, their major fight is against Western education. And I would say that government on their own is actually supporting that particular thing. And what do I mean? When you don't fund education, what that implies is that you should take people out of school. Don't forget, as we speak, the initial one I even said of the primary and the secondary school, the rate of out-of-school children in Nigeria has increased astronomically. As at the last count that I have, over 26 million was the record that I know of. Only God knows what it will look like, with a lot of parents unable to even cater for school fees that we have therein. When you talk about 7% allocation, I know the part of the government will tell you that it is the fund that they have. But how do we prioritize some of the funds that go to the legislators, where we have them earning as much as 21 million monthly, as against what they should even provide to the common man that will later become a threat to their survival? If indeed they are actually doing what is needful of them. Why the need for security apparatus to defend yourself? When you develop the younger generation, what you are developing for yourself is a secured environment. Because when people are not engaged, they engage themselves in things that will become a threat to the development of the nation. It's disheartening, but we keep looking because I expected that Mr. President will quickly swing into action with this, because part of the focal commitment he gave is that these children and the youth should be rest assured that there will not be anything as strike. And here we are today. Asuu is commencing a 14-day warning strike, not the full force. And I know they've actually given the notice before they commence today. What has been addressed even to tame down this particular thing until when we see action coming up. So you see a lot of these children coming back home and becoming pressure on their parents. I think government should be decisive and have that intentionality in addressing this problem of education. Right. That is why you see a lot of people have to leave this country, because you cannot even calculatively know the period of time you will use in getting your education out in Nigeria today.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to Yusuf Danbaki, still on the issue at hand. Do you think the strike action by the Asuu is the best approach for this? Don't you think they should have negotiated better, or at least, negotiated better with the federal government rather than just going on? And yeah, I understand that they're giving them ultimatum and all of that, but is the strike action the best action to take at this point? Please unmute yourself, please. If you can hear me, unmute yourself.
Okay. Strike action is normally taken when all alternatives of dispute resolution fail. So it's the last resort. But if to answer you properly, I want to go back to where the last speaker mentioned the free education by Awolowo in the Southwest then. But when the military took over, they gave less attention to education. So Asuu's creation is to give a militant-like approach to the issues of demand. And it is not, it doesn't fit into a democratic system as such, like what we see coming up with the formation of CONOA. But be that as it may, the democratic leadership that we have today is not anywhere far from the military dictatorship that Asuu has over the years been confronting, because they don't also keep to their words. They also rule with a gun-like approach. So Asuu will continue to threaten or to go on strike before government taking or doing the needful. So though not the best way to go about it, but
Are you still with us, please? Okay. Chesson, let's come back to you. Okay, so CONOA has said they're not part of this strike. What do you make of this? Doesn't this division in the academic sector or in the academic unions affect the academic? Can you hear me, Chesson?
Yeah, I can hear you very well. Can you hear me too?
Yes, I can. You can go ahead.
Okay. From the submission of my colleague, I'm sure you know the creation of CONOA was by the democratic setting, and part of the things they try to do is to see how to collaborate with the government. Government themselves are wise enough, and I think that's the way a lot of government, even in the development climb, try to do, divide and rule. Now, the house divided against itself cannot stand. When was CONOA created? I'm sure as of 2009, when Asuu were actually agitating for these particular demands, CONOA was not in existence. they try as much as possible to be seen by the government of the day as the one that have pity, having understanding. But we will still go back to let the government themselves know that there's a wide gap when you look at the infrastructure of some of these institutions. Is far from what it used to be. 1, 2, how much? I know the government comes out most of the time to allude to the fact that funds were made available to some of these institutions, but they were being misappropriated. It goes back to consequential management. How much do we, deal with people that mismanage or misappropriate some of the funds that are allocated for the development of our education in the system? That is why a lot of people will go away with it. So we must strike a balance. When you provide funds for the development of education or any other sector, and there are failures in that particular area by the people that are assigned to carry it out, there must be consequences. If there are consequences, then we'll be able to move further in area of agitation by the Asuu people. Konwa, as far as I'm concerned, is trying to have their own establish their ground and have compassion for the government. But there is still a wide gap. When you look at the way our public schools are currently, there are a lot to be done by our government in order to give access to education for the younger generation. And with that, we can talk about development in our nation.
All right, now, not just CONUA, not just the Congress of University Academics that have come up to say we are not part of Asuu strike. Even the Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics also showed their strike. They say we are not going on strike again. And these information come up after the government decided to, pen down no work, no pay policy, to make sure that to bring back Asuu to work. Now, do you think that these places moving away or shelving their strike plan or not supporting Asuu, they are doing it? I'm talking about these agencies or this union. You think that they are doing it on their own, out of their own will? Are we seeing people being forced to taking such steps because they wouldn't want their salaries to be withheld?
I won't say that they are being forced to. It's their choice. Asuu is different from CONUA and Asuu. There are 3 different entire bodies that have their team actually being worked upon. Part of the things is that I'm sure federal government understand the plight of this no work, no pay, and they're able to enforce it on the management. It is still going to be the tug of war. But the common thing, whether CONUA, Asuu are supporting Asuu on this particular thing, the fundamental still prevail us to say we need funding for our education, not just only the tertiary institution, but we need to speak to that of the primary, the secondary, even before we get to tertiary. That's why you discover that some of the graduates we seems to be pushing out now are not thoroughbred. Why? Because the foundation is wrong. A lot of people goes to, some of us who are growing up, we do not have opportunity of attending private school. And I'm not trying to bring down the standard of private school, but I can tell you that a lot of people that have been engaged by government are people that have the basis, the passion of doing that work. But you need to motivate them to do that which is needful for you to be able to grow that aspect of it. We seem to be concentrating more on the tertiary institution as we speak, but we must go back to the drawing base of saying that let's improve on our primary, secondary. If you go to develop clients, it's not everyone that goes to college or go to university. The basic education they have at times are just with their secondary school, and they are better off with it because they can divert into technical skills, which will enhance the development. If we continue to shunk out a graduate from university without having will only be a consuming nation, which we are, without producing anything. You go to university, we cannot even be boast of producing certain things that we can call our own as a nation. That's not the route to go.
I'm talking about that now, Mr. Shesolo-Kode. The present administration ruled out also another policy to say that parents who enroll their children in GTC, that's a government technical schools at this point in time, that they are going to have free education. Nothing, they won't pay for any tuition fee, and every other thing they need to make available to them. And that also have been applauded, because some people are saying, okay, we need to go back to that, to the base for us to get it all right. We need to have children in technical school. Everybody must not be a graduate and all that. Now, let's take this back to Katsina State, where we also got another information that children don't even have schools to attend to because the structures are maybe if not they are using a makeshift accommodation for schooling, the structure they're supposed to have will be in dilapidated state. We saw a video of how schoolgirls were being mandated to sit on the floor for them to receive this education. For how long are we going to continue this way? Nigeria is 65 years old. In the words of the Senate President addressing the APC youth wing, he said that Nigerian youth should do what should take charge. Nigerian youth should be there to make sure that they have the control of today before becoming the leaders of tomorrow. Do you think the way things are going in Nigeria, would some have come up to tag some of the activities here, misplaced priority, that we're going to get it right, education sector now?
Yeah, I will tell you, Lillian, that you actually went forward and you came back to my point, alluding to the fact that there is infrastructure gap. We cannot judge by what we see in the urban area. While some of us were growing up, we don't have the privilege of staying a lot of us grew up in the remote area, even in Lagos, but education was provided for all. In fact, that was the basis of equity. When you talk about equity and fairness, I'll give it to the past leaders like Jacondi Awolowo, because education, free education that was available to all, gave the leveler between the high and mighty and those of less privilege as children. But what do we have today? Children go to school without even furniture. Children sleep, like you said, in Kaduna, Katsina. How much do we see the states, the subnational, venture into equipping the children with the right education? Today we are talking of Asuu. I've come to say, even that's what you said about the technical college. How many people are aware of this? These are information that should be ringing across the media so that people can divert their attention of going to university, go to technical schools, and equip yourself with the basic knowledge. So if it is for free, what you are trying to do is that you are encouraging productivity and bringing out that talent that is embedded in an average young generation that we have in Nigeria. But how much of this information do you have in circulation? Have you, one way or the other, have a jingle projected on your station to create awareness, even for the parents, to be aware that if you don't go to university, go to technical college, acquire your certificate, and when you come out, you can develop yourself into an entrepreneur, not waiting to be employed by anybody, which will definitely contribute to the bottom line. So there's a communication gap here. It is not just having the policy without communicating to the people. These are things that should be ringing bell across, and that on its own will send signal. The reason why Asuu, Konwa are having it is everybody wants to go to university because we celebrate a certificate and not the technical skill that individual possesses. I feel government should create more awareness when it comes to the aspect of we talking about free education in the technical schools. And with that, we can see more of productivity on the part of our nation, and the development can grow much more better.
Okay. So I want to ask, in your opinion, what would you constitute as a realistic and fair resolution to Asuu's demands at this time?
Let's come to the drawing table. The long-awaited list of 2009 may not be realistic today. Let's come to the round table and let government be fair in response to some of the issues that are before us. What a lot of them enjoyed. How can you make provision of this? And it's not about Asuu alone. It's cut across. NUT most of the time, Nigerian Union of Teachers, may not just come out to say they want to go on strike. But I can tell you that they are going through a lot at the primary and secondary level. You see a lot of dilapidated building that government, kudos to the alumnus of so many schools. A lot of us now give back to our school based on the value we've gotten from some of the teachers that we have there. But government can do more by actually providing some of this infrastructure so that we can minimize. See, I keep saying it is not compulsory to go to university. That was why we had other polytechnic, the technical college. But the problem why we have so much pressure with people going to university is when you finish, there is always discrimination of people thinking that one is superior than other. You may not be sound in the area of actually putting those things to letter as a university graduate will do. But technically, I'm sure you know that somebody that attends a technical school with inherent talent is far times much more better than somebody that is out there. So government should be decisive to make sure that across board, both from primary, secondary, technical college, polytechnic and university, have a fair share of the government revenue and be able to legislate on domesticating some of our politicians, making sure that their children also reside in schools here in Nigeria. That will give them a preference to pay attention to some of the problems we are faced with across the levels of our education sector.
Thank you very much for your submission there. Yusuf Danbaki, are you still with us? Okay, in your own opinion, what would you constitute a realistic and fair resolution to Asuu's demands at this time?
Well, you know, the priority of government is clearly seen in her budget. And the policy of government is also clearly seen in the budget. For me, if it was not in the budget before now, it is going to be difficult to address it now, except with a serious commitment to do otherwise in the next budget. So for now, Asuu will just have to make do with promises of a better deal in the next financial year. That's just the solution for me now.
Yusuf Dambaki for submission. Now, some persons were saying that Nigerians should also go for that to make sure, rather, that they push National Assembly into passing that particular. Because there was a time we have this clamor that all political elected officers will have their children back into this country for them to pass through our local education and every other thing that we do. And we also restrict them from traveling abroad to seek medical tourism. And they say by so doing, Nigerian education sector will come upstream, and also the medical sector too will be top-notch. Do you also share that line of thought? And do you think that with the way things are going, are we going to ever get to that point where we will now make our leaders mandatory to have their children award school here in Nigeria?
Yes, I think I agree with you 100%. But for instance, I am a PTA chairman in the private school where my children attend. And I make sure the school gets the best because I'm conscious of the fact that my children are there. So I support the legislation that will compel all political office holders to enroll their children in government schools, because as they make the policies, they will be having in mind that the children are also there. And if you look at those days where we had better education, that was the case. The child of the rich and the poor are all in the public school. But now, because they have the option of taking their children abroad, the poor are left to find a way out for themselves in the public schools that are dilapidated, without chairs, without facilities. Even the polytechnics that we are talking about, that is meant for more or less a practical way of learning rather than the theory. Go to the polytechnics. Where are the machines? Where are the equipment for the practicals? They are not there. They end up operating universities, giving people just certificate without any skill or any practical knowledge of what they ought to do. So sincerely, I agree with it, and I also believe that it's a matter of getting the come to pass.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Yusuf Mbah, for being part of today's Media News. We sincerely appreciate your presence here on the table. Thank you also, Mr. Shisono Kwade, for being part of the news today. We'll be speaking with Mr. Shisono Kwade, public and political affairs commentator, and also Mr. Yusuf Dambake, policy and development studies expert. You're still watching the Media News on Voice of the People television. But before we go on another quick break, it's disheartening actually to note this, but on this particular report, we'll bring to your notice that the family of renowned international evangelist and founder of the Umar Obai Evangelistic Association, Reverend Umar Obai, has passed. In a statement titled Glorious Transition, the family confirmed that Reverend Umar Obai died on October 6, 2025, at the age of 80. They described him as a faithful soldier of the cross who spent over 6 decades preaching, teaching, and demonstrating the power of God. His ministry, they added, touched millions and transformed lives across Nigeria and around the world. More details on this will be made known on Voice of the People television. You're still watching the Media News on Voice of the People television. We'll go on a quick break and when we come back, the rest of the Media News continue.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
Welcome back. It's still the Media News and Voice of the People television. Some Nigerian leaders have reaffirmed their commitment to advancing gender equality through policies that empower the girl child. A symposium in Abuja themed Girls Today, Leaders Tomorrow, Vice President Kashim Shettima, represented by his advisor Hawa Liman, joined dignitaries including the Sultan of Sokoto, Senate President Godswill Akpabio, and Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu to push for greater inclusion of women in national development. Speakers called for urgent action to support girls through improved education, healthcare, and economic opportunities. A key proposal was the introduction of reserved seats for women in national and state assemblies to boost female representation in governance. The Sultan referenced Nigeria's pre-colonial history, where women played strong roles in politics and education, urging a revival of these values. Symposium convened Igbinedion Oguche highlighted Nigeria's low-ranking 184th globally and last in Africa of women representation in parliament, calling for stronger links between leaders and the people they serve.
In another development, the National Human Rights Commission in Kano says it received 172 complaints of alleged rights violations in September. State Coordinator Shehu Abdullahi told newsmen that the cases have been reserved, that 122 cases have been reserved, while 50 remain pending. He said most cases, about 130, involved the rights of women and children, with others related to marital disputes. Abdullahi urged couples to be patient and handle responsibilities with humility.
Still in Kano State, the State Hizban Board has arrested a group of young men and 5 women for conducting a marriage without parental consent or following Islamic legal procedures in Nasarawa, Kano City. The couple involved are 23-year-old Aminu and 22-year-old Sadia. Others arrested include Umar, 24, who represented the groom, Abubakar, 23, who stood as the bride's guardian, and 21-year-old Husseina with other women and witnesses. Reports say the marriage took place for a bride price of 10,000 naira without parental or legal approval. Deputy Commander General of the Hizban, Mujahideen Aminuddin Abubakar, confirmed the arrest, saying officers acted after residents raised concerns. He stressed the act violated Islamic teachings and state marriage law, and that Hizban will continue to enforce proper procedures.
We'll take another break now. We'll be back with business and sports stories after the break. So stay with us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpayon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
Glad to have you back. In business, Central Bank Governor Olayemi Cardoso will lead Nigeria's delegation to the World Bank and IMF annual meeting in Washington, D.C. Special advisor to the President Tinubu on Information and Strategy, Bayo Nonuga, said the Finance Minister, Wale Edo, is indisposed.
Still in business, the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority has warned domestic airlines against telling passengers that ticket refunds take 4 weeks, saying this violates its 14-day refund policy. The NCAA urged affected passengers to forward such communications to its officials for investigation. Director of Public Affairs and Consumer Protection, Michael Achimogun, issued the warning in a statement on X. The reminder follows growing complaints over delayed refunds after flight cancellation and disruption. The NCAA has repeatedly threatened sanctions, calling timely refunds a low-hanging fruit airline must prioritize.
Moving on to sports, violence erupted at the Sani Abacha Stadium after Shooting Stars scored a late equalizer to draw 1-1 with Kano Pillars in an NPFL match. The angry fans invaded the pitch, attacking officials and players. Security fired tear gas to restore order, and several arrests were made. Kano Pillars condemned the incident, banned the culprits for 10 seasons, and pledged full cooperation with authorities.
Elsewhere in sports, Ghana's Black Stars have qualified for the 2026 FIFA World Cup after a hard-fought 1-0 win over Comoros in Kumasi. Tottenham's Mohammed Kudus scored early in the second half to seal the victory. Ghana is the 5th African team to qualify, joining Egypt, Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia.
And in the world of entertainment, MTV is set to shut down 5 of its music channels by the end of 2025. The UK channels affected include MTV Music, MTV 80s, MTV 90s, Club MTV, and MTV Live, all scheduled to go off-air by December 31. The shutdown may also impact MTV Music channels in countries like Australia, Poland, France, and Brazil. MTV HD, the flagship channel, will remain on air with reality content like Naked Dating UK and Geordie Shore. The move comes as parent company Paramount cuts costs globally, citing changing viewer habits and a shift toward platforms like YouTube and social media.
Still in the world of entertainment, controversial influencer Mandy Case has raised alarm over alleged plans to have her forcibly admitted to a psychiatric hospital. In a social media post, she denied any mental health issues, saying she's mentally sound and creating content for a living. This follows a recent claim of attempting a Guinness World Record by sleeping with 100 men in one day. Comments she later said were for content only and not serious intentions. And
That's it on the Midday News. Before we go, a quick look at the headlines. Asuu begins 2-week strike.
We also told you that Cornwall rejects strike supports academic stability.
Asuu calls off planned strike.
Lagos rearranges kidnapper Evans over police killing.
Soldier kills wife, takes own life in Niger.
Obi denies alliance with Jonathan against Tinubu.
In business, CBN governor leads Nigeria's delegation to World Bank IMF meetings.
In the world of sports, we told you that fans storm pitch after Canopila's draw.
And in the world of entertainment, MTV shuts UK music channels.
And that is it on the Media News on Voice of the People television. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. And on all other social media platforms, we are VOP TV Live. Up next on the schedule is the Spotlight Show with Precious Agumanu. I am Fina Okechukwu.
And I am Nenna Ndomdioto. Good afternoon.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
2564 Atlantic County. What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis,
giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV, channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Asuu. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King. Thank you.
Hey guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden, or more. Not be also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People Television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpayon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
In a world where power shapes meets every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
It's Praise Wave Live. Oh yeah, the rhythm of grace we testify. Let's go. He turned our mourning into dancing, our silence into shouting. It's Praise Wave Live. Let the glory rise. We're riding the wave. Every moment, every tribe. Praise wave, lift him up. Praise wave, don't stop now. All day, all night. Once we're live, let the world ignite.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to the show Spotlight. Yes, on VOP TV, your favorite hub where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And yes, don't forget, I'm your girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. Woo! Yes, it's a new day to stay positive, inspired, and grounded. And yes, we're bringing you an exciting blend of gist. story. Don't go anywhere. Please sit tight while we ride together. And first on our list, we are talking about the movie that is coming out. Hey, love on every word. Like, this is I can't even just wait. So Nollywood actress and filmmaker Omoni Oboli has officially announced the release of Love in Every Word Part 2. Hey God, the wedding, the much anticipated sequel to her viral hit Love in Every Word, the first installment, which debuted on YouTube in March 2025, quickly became a sensation, amassing over 20 million views in just 3 weeks. So despite facing a temporal takedown over a copyright dispute, the film was restored and continued its impressive run, cementing Oboli's place as a powerhouse in Nigerian's digital film space. The sequel promises to be bigger, sweeter, and more powerful, focusing on a wedding storyline that builds on the emotional arc of the original. Oboli has actively engaged fans in the lead-up, even allowing them to help choose the official hashtag for the film's release. With its October 2025 premiere, Love in Every Word Part 2 aims to replicate and possibly surpass the success of its predecessors. Hey, Jesus. Like, I watched Love in Every Word, the first one, and you suppose they imagine waiting the second one could be like, Jesus Christ. Because looking at them, seeing that movie actually talks about, in fact, any love where you get, you go just it is not coming back again, because what is not there to love about this movie? Like, it's saying a lot. Come on. And Bam Bam, like she did, Lord, Bam Bam really did well in that movie. Like, I think it will still be my best, because I don't know how to explain it. That movie says a lot. Because, come on, even in fact, the place that even got me is that particular side that they talked about when Odogu came in. Like, the Odogu Parara, that part. Till tomorrow, I'll keep talking about it, because when you see Odogus, you know what I'm saying. All right. A lot of people have actually come out to say, they are really anticipating this movie, and this October go hurt, because what have you not saying? A lot of movies are going to drop now. Like, this one is just, it's just preparing your mind of what you will see in the movie. So we have a lot of comments of people saying they can't wait to see the movie of Love in Every Word. So let's check. Let's see what people have to say for us today. Yeah, let's take some comments. We have a lot of people saying things concerning this. And Charles Bond said, Wahala, because this movie will cost, the first one cost Wahala, because if you never watch at that time, you're dulling. You need to go and see it. If you've not watched the first one, you need to go and see it. Go back and just get the glimpse of it, of what they're talking about, and you should imagine what the second one would look like. All right, another person said, whoa, where is the invite? Okay. All right, it's well. Oh. All right, another person said, boo, you already know it's coming. Yes, so it's gonna be, I can't even wait. Like, me, if you ask me, if anything is dropping like this, I need to go and see that movie, because I just feel that movie didn't really, if you ask me, I feel that movie didn't really, it ended, but I didn't really get much of I wasn't satisfied about the whole movie thing. But this, trust me, this one, I cannot wait, because I'm already eager to watch it. All right, another person said, gosh, the poster is everything. Like, do you see? Please, let's see this poster again, because what? Like, the poster is everything. The Odogo holding is Achalugo. This movie is gonna be a blockbuster. I don't know what you think about it, but me, if you ask me, I cannot wait. Another person said, the real sunshine. All right, I don't know who is the real sunshine, whether it's Bam Bam, you get what I'm trying to say, but trust me. Hey, this movie, oh Lord. All right, this movie is saying a lot, and trust me, I can't just wait to watch it, because that movie really put me on. Well, I said there was this suspense, there was a love, there was everything to think about it, and every scene, Jesus, was saying a lot. The part where the Odogu went to get, almost bought the workplace of his Achalugo. And that movie, it says a lot, I beg. I can't wait to watch it. And trust me, I can't just wait. I'm already shaking. All right, we have a lot of comments concerning this. Let's take more comments. And somebody said, this poster just brought tears to my eyes. Oh, if you guys know how many months, drafts, and script conferences it took to get the story right. I hope you guys enjoy it. Oh, see, movies like this, they don't just come out like that. And that's just the truth. They don't just come out like that. Like, they need to take time. Like, seriously. Oh, God. And another person said, guys, the work we put on the script, so many back and forth and multiple drafts, you will love it or you will love it. Okay, you will love it or you will... Like, if you don't love it, there's a problem, so you must love it. All right, another person said, we can't wait. We are all super excited. Omoni Oboli, your YouTube queen. Please, I'm waiting. And so another person said, what's the color of our Ashebi again? Odogu Parara, because this Ashebi supposed, So somebody said, coming soon. Yes, so another person said, Shebi, you people will let me drink water and keep cup now that we have dates. Yes, so on our one wound me with all the work on my table and 1 million deadlines. You people pressured me, my blood pressure, but I love every single one of you. Firstly, you make even the worst days worth it, always and forever. Oh, I understand. Like, putting so much work on this is not easy. Like, I still give it out to all the producers. You get what I'm trying to say? They put in so much work in their movies, and trust me, it's not easy. You think that it's easy to go and be walking up and down and be doing all those kind of things. Take and play first. All right, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this, and yes, it's actually beautiful. Scene, love on every word, part 2. So another person said, what's the dress code? Ashebi color, anything, we are ready. Ashebi. Hey, and another person said, a day after my birthday, glory, let me consider this a birthday gift. Oh, wow. Now you even enjoy the tea bath, because definitely the movie will come out on your birthday. Oh, Lord. See, but that movie says a lot. I still tell people, if you've not watched the first one, you need to go and see that movie. Like, you need to see the movie, because you will have this feeling. There's this different feeling it gives. I think a lot of people actually watch that movie, yeah. So, but if you've not seen it, you need to go and see it. And yes, that takes us to our next gist, and we're talking about Nollywood actor Sean has announced his engagement to Dr. Sharon Ifunanya Madueke, a medical doctor and entrepreneur. So he took to his Instagram to share the joyous news, expressing gratitude to God and describing love as a divine mystery that found him again in human form. He captioned his post, "The Lord has done it finally, and it is marvelous in our eyes." Oh God, see love. So Dr. Sharon Ifunanya Madueke is a 31-year-old entrepreneur, event planner and mentor who has built a reputation for creating luxury events and empowering women. She's the CEO of Shamol Experience Limited and Pose Global, and has over a decade of experience in event planning and management. The couple's engagement has been met with congratulatory messages from friends and fellow actors in the Nollywood. Hey, who would not love love? Because you even needed to see the way he actually even engaged her. He actually, like, I think the lady likes, she likes, what they call it, train rides. Yeah. So he actually took her to a train ride, and then somehow he got out, and, he popped the question, will you say yes? Will you marry? Like, please, what is not here to love you? Love is God. I don't even know. I've been asking this question. Is it that this year is the last, because it's only remaining how many months to go, and you people are just doing wedding up and down? You people shall allow this thing go breathe, because I don't understand again. Everybody's just doing wedding all and be up. Hey, the blood of Jesus. You people should allow us breathe. We want to have fresh air. Turn like this, marriage. Turn like this, engagement. Kilo day. But don't worry, we are going to survive. If people feel that you people can pressure us, like we can never be pressured. We can never be pressured. And trust me, we're going to stand strong. All right. A lot of people have actually come out to say congratulations to Sean and on his engagement. Yes, and it's actually beautiful. Did you see the ring? The way she's even doing it, like, oh, Lord, Lord, please, this ring is everything. I don't know how you, but see, I want to say this thing now. You see, love is a very beautiful thing. And anything that comes with that, even your engagement has to be lovely. You cannot come and bring all these, I don't know what to call it, all those ring where they sell for. Please, if you are going to engage your girlfriend or engage, let the ring be very beautiful. So when the person will see it, you'll be like, Lord, this is beautiful. You see, and that's why she's smiling. She's even bringing out the hand very well, because what is not to love about that ring? Lord, after they will say that I like vain things, allow me to love the vain things in peace. And it's simple. You see, not too much this thing, but it's actually simple. With the light and everything inside the engagement ring. Father, hey, Lord Jesus, don't worry. To everyone that is waiting for their own spouse, don't worry, God will give you yours. All right, a lot of people have actually come to say congratulations to him. And yes, let's take some comments, because people are actually happy for the actor. And yes, someone said congratulations to Akugo. Oh, Lord. Another same Cindy said she's so tall. Yes, did you get, like, tall ladies? Oh, Lord. I don't know where they were sharing height. If they actually gave, God actually shared this height and said some people should take this, some people should. But Lord, don't worry, we'll be fine. All right, another person said, I love them. God bless their new home. Amen to that. And somebody said, girl, see how she reacted when she saw her surprise engagement. Very classy and demure. You see, this person, you're even reasoning with me at backed by D. Like, what? You understand what I'm trying to say? Do you get? With steeze and composure, the way she was bringing out her hand for the ring. Lord. And then she said, see how she didn't faint or shout or run out of the room. Please, see, it's not easy to engage anybody. Don't even go there. And back by D. If you wish you to shout, please shout though. Oh. So she didn't run mad. She received the ring with grace, but she actually did. She was so simple, and the ring was actually very simple and beautiful. Yes, he said, "She unasia." We see them all. All right, a lot of people are actually coming out to say things concerning this. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of comments, and trust me, she's actually a tall, beautiful woman. Because, our celebrities now, if you check the people the ladies they're actually going for right now, I don't know what to say, because they are actually beautiful. Oh Jesus. They so far, like the ones I've seen so far, the engagements I've been seeing and the wedding, I'm like asking myself, Jesus, what is going on? But it's all right. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. And someone said, okay, thank God. Averagely, height guys are still winning. Power. So what are you trying to say at Ogun Sanki? What are you trying to say? Are you trying to say that Sean is a short man? Oh Lord. But it's all right. Another person said, Omar Frank said, their kids will be so fine. Like, do you get it? Oh, you go to marry my person, yo. I don't talk about what I talk about Sha. And she said, congratulations. Another person said, I love the fact that she's marrying someone young like her. This time around, congrats to the both of them. Like, you like the fact, I don't understand that, Lulu. What do you mean that she's marrying someone that is young? See, love, it does not concern age. You have been, don't come and bring age or anything to this thing. Even if you marry somebody that is older than you, so why you say you love the person, Abi? As far as you love the person, nothing still do. If now your choice, now you choose to decide, say you want to marry a person. After all, younger guys are getting married to older men. Yes, it's happening every day. So please allow them to breathe. Don't come and carry age thing, age gap and the rest of them to this. Thank you. We have a lot of comments about this, and let's take more comments. And somebody said, I love the fact, okay, there are a lot of comments actually saying people are saying, congratulations to Sean. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are happy for them, because why are you not going to be happy? They are too fine. Like, you cannot imagine, you can now imagine how their kids will look like. Jesus. Please, if you find love, embrace it with all with all your strength. But don't marry wrongly. That is another thing. It's not about to get engaged and be smiling up and down. They are collecting ring. Don't marry wrong. Don't marry wrongly. I'm telling you. All right, another person said, "Tall babes." I think there's this feeling when you're a tall babe. Like, do you get? Another person said, "Congratulations." And Sandra said, "Adidi Chooks, babe, I beg, who he be? Who be these people? I don't know them. Okay, don't worry. Just congratulate them as you don't know them." All right. Ogonna said, "Videos like this will always leave a genuine smile." I'm telling you. Even while I was watching that video, my teeth was just shining. I'm like, what is all this? It's so beautiful. What is there not to see? If you don't smile when you see that kind of video, that means there's something wrong with you, auntie and uncle, because you cannot see that engagement and not smile. Do you get what I'm trying to say? You must smile because it's beautiful to see. All right. Yes, that takes us to our next gist, and we're talking about a lady has come out to say that there will be a time that men will no longer feel the need to be married. I don't understand this thing. But please, auntie, this prophecy that you're giving is not even, it did not follow at all. Because I don't understand. If it's for you, just keep this prophecy to yourself. Because people, I think I'm speaking for other ladies too, because I don't understand. You don't want us to marry. Hey, the blood of Jesus. Maybe you yourself, you don't want to, because I don't understand. Which one is that there will be a time when men will no longer feel the need to be married? Don't say that thing again, you. Because, trust me, now, Shebi, they say men are polygamous in nature. Which hand they won't use TikTok say they go be a time where they go feel they don't need the need to marry again? Like how? I don't think this thing is real. If you ask me, it's not gonna be. It's never real. Because what is this? You get what I'm trying to say? Men, am I even speaking? Well, let's take some comments, because a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. Let's take comments, because it's that comments I will now know what the man has to say, because I don't understand what this body is talking about. She's body for herself. All right, another person said, "I like as every girl, they say women are choosing themselves and don't need marriages." Thank God he don't rephrase the thing. He said that women, we know the real deal. Shilo no fuke. My brother, no be me talk, now she talk, but it be like saying that herself she talk for the thing, because I don't understand them. This year Shilo said they go, now then go even full church, but it's well. All right, Tade said, "Me speak me, neither do women." See, you see what I'm saying? This woman wants to now cause kohala online, because why would she say that? Do you get what I'm trying to say? Is there not some things you are speaking on behalf of them? Did they ask you to speak for them? Did they say you should say this for them? No, they did not beg you. You went to go and okay, I'm a boy. They go tire. All right, another person said that would be great. Actually, no one died from being single. But I don't understand you. But no one died from being single, but many died from marrying wrong or being. Oh, that's true. But see, I'm not saying that you should come and start, saying bad things about marriage. Marriage is beautiful, oh. Do you get what I'm trying to say? It's actually beautiful. Yes, but then you don't speak for the men. Men will always want to get. They said they even find like 3 or 4 where they go even join, come marry. You yourself, they talk, say, don't speak for them. Now let them use their hand and choose. So another person said, when I checked all the women saying that they have checked out, I guessed their age. They are all already on the cross line. Please don't insult us. Don't start at young Khalifa. I don't understand you. Every woman wants to settle down, just that when they realize no man is coming or serious with them, they begin to cap. Hey, the blood of Jesus. A woman marries only when she's being asked to. So it's different, my dear. All right, it's well. And another person said, "Do you guys still feel the need to be married?" I don't understand. Okay, it's well with you. So Bliss Official said, "Guess what? Women are already doing it and better." Okay. All right, so another person said it's already here. Please. So my advice is that the people saying that the men they are one day to come to where they will say they will not be married. Please speak for yourself. Don't come yourself and yourself alone. Even the women, don't speak for them, and the men don't speak for them. Because all this was people are saying men are even packing like, you know, getting like 3 wives, first wife, second wife, third wife, even getting like 10 stretch, just 10 wives, and we are saying there will be a time where they will. Oh Lord. All right. Here we'll take a short break, and trust me, when we come back, we have a lot of gist to talk about. And yes, don't go anywhere because we still have a guest joining us today. All right, till when we come back, stay tuned.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world as we dig deep into archival treasures. Feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People Television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
Bring the phone. Hello, beautiful people. Welcome back to the show. Yes, and I'm your girl, Precious Agman, aka Call Me Prezi. I know you're enjoying yourself. Me too. I'm also enjoying myself. And yes, we have a guest joining us today, and I'm sure you want to meet the person. Come on. All right, joining us today is a passionate, multifaceted individual with a passion for makeup, also a stylist, but mainly based on makeup and gayle. You get what I'm trying to say. He started his artistry in 2016, got a job as a studio makeup artist in a company in Ikoyi, where he got more knowledge with so much experience and exposure. Like, do you get what I'm trying to say? And he also upgraded and he served for a few years. By 2020, he became official. Jesus. He learned from the very best and he is very proud of the brand. His journey from 2020 after COVID to this time has all been grace. And trust me, he's no other person than Victor Chukwuemeka Diachi. Welcome to the show. With his smile and everything. Please. Welcome to the show. How are you feeling? This is Monday, and trust me, you know the week has been a lot of Owambe. So how many Owambe did you attend?
For the weekend? If I'm not mistaken, 3.
Only you.
It was
I won't ask
Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Chop rice.
I'm not the rice person.
Please don't come and form my hand,
No.
What do you mean? You went for one day, did not carry rice?
Rice is the usual thing we have in
Please,
the house.
me, I cannot go to an event. I will eat the rice, please. That is why I'm there.
We have to take the abula, which is the amala.
No, the amala. Okay. Yeah. See options. He's even giving me options. God, I better go. So, I want to ask this question out of the box before we start interview properly. And I want to ask this question. And the question is, when last did you take money or, receive money from your parents? When did you stop receiving money from your parents?
Okay, so if I should flash back,
yes,
that should be when I was still like about 17-ish, 17 years.
17 years? But Siona, you're not taking any money.
No.
Please, that means you're not even in my crew. Because my crew like this, we are daddy's girls. We still like money. If any day where you give me money, my hand, I go collect them.
No. That's money girl. Money girl.
Please. All right. Okay, so can we meet you, please?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Hi, viewers. My name is Victor Chukwemeka Diachi. Yeah, I'm a makeup artist and also a stylist. I base mainly on the makeup part, actually. So the stylist is just like a side or so for my clients and most people. So that's it. And I'm also a student of Mbah University, where I'm trying to batch my BSc in entrepreneurship. Yes.
People, when they talk like this, there's too much money. I don't just know how to explain it, but the money, Lord! Do you get what I'm trying to say? All right. So, what has your journey been like? Why did you go into makeup? For a guy, like when I even saw you, I'm like, Jesus. Guys in makeup, like, you get what I'm trying to say. So why did you choose makeup?
Okay, so my journey being a makeup artist. Well, I get this question every time I have a first-time client.
Oh wow!
And when I'm in front of them trying to like start my section, and probably at the middle of the section, and they ask me, "Tell me, what made you decide to be a makeup artist?"
Yeah.
And I smile because it's everything that I used to like.
Yeah.
Okay, while growing up, I love animations. Back then you have this this Tom and Jerry, Mickey Mouse, all of that.
Powerpuff Girls, the rest of the. I watch cartoon too.
So at that point,
Yeah.
I would just get a cardboard and I
Yeah.
start to sketch
Yeah.
and draw, and when they say that you drew this is nice. So aside that, I literally grew up with my sisters.
Yeah.
So I had four sisters.
Yeah.
And they are beautiful actually. So while growing up with them, they are this kind of
beautiful
people. Beautiful. So while growing up with them, they got some makeup products.
Yeah.
And when I see the way they do their things, and I feel like, why don't you do it this way? And they'll tell me, yeah, come and do it.
See, I want to adopt you right now as my brother. You get what he's trying. See, so when your sisters have occasions like events for wedding, you be the one to,
Not every time.
Oh Lord, you see, but shy you they do.
Yeah, when we have a family photo shoot,
Yes.
we do that. So I do that. So
See, just get a brother that does makeup. That is just the truth.
to save money.
Hey Lord.
To save money.
Don't worry, we'll talk about this.
Okay. So at that point, when I get the brow pencil and
Yeah.
I sketch the eyebrows,
Yeah.
it's not as perfect as what it is right now. But back then, you feel like, just do it this way because they majorly do this. It's just, just a sketch. And
Yes.
they want to go and I'll call them, what is this? So when I apply, when I do mine, they feel like, this is better than what they used to do. So with that, I started, doing this, doing that, doing this. And when I grew up, they were like, why don't you just try and go into this thing? I said, no, Jerry, I want to become this, I want to become that, I want to become, So they gave me the vibe and the drive to go into it. So luckily for me, I went for the old training and class thing, and boom.
Please, I've said it before, but let me repeat again. I think you need to get a brother that does makeup because you will enjoy. You don't even need to stress yourself. Just sit down, let him do the makeup for you. Oh God! All right. So, who are your biggest influences or mentors in the world of makeup?
Okay, so my biggest influencers actually I got people. So I really love Pat Margaret a lot. I do a lot because her makeup is soft and she's basically an expert when it comes to eyeshadows. So
and that's the part I love.
The eyeshadows.
The
So she
colors, the
has series of collections of eyeshadows that when you open and when you see, you've already created
your mind.
Your mind.
Oh,
so
Jesus.
She is really, really good. She's one of my top people. So coming back to Nigeria, and obviously, I have two people that I really, really love so much.
Please.
First of all is Banke Meshida Olawal, the CEO of DM Pro.
Yes.
Yeah. So she taught me. I mean, I learned from her actually. She's the best I was referring to.
Lord, you see the evidence of what we are talking about. So wow, that's beautiful. So what I would like to ask this question because a lot of people want to know. And what are some of the latest makeup trends you are loving right now, and how do you even incorporate it? Like, how do you come about it? Because a lot of people see the trend is pointing. If you go online, you will see even the one that they will draw like this, like
everything is style.
So, what are some of the latest makeup trends you're loving right now, like your own style, or do you do your own thing? I don't know.
Okay, so the new makeup trend that is ongoing. Okay, I don't know if you've heard of the blood lips, whereby you have to make your lip fuller.
Jesus, my lip like this now. I will not make it
fuller.
What?
Because most people like it.
Yes.
Yeah, they want it. You just make my lip fuller. So at that point, it's called blood lip. And we do this thing right now whereby you have this, what's it called? The blush combo. Whereby you have to make sure the blush is blushing.
The blush, that means the blush is blushing. That means the red one is not coming out where you put more.
I don't know why people call it red like that.
It's red now.
There are a series of colors that you can use as blush.
Oh.
Yeah, we have the orange, we have the brown, we have the wine color. Depends on your skin type.
So which one do you like?
For me, I love orange.
Orange. What's your best color like?
Of course, everyone wants to say, guys are made for blue. Guys are made for blue. Yeah, actually, I love blue. But so far, so good. I love pink.
The blood of... See, hey! Yes. You know, a lot of persons have actually asked this question. And they were just telling me, I love black. I'm like, why would you be liking black? Are you... Hey, I don't want to say what I want to say. But it's weird seeing you like pink. So tell me why you like pink. Because I want to know the reason why you love pink.
Okay, I love pink because pink is calm. It's soft. That's just it.
Don't worry, I actually love pink too. So, you know, bad. So how do you stay up to date with the latest products and techniques in the industry? Because right now, there are lots of makeup products. How do you still stay?
A lot, actually. You just confirmed it. Okay, this is what I do, basically. And I do that can I say every day? But max, in a week, I do that like 3 times. I go online, of course, social media platforms. You have your TikTok, you have your YouTube, Instagram. So exploring all these features, you see what is trending. And at that point, you know that you have to like get this, put it into practice before you display on a client's face. So that's what I do.
So have you actually done a makeup and your client wasn't satisfied with what you...
Of course.
Hey, how was the feeling? You did not break your head.
No, that's too...
Oh my
that's too to the other side. Okay, so at that point, of which all makeup artists, they've seen this.
Yeah.
Okay, so at that point, whereby we do makeup and... Where we do makeup and they're not really satisfied.
Yeah.
With that, you get the look on their face first. The look tells it all.
Yeah.
So once you are seeing that this client is not giving you the vibe you are expecting, and the question is, you just ask them, do you want me to fix anything? Is there anything you want me to change?
Yeah.
Some clients will tell you, don't worry, go. So when they say, don't worry, go, next time they won't call you.
The blood of Jesus.
Yes.
You know, I've seen... I don't blame the clients sometimes, yeah?
Okay.
Because this is it. You see something on the person's page and you be like, I want to look like this.
Okay.
I did this kind of makeup. And then after the makeup, they will not be seeing makeuping. And they will like, what? Hey, see, some people know they take unlikely. They will carry bottle, you know. Those
Because there was a point, I mean, that was years back.
Yes.
I had this client,
Yeah.
and she came to the studio. I did her makeup, and she was like, "Are you done?" I said, "Yes, ma'am, I'm done." I mean, that was back then. I said, "Okay, I'm coming." She went to the bathroom.
Okay.
And
my mouth is open actually.
She came out with her bare face.
The blood of Jesus.
Wiped.
So all your work, everything.
That was at the stage of levying.
I will just cry.
That
if you like to make guy open
that day, what she did ruined my wig. The old wig. Because start feeling, oh Lord Jesus.
I understand. You're even telling me like, I'm even feeling.
You have to feel my pain.
Yeah.
So at every point, you just think about it and you become sad. Oh my God. You become down, and even if another client wants to come for a makeup section,
you will have to be very.
You know, instead of you to be happy to receive a client, you just be very slow, and they'll ask you what's going on. You can't tell them what happened, because if you have told them what happened, they'll just, use the exit. So that's just it. At that point, she went to the bathroom and she wiped it off, and she made payment.
She paid you?
She paid the company.
She even gave you money?
But she reported me to my boss.
Away! Problem.
She reported me to my boss, and my boss came to the office the next time. Victor. Yes, ma'am. What happened to you and Mrs. So? I told her. She said she didn't like her makeup. She washed. Who was in the studio at that point? I mentioned him. She said, for this reason, you will be on training for 2 weeks. I mean, I felt really bad, but then she was trying to build me more. I had to stick to the training for that 2 weeks. And for that 2 weeks, you have to keep practicing on a model. I remember back then, we just tip all those United girls to come to the island. And how much was it then? Unlike now that their price is pricing. It's really pricing. So you just yeah, so it's just for me to upgrade and to be a better version of myself. And what if I told you after the training, I became better, and that same client came into the studio.
Oh my! And you did the makeup again.
And when she saw me, my heart was breaking. I was big. And oh, you're here. I said, yes, I'm here. Who else is in this studio?
Yes.
I told her, oh, someone is upstairs and someone is there. Can you do makeup now? You know that look? That look, can you do makeup now? I said, yes, ma'am. Oh yeah, let's see what you can do. And while I was trying to prep, I was praying in my mind. God.
You are just, oh Jesus, I don't want to fail right now. Don't leave me.
This woman, she was pretty calm.
Yeah.
And the look on her face. And I did it. I said, It was looking at the mirror. It really improved though. I'm sure your boss scolded you. I said, yes, ma'am. And that was how we became
friends. Oh wow, this is so beautiful. Because thank God say she don't break your head. But last, she later agreed, say you sabi do makeup.
Yeah.
Very interesting. So I don't know, what's your, because so far so good. What's the best tool you like using? The tool for your makeup you cherish the most that you can't just be without it. Anytime in your box, you just want to. That's the first thing you want to pick, and you love picking it. So what's that?
Okay, it's a particular brush.
Okay.
It's called Mark 170 brush.
What's so special about the brush?
Okay, so
is it gold?
It's not gold though. It's the texture.
Oh wow.
And the fluffiness.
Wow.
It's very, very soft. When you hold it and you put the brush to feel on your skin, you feel this is very fluffy. And once it goes through your skin, you know something is touching you.
Oh Lord, as you're even saying this now, but it's well.
You have to get that brush.
Oh my God! So a lot of people are actually watching you now, and your viewers and your fans also are actually watching you. So what's your advice to them, people that want to go into makeup and stuff? Or do you have a project here?
Yeah, I do have a project.
Okay.
I mean, I just completed one, and I want to go into the next one. I just produced my lip gloss, real gloss.
Lip gloss, like
so I want to make sure it's in every woman purse.
Why did you produce lip gloss? Why did you choose lip gloss?
Yeah, because I can't say it's very easy like that to produce, but I just feel it's a day-to-day thing. In a woman's purse, there's always a particular makeup thing that she has to have.
Not be lying. Even in my bag, I get one.
Yeah, so most people don't like colors on their lips.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, they want it glossy because when you apply gloss, it makes you feel younger. So that's just it. So if you have this gloss in your purse, you take it up and
gloss the lip.
So let the lip do the talking.
Let the lip do the after the enlarging of the lip.
Yeah.
Father Lord. All right, a lot of your fans are actually watching you right now. And so people that actually want to go into makeup, what's your advice to them?
Okay, so my advice to the new artist in town.
In town.
Is just be very passionate and be committed with your job, which is very, very important. Because if you are not committed, you will flop.
That's true.
Make sure you don't have any distraction around you. And also, you do not get intimidated with what you are seeing online about some makeup products, makeup brands, because of course, makeup products are very, very expensive right now. And most people might, be dying for a particular product, of which they do not have the funds to get. So my advice is, get what your pocket can get you. And just make the best out of it. Because I could remember when I started my own, when I was doing my training, I could remember I and my sisters, I have a very close sister of mine that she's at university.
Yeah.
We will go to the market and when we say prices, you tell me, don't buy it, there's no money. And at that point, I really needed it. But the fund wasn't available. So she told me, let's just buy this. When you start saving, then you can upgrade to the new part. So that's what I'm trying to say. So I had to get the one I could afford, and I had to make the very best
out of it.
Wow. So that's just it.
Oh my God. So thank you so much for sharing your light with us today. I enjoyed myself, because all those makeup things on the face, Lord Jesus, it's a lot to learn about.
A lot.
Yes, and I'm sure our viewers also enjoyed themselves. And yes, this is where we draw the curtain. And to our amazing viewers, thank you so much for staying with us on Spotlight. Trust me, it was a blast. Remember, if you're going viral or going global, stay true to your journey. And don't forget to follow us on all our platforms at VOP TV Live and subscribe to our channel for more exciting episodes and updates. Until next time, I am Precious Agumadu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight, where voices meet purpose. Bye for now.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Mental health has increasingly become a global concern, affecting millions of people across age groups and background. World Mental Health Day, observed every 10th of October, serves as a platform to highlight these issues and encourage open dialogue. Across communities, organizations, and advocates are holding awareness campaigns, outreach programs, and counseling sessions, all geared towards breaking the silence around mental illness and fostering understanding. Depression, anxiety, and stress-related disorder continues to rise, especially among young people. Due to social pressure, economic hardship, and the fast-paced digital world we live in. Let's hear from an expert who is a clinical psychologist and family life therapist, Dr. Miracle Ihuoma.
The reason World Mental Health Day is important is for awareness purposes. Really, it's the same thing with any other day that we recognize, so that people can understand that there's something called mental health, and then awareness can be intensified, and then people can learn more about mental health and how to seek support for their mental health. The most common mental health challenge people face or condition is anxiety, followed by depression. So anxiety is number one. Depression would be the next most common mental health challenges people face. We must be sources of inspiration, we must be a source of support for anyone who is dealing with mental health support. You must see mental health as physical health. So the same way you'll be there for someone who is down with malaria and typhoid, cancer, HIV, or STD, or any other form of physical health challenge, in the same way you need to be there for people who are dealing with mental health challenges as well. You must be a source of succor. You must be a shoulder for them to lean on. You must be there for them. My advice for anyone dealing with any mental health condition, whether it is depression or anxiety, is to seek support or to seek help, because help is available. Like I would always say, help is always available. So reach out to a professional today. Talk to someone today. You know, I know a lot of the times we say, oh, depression will be African man sickness, and all of that. But that's not true, man. As long as you have emotions, you have cognition, and you have behavior, you can be affected by mental health issues. So reach out and seek the necessary support that you need.
The message remains clear. Mental health is just as important as physical health, and everyone has a role to play in promoting empathy, inclusion, and care for those struggling silently. This day is a reminder that mental well-being should be everyone's priority. Let's continue to create safe spaces, show compassion, and support one another, because good mental health builds stronger communities. Victoria Ogbaki for Voice of the People TV.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds. In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Well, start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
Every year, the world produces enough food to feed everyone. Yet, over 1.3 billion tons are either lost before reaching the market or wasted on our tables. Food loss occurs during harvesting, storage, and transportation, while food waste happens in homes, restaurants, and supermarkets. This double challenge not only deepens global hunger, but also worsens climate change, with wasted food accounting for nearly 10% of global greenhouse gas emission. But the fight against food waste is no longer left to farmers and consumers alone. Financial institutions are stepping in using sustainable banking practices to fund eco-friendly farming, food recovery projects, and innovative storage technologies. Experts say individuals also have a role to play in planning purchases carefully, storing food properly, support food donations program. Together, these efforts can save money, feed the hungry, and protect the planet. Let's hear the thought of an expert who is a farmer, Mr. Lawal Ekundayo.
Now, food loss and wastages globally is a very serious case because we have a lot of people, malnourished. Food doesn't get to them, and the food that gets to them is not enough. So it's a very serious case that is affecting almost every part of the world. The first thing is during harvesting. Now, when we should use modern method in harvesting, like combined harvest, so that can quickly harvest everything on farm at a short time. Some can even process it almost to the last stage on farm. So that will save a lot of wastage. Second, transportation from the farm to where they will be stored is also very crucial. So they need to be transported quickly. So we need a good transportation from the farm to where they will be stored. And then transportation from where they are stored to the market is also important. And then government should also subsidize a lot. There should be a lot of subsidy in agricultural production so that the money for producing it will be so low that the farmers can sell it at a very affordable price, so that within 1 week you already finish selling everything, so that what you have harvested again can get to the people, so that they can make use of it. That's how we can really stop wastages.
As the world confronts rising food prices and environmental challenges, today's observance is a reminder that every grain counts. Reducing food losses and supporting sustainable banking are not just economic choices, they are moral imperatives for greener, hunger-free future. Victoria Ogbaki for Voice of the People TV.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Novisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụla dị egwuregwu. Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite, tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya. Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kedukosi ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta. Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị, bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naijiria, ọbụla dị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television, ugbu a iwere karịa olu.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People television. I am Fina Okechukwu.
And I am Nenna Ndomdioto.
Before we begin the news, kindly visit the website on www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. We'll begin today's African news from South Sudan, where an escalating political crisis is driven renewed armed violence, compounding already dire human rights and humanitarian condition, while heightening regional instability. The UN Commission on Human Rights in South Sudan has warned. Despite 1 decade of efforts by the African Union and regional actors to support the peace process, South Sudan's leaders have deliberately stalled progress and brought South Sudan to yet another process of peace. Armed clashes are occurring on a scale not seen since a cessation of hostilities was signed in 2017, with civilians bearing the brunt of human rights violation and displacement, the Commission said in a statement. Concluding its mission to the African Union headquarters in Addis Ababa, the Commission stated that South Sudan's justice and accountability vacuum continues to fuel political intransigence, impunity, conflict, and corruption. Report says the latest political fracture at the center has emboldened armed groups, triggered renewed conflict, and displaced thousands.
We now move on to Egypt, where the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, will be attending a planned peace summit in the Red Sea city of Sharm el-Sheikh. The Egyptian presidency said on Monday that Netanyahu and Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas will participate in the summit set to open later today. A presidency spokesman said the participation of Netanyahu and Abbas aims to consolidate the ceasefire agreement to stop the war in Gaza and confirm their commitment to it. The announcement came shortly after Israeli daily Yediot Hanounat reported that Netanyahu spoke with Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi over the phone in the presence of U.S. President Donald Trump. More than 20 world leaders expected to attend the Sharm el-Sheikh summit, which will be co-chaired with Sisi and Trump.
Moving on to Mali, they've announced it will require U.S. nationals to post bonds of up to $10,000 for business and tourist visas after the Trump administration said the West African nation would be added to its visa-bound program. For its part, the U.S. Embassy in Mali said it will require bonds to up to $10,000 for tourist and business visas under the pilot program effective October 23. The funds will be returned to travelers if they depart in accordance with the terms of their visas, according to a U.S. government notice. In a statement, Mali's foreign ministry said the government deplores the unilateral decision by the U.S. government, adding that it undermines an earlier bilateral agreement on long-stay multiple-entry visas.
Madagascar President Andry Rajoelina will address the nation on Monday evening. His office announced on Facebook after officers supporting youth-led protests said they were in control of the African island's paramilitary gendarmerie. Rajoelina had warned on Sunday of an attempted park rob as soldiers increasingly aligned themselves with demonstrators in a movement that has shaken the country since protests began on September 25. His whereabouts remain unclear. On Monday, witnesses told newsmen that officers supporting youth protesters have taken control of the paramilitary in Madagascar in the presence of senior government officials.
In the meantime, Madagascar's presidency has warned that an attempt to grab power by force was underway as more soldiers have thrown their support behind a youth-led protest, a movement that has rocked the African island nation for more than 2 weeks. Troops from the elite CAPSAT unit, which helped President Andry Rajoelina seize power in a 2019 coup, urged fellow soldiers to disobey orders on Saturday and back the demonstrators. The protest, initially over grassroots grievances, began on September 25 and now posed the most serious challenge to Rajoelina's rule since his re-election in 2023. CAPSAT officers said on Sunday they had commanded over the country's security operation and would coordinate all branches of the military from their base on the outskirts of the capital, Antananarivo. They said they had appointed General Demostheni Pikulas the forehead man of the military academy as army chief.
Meanwhile, France KLM's French division has suspended flights between Paris Charles de Gaulle Airport and Madagascar's capital Antananarivo from October 11 to October 13 inclusive due to the security situation on the ground. The airline said this in a statement at the weekend. The company is monitoring the situation in real time with authorities, and the resumption of operations will remain subject to daily assessment of the situation. Affected customers will be notified and offered rebooking or refund solutions.
Cameroon began counting votes after a presidential election on Sunday in which incumbent Paul Biya, the world's oldest ruler at 92, is widely expected to extend his 43-year grip on power despite an energized opposition pushing for change. His opponents include former government spokesperson 76-year-old Issa Shiroma, who has galvanized large crowd demanding an end to Biya's long tenure and drawn endorsement from a platform of some opposition parties and civic groups. However, analysts say that the Biya in power since 1982 is likely to be re-elected given his firm control over state institutions and the fragmented nature of an opposition field of 9 candidates.
Former Seychelles Parliament Speaker Patrick Hemini defeated President Wavel Ramakalawan in a runoff election. Official results showed this on Sunday, restoring full control of the archipelago nation's government to his longtime ruling party. Hemini's win with 52.7% of the vote follows his United Seychelles Party's triumph in the first round of the general election last month, when it reclaimed the majority in parliament that it lost in 2015. Ramakalawan, a former Anglican priest, was elected in 2020, becoming the first president from outside the United Seychelles, formerly the Seychelles People's Progressive Front, since a coup 1 year after independence from Britain in 1976. At this election, voters opted for Hemini, who accused Ramakalawan of presiding over a proliferation of corruption and vowed to cancel a hotel project permitted by his government that environmentally said threatens a UNESCO-listed coral atoll. Hemini has pledged to lower the retirement age from 65 to 63 and implement recommendations from a Truth and Reconciliation Commission that examined human rights abuses related to a 1977 coup and its aftermath.
You're still watching the African News on Voice of the People Television. It's time for the news analysis. And with us here in the studio is Barrister Darlington Agumbo. Barrister Darlington Agumbo is a political and public affairs commentator. Good afternoon, Barrister Darlington.
Good afternoon, Finan. How are you?
Good. Good to have you join today's African News.
It's my pleasure.
All right. Let's start off from what is happening now in Seychelles. You know, we talked about this, I think that was last week or thereabouts, where we pointed out that the election that happened there, we have Patrick Hemini, and then the former president Wavel also trying to claim the presidential ticket. But now we learned that Patrick Hemini defeated the president Wavel Ramakalawan, you know, to become the president of Seychelles. Do you think that this particular win or this election is going to speak volume to what the people of Seychelles actually have been looking up to all this while?
Yeah, if you check very well, the man that won this election is popular. He's popular because of his antecedents. My only concern is that these small island nations, maybe it's because of the small population they have and all that, they keep rotating their presidency among a few elites. If you check, all the election runs between these two people, even in the past. And so it has made it impossible for newcomers to join. And that is the bane of African politics. The people are not even helping matter. They choose those whom they rejected before. I don't know why it happens. It happened in Ghana. It happened in, I think, in Zimbabwe. No, not Zimbabwe. Zambia. And now Seychelles. So the leadership in Africa need to expand beyond the few cabals that are holding their countries hostage.
Interesting point to raise, Barrister. But don't you think now with this particular movement, because it's the first time, someone who does not belong to the Seychelles People's Progressive Front, is clinching that particular set.
I know, yeah.
Don't you think that that's more like a change in the right direction? And when you're talking about people who have been there before coming back, isn't that more like a call or a clear indication that the people want them to come to continue the good work where they stopped before they were elected?
No, it's an indication that the country is not making progress. No, it can't
So they are recycling it?
Yes, because you rejected this man the last time. Why are you bringing him back?
Now, what difference does this make with what is happening in Nigeria, where we have a whole lot of persons, if we need National Assembly, some persons have spent many years there, as if to say that that is just their retirement home and all that.
That is why I said it has become an African thing. And the only reason I can adduce to it is because the amount of money they have stolen keeps them in power perpetually.
In Senegal, we have a new person there, in the person of Jumaye Faye. He took over power. He has not been there before. The youngest in Africa. So when he says an African theme, is Senegal not part of Africa?
Yeah, that is a one-off, because it was Senegalese youth that brought that man to power. If not, the power that we never wanted it. Remember how the election panned out? It was a serious fight before that man was allowed to become the president. Okay. They never wanted him. So, except such things happen. But it's very rare, because they almost use their jackboot and guns and military to suppress the people.
Okay. Okay, and Barrister, now Hemini is now in power. What challenges do you think he would face in balancing reform mandates? Of course, he has mandates to balance. Reform mandates he needs to fulfill. How would he be able to balance this mandate with political legacy of the dominant party?
The only mandate he is going to implement is the same mandate he campaigned with in his manifesto. He had a manifesto which he presented to the people of Seychelles. Is that not true?
Yeah.
Good. Let him implement it so that it will be his scorecard they'll be looking at when the election comes in. But I don't want a situation whereby you will see that a leader performed woefully. You still want him to remain there or come back after.
So what I'm asking actually is, what are the challenges that you think he would face in balancing these reforms?
The only challenge he will face is the former leadership, the opposition, because they are now opposition. They are going to work against him, because where they fail, they wouldn't want another person to succeed there. So it is left for him now to put his foot down and say, look, I am going to bring a change, and then work on that change, not rhetoric, not theory. He had to tell the people of Seychelles that, look, this is a new regime, and they are going to see changes.
Interesting point, Barrister. Now let's take it to Cameroon. The world's oldest president. He made it again to the ballot this time around. They did the voting yesterday. And as the case may be, from the look of things, is like he's still going to extend his stay in power. Paul Biya, the president of Cameroon. Barrister, what do you make of this? The daughter, 27-year-old daughter, said something about they should vote the father out of that position, because through the father, so many persons in Cameroon are suffering. Although she came out let out to recant that, to say, no, don't let this be. What do you have to say about this? And given the fact that Paul Biya said that a whole lot of persons were calling him to return, to continue, being the president of Cameroon.
Did he tell all these people that are calling him, his family members or his friends?
Well, people voted him in. If they don't really want him to be there, how then is it that he's going to be the leader?
That is the problem and the irony. When people muzzle their way into office, they claim that it is the people that want them. The people cannot want such an old man in office after how many, 40 years plus. He's still there. And Cameroon is not even getting better. As you say, yes, the economy and everything is top-notch. The man have nothing to offer. The only thing that kept him, he want to remain in office because he's afraid if he leaves office, somebody is going to probe what he did. And maybe they are going to prosecute him. So he wants to die in office. Because from 92 now to these 7 years old, that we are looking at 99. I doubt if he lasts it. So the man is just want to die in office so that Nobody will drag him up and down to come and explain people that disappeared, the economy, the money and everything that he mismanaged. That's the only thing that they're afraid of.
Now, Barrister, Cameroon have been holding series of elections for the past 43 years old. And yet, Paul Biya keep on becoming, or rather taking over that position of the president of Cameroon, spanning for that period of time. So why is it that the people couldn't stop him if you think he's not doing well? And how did they now allow it to generate to this point, whereby even after 43 years old, he still want to extend?
I have told you that evil does not last forever. At a point, both the man perpetrating the evil and the evil itself will get tired. So at this point now, Paul Biya is exhausted. There is nothing else he's going to do. He has muzzled out opponents out of political space. He has used money, used the military to remain in power. And so he's tired. Okay. He's tired.
Okay, Barrister, how can opponents in this country, how can they meaningfully challenge power? Because it looks like he's coming over and over again. How can their positions, how can they like stand their ground and wrestle power from him in this situation?
If you wrestle power from him at this age, you have not achieved any sort because he's already expired bone. So I will advise the people of Cameroon to allow him. Let us see whether he will last these 7 years. That will make him clock 99 years. And I doubt it. So they should be patient. You know, when you don't leave work, one day work will leave you. There's no way Paul Biya will last these last 7 years. He wants to go into office. It's not possible. 99 years. How? He can't make it. So they should just be patient with him. They have surrendered their right to him for this long. So fighting now will not even bring anything. Let them allow him. Let's see what happens with these 7 years.
Interesting point there. Barrister, let's move over to Madagascar. We learned that there's a demonstration ongoing in Madagascar to the point that the president have come up to accuse the military of staging a coup to take over power from him. And the people are making, or rather the stories out there, it's not really fun because even Air France are trying to know if they are going to hold their operation in Madagascar over this particular demonstration. And one of the reasons for the demonstration is that the youth were tired of how the governance is not getting to the grassroots. So they demanded a change at this point in time. Take that to what happened in Kenya some time ago, where the youth also woke up to say, we are not doing this. And we saw the outcome of that.
Good. When few months ago, I did this analysis with your colleague David, I told you that, look, Renaissance Africa is coming, and it will come from the youth. African youths are beginning to wake up. Thank God they are listening to some of us, because these old men, they have sold our future. These are the same old men that sold African youth to slavery for their selfish interests. Now, they are selling our future and our destiny. Must you allow it? So the youths are waking up from Madagascar to Morocco to Kenya. You can see it. So even Nigeria, you can see that gradually African youths are waking up. They just need that spark. And you now have African Spring. You know, we had Arab Spring the other time that brought changes in the Arab world. Good. It's going to be African Spring. Maybe by that time, these evil men who have put us in a problem, who have put us in dilemma, they will now realize that we are not foolish. I'm not joking. Look, it is a sign of something to come, where youths are now beginning to assert their right and their position in their different countries. It shows you that, yes, something is coming. And I'm not joking. Something is really coming, because if you check, African leaders, they never thought of it. They didn't expect this kind of reaction from youth. And that is why I told you that evil does not last forever. At a point, something will give.
Talking about evil not lasting forever, today the president of the Senate in Nigeria also told the youth that one thing he knows is that, the evil we see today, we might not see them tomorrow. And then he said that when he was charging the youth to take over and all that. But now, very careful to allow the youth the way things are going. Some people will tell you revolution is the way forward. And then we know that sometimes it doesn't really end well. So if we're to take that route, wouldn't that be more like throwing the nation or the continent in general now into a...
Are you serious? So when Russian Revolution happened, it didn't throw them into turmoil, Abi. When American Revolution happened, when French Revolution happened, did it not bring a positive change to their countries? My dear, there is no way you can suppress a people for too long. It's not possible.
With the way things are going in Africa, do you think that Africa have the youth who will be people-oriented? Because we saw the political space being occupied by some youth who have personal interests. They've learned from their paymasters or from the persons that they believe that they know in the name of Godfatherism and all that. For example, in Nigeria here, Nigerians were talking about not too young to run. And then there was a very big call, a clarion call for you to come up to participate. We have a governor who was elected. He was a youth. What happened? He decided to emancipate so much wealth to even the point of paying school fees for his children.
Because he was manipulated into office by these so-called godfathers. Whenever a youth is brought into office by a godfather, forget it. He will not perform. We are talking of a youth elected by the people, elected by his fellow youths, supported by his fellow youths. This kind of person, you can now hold him accountable. But these other people who are now dancing to the tune of their godfather, don't expect anything from them. Who made Yahya Bello what he is today? Is it not those people who supported him to the extent that even EFCC is even in a dilemma whether to prosecute him or not? You saw what happened. Who were the people that were keeping him, hiding him when EFCC were looking for him? At the end of the day, who is holding EFCC from prosecuting him? Look around you. So these youths are not their own man because they were not even brought into office by the people. They were just appointed to be what they call a placeholder. That's what they are in their different states and offices. Okay. That's the truth.
So, Barrister, we've had some military defections and youth-led politics in some African countries. Are there lessons that Madagascar can learn from from this precedent that has happened over time?
The lessons are there. Imagine where a military personnel or military personnel were asked to go and shoot protesters. And they said, no, we are joining them in this protest. That is the new Africa. There are lessons, so I'm not joking. There are lessons. You know, thank God the world has become a global village. If you cough in South Africa, somebody in Morocco in North Africa will hear it. So the world is becoming closer and closer that we now know whatever is happening today, real time, you will see it, you will hear it. And you will now learn from it, you copy from it. So I know that a time is coming when the military will no longer, shoot the people whenever they want to protest. Everywhere in Africa, it will become part of AU agenda. By that time, these leaders will sit up because what is sustaining them in power is these evil military men whom they have compromised to go and kill the people whenever they want to protest about bad leadership. But you can see it now. It's changing with what is going on today. Imagine the president telling the military to go and shoot some people, and they say, no, we are not going to shoot anybody, or rather we'll join the protest. You can imagine.
Now, with this particular order from the CAPSAT elite, are we going to see another military, more than a coup, happening in Madagascar? And if that is to happen, how then would that, champion Africa as a nation, or position Africa, with the fact that we have lost some viable nations in Africa to coup or hunter leaders or coup?
There will be no coup. If the man decides to run away, like they did in Bangladesh and where is this other place? If the man decides to take off, then the people can now begin to do what is necessary to take back their country. But if the man becomes stubborn like Al-Assad in Syria, look, he will run away at the end of the day. Or they may even capture him and deal with him.
You know why I'm asking this question? Because we learned that even the military that's supposed to go out, to prevent the youth from protesting, they have taken control of the paramilitary gendarmerie in that Madagascar. So isn't that more like moving to trajectory of taking over? Because we don't know where originally he is now at this point.
They said they don't know his whereabouts. Yes, he's hiding. So he's looking for escape route. If the military have gone this far, at least they have not shot anybody. Is that not true? That will tell you that yes, they are for the people. The only thing they are waiting for is to resign or run away. That will teach him a lesson. And other African leaders who want to be doing whatever. Look, Fina, I like this type of development. To tell African leaders they are not God. They are not God. You are put there to take care of things. Why would you go in there and you start acting like a God? In my place, there's a proverb. They say that they ask the wise one, how many times will something happen to you before you will learn? The wise one said, look, I won't even wait for anything to happen to me. I will learn from what happened to others. Some Nigerian leaders, I hope you can see that Madagascar is loading.
Okay, let's move away from that and now move on to Mali, where the country has announced that it requires U.S. nationals to post bonds of up to $10,000. This is a reciprocal attack or reciprocal act against U.S. What does this hold for Mali? What does this hold for the country economically and, of course, otherwise?
Of course, it's good. If they can sustain it, why not? By the way, what are they looking for in Mali? Look at small Mali. What do they have that U.S. will be coming for? If they can sustain it, why not? After all, Donald Trump started it. I even wish that all African nations would do the same thing to American citizens. Seriously. This raw material that they are shopping for in Africa, if we can put a blanket ban on all of them and give conditions before you can even come in here to exploit our mineral resources, it will teach these people a lesson. But how many African countries have the balls to do that? Some people that are owing US, owing UK and all that, those that do not even allow them to be, to assert themselves. Mali was able to do or say what because I don't think they have anything to do with the US. They are not owing them. That's the truth. If you are owing Donald Trump, he will not activate your debt and say, okay, if you don't pay a certain time, we are going to freeze your assets anywhere in the world. But Mali doesn't have any attachment to US. That's why they were able to do what they are doing. And I'm sure those US people will comply because there is something they need in Mali, especially their raw materials.
But Barrister, let's look at it this way. So many persons have been accused of overstaying their visa permit time or period, especially when they're to leave the shores of their country. And that was the reason US, started this issue of a bond, $10,000 bond. So that if you leave the country when you're supposed to, according to the visa program, your money will be returned to you. They are not saying they are confiscating it permanently. It's just for them to make sure that people will not go over to default their program, their visa program. Don't you think that actually is going to sound more like a deterrent and also in good light for people, especially those whose permits have expired and they decide to be refugees in another person's country? Recall that U.S. is having issues repatriating persons that they have when they try to decongest their prison and all that.
Look, everybody that enter U.S. or anywhere in the country, they have an address. Is that not true? That address is there in their system. Everybody, either hotel or somebody's house, they have an address.
But we have people who can no longer pay up their rent or their dues, and they are now on the street. Those consistent users.
It's as simple as that. You take them out and take them out. Take them out of wherever they are, take them out of the street, and then send them home.
For example, taking them out is what America is having as a challenge now. You recall that we have 5 persons who are not even from a particular country in Africa being forced down on the African nation to accept them. People that their country have rejected, country of origin have rejected. These are coming. You recall also that some time ago, we learned that they were trying to bring in people who are not Nigerians to Nigeria from the prison because they can no longer tolerate them and their excesses. Now, how do you think they are going to do the taking out with all this back and forth? And
look, those who travel around the world with false documents, they came from a place. If they bring them to the wrong places, of course, the country have a right to reject them. That's the truth. The people they took to this South African country, they are taking them to Jamaica, where they actually came from. But apparently they were traveling with false documents. That's why their origin is not known to the U.S. government. That's the truth. So these things are simple. Because let us look at it from here, from this angle, Fina. If you are going to deposit $10,000, then how much do you have that you are going to spend in the US as a tourist? No, look at it that way. This is money you would have used to do whatever you want to do and then leave. Why are you suspecting that everybody that come into your country, they don't want to leave?
Why is Africa not looking to the direction of making our own place to be a tourist center? Why must they, or the African leaders, subject the people to such dehumanizing, let's say, relation now? Because that is what it's turning out to be. It's supposed to be a bilateral relationship between US and Mali. But now it's turning out to be a different thing that made Mali to retaliate. So must we, or must Africans travel for tour? Why not make Africa a safe haven for people to come into?
Ironically, the money they would have used to develop Africa is out there in the Western world. They stole this money and go and dump it there in their country. Meanwhile, this money can build a new London and a new New York. That is the irony. Look at the vast mineral resources we have in Africa. Instead of these people to use it for the betterment of the people, they exploit it with their foreign collaborators to go and dump the money in their own country. You can imagine. Fina, do you know that if African money that has been illegally transferred to the Western world were to repatriate today, those countries will collapse? Are you aware? That is African money that is in the Western world out there. If they were to be repatriated, those countries will collapse. They are living on our sweat because of the bad leadership we have in Africa. Leaders that don't have conscience or vision. If not, God has blessed Africa, the most blessed of all the continents in the whole world. Without our raw material, the Western world cannot exist. It's on record. The raw material in Africa, if not for those raw materials, the Western world will collapse. Then what are we doing with it? Nothing. They just come here and then take it away for free. All they needed is to do business with one African leader who doesn't even know the value of what we have. And then you just take it away and ask them to drop the money somewhere in their bank over there. And they will do that. That is the issue here. We have money to develop Africa. There's no doubt about that. We just bad leadership that we don't have. Bad leaders that we have that are mismanaging these resources.
Okay. Our bad leaders are mismanaging resources. But of course, like you said, Africa is gifted. Africa has so much to give out. Okay, so Egypt, there's a peace meeting, a peace summit that is being held in Egypt. And Egypt is hosting this peace summit. Of course, it's between Israel and Gaza. What leverage does Egypt have to hold this kind of talks with Israel and, of course, Gaza?
Now, Egypt is an Arab nation. Over the years, in the Arab world, Egypt is respected so much. The history of the Israelites in Egypt is a well-known history. And so when things like this happen, of course, the Arab world will look up to Egypt to do something. And that's what they are doing today. Now, as long as Donald Trump and Netanyahu have accepted this peace process, it's going to work. Nothing will stop it. And I'm sure, I can't think of it that in the years to come, Hamas will venture into Israel land for whatever reason.
Now, what if that happens? Let's play the what if scenario. What if that happens?
Yes. Fina, you know, when something has been happening repeatedly, at a point, somebody will say enough is enough. What Israel did to Gaza Strip this time around, I don't think 100 generations will not forget it in a
After the Arab-Israeli War of 1948, the world thought that
it
that
wasn't
place
like
actually
this.
is going to be
The
good.
devastation was not like this, seriously. You know, when Donald Trump landed in Israel just yesterday or so, He said that Gaza Strip looked like a demolition site. Those Israelis, they were so wicked. They leveled the entire place, seriously. I mean, you know what? Level a city. It's like a hurricane is swept through the city. A hurricane. They never want, you know, the initial plan was to do what?
Move them to South Sudan.
Good, sack them. That is, use broom and sweep all the Palestinians out of that place. Maybe replace them with Israelis. But when the world saw what was going on, they frowned at it. Donald Trump was campaigning in support of what Israel was planning. But when UK, Canada, Australia, all the Western world rejected his plan, he had no other recourse than to surrender. And that was why they had to make a recourse and now say there should be peace. The bombing must stop. And that was why this peace plan came into being.
With the attitude of some of the leaders that attended the UNGA 80, that's United Nations General Assembly meeting, 80, that walked out when
Netanyahu wanted to speak.
We have 20 national leaders now going to attend this particular meeting at Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt.
Yes.
Do you think that Netanyahu is going to have a fair hearing from this, given the fact that emotions have already swelled up to the point that people are saying that he committed war crime in Gaza and then he also did genocide, ruling out the fact that Israel were peaceful on their own living before the Hamas decided to encroach on their territory, killing innocent persons and all that?
What Israel did in Gaza Strip was an overkill. Seriously, that was why the world frowned at it. It was an overkill. Granted that Hamas, yes, they invaded Israel, but the destruction was it was close to the Holocaust. What Israel did in Gaza Strip, it was close to Holocaust. That was why the world frowned at it. You don't go on a revenge mission in such a manner. I mean, the entire street, the children, women. No. Nobody in this modern time, no human being with conscience or with milk flowing in his, milk of human kindness will allow such a destruction in the name of revenge. That was why the world frowned at it. So now that they have stopped the bombing, that means peace is returning. That's the truth. But the initial idea was if this man cannot stop this bombing, they will now ostracize them. The entire Western world was ready to ostracize Donald Trump and Netanyahu. And I don't see how they will survive it. That's why they now have to step back.
When he said they won't survive it, China shut their border, closed everywhere. And they were able to build their economy to the point that it turned out to be, I think, number 3 or number 4 now in the world. So when you say they won't survive it, China will do it. So what makes you think they won't do it?
That was a communist state.
And you think Israel can do something to that direction to survive?
Israel is just a small, they are not even up to 10 million in population.
How small are they? And to the point that if you're to get into every viable nation of the West, you must see Israelis leading in everything, be it the tech, or they have their presence everywhere. How small is Israel?
No. You see, you can't compare China with Israel because China have the human resources, which Israel lack. Israel is strong in technology and military hardware. Of course, China is number 3, Israel is number 4, most powerful nation in the whole world. But that does not mean, Donald Trump is even trying to save his head from Western world. Because NATO, I think America is leading NATO. Imagine if Donald Trump were to call a meeting of NATO to save Europe and America and everybody rebuff him. His power is no more. I mean, with Vladimir Putin watching over America and all that, it will be a disgrace that Donald Trump have lost respect among Western nations. That is what he was trying to avoid, nothing else. That's why he started this peace movement, so that it will be at his own terms. If not, the Western world have already distanced themselves from Donald Trump because of his support for Israel. That's the truth.
Okay, Barrister, let's now move on to South Sudan, where the political crisis there has escalated and is escalating. And of course, the revitalized agreement on the resolution of the conflict in South Sudan, which was supposed to be 2018, has not been established, has not been reached. So what's this development telling us?
It means that, look, whenever you're asking for freedom, be sure of what you're asking for. If they were to tell you that South Sudan will break into a civil war shortly after they gain independence, will you believe it? You can see. That is what happens when you join two people that are not the same. There will always be conflict in that particular environment. South Sudan was after the oil resources in their region. But these oil resources now, to control it now, has become a problem. You see, they have become a problem. They cannot even manage it or manage themselves. So, if this war continues, the end result is that South Sudan will destroy itself. Their population, will now be depleted. And then they will lack everything that will make them grow as a nation. So the earlier they step back, the better.
How can they step back? Since we know that I think it's over a decade, even when African Union is trying to pick up peace there, and yet. No
war lasts forever. When they get tired, they will even beg for peace. I'm not joking. I've seen it happen. When they get tired, they will beg for peace. They will tell themselves, you know, when a madman realizes that he's naked, the madness will stop. The madness will stop. So South Sudan, they are on a cruise. When the cruise is over, they will ask themselves, what are we even destroying ourselves? Because the people that are dying are South Sudanese. The economy is that of South Sudanese. The infrastructure is that of South Sudan. So after destroying all these things, one day they will say, are we mad? When you hear that language, you know that some people don't borrow themselves sense. It will come to pass.
Okay,
they can't fight forever.
Barrister, is there any role that the African Union and, of course, United Nations can realistically play at this juncture? Peacekeeping or sanctions or mediation? What can they do to ensure that there's peace in South Sudan?
The principle of sovereignty will not allow them. The principle of sovereignty of states in Africa will not allow them to step in. That is why most times when these things are happening, they will only give advice that people should maintain the status quo. They can't do more than issuing a statement and all that. But to now have an army, except the expected African United States of Africa come to pass, we have such a thing as USA. They now have one Africa, where you have one military and all that can be deployed in any state where there is things like this. That is the only time this type of thing can happen. But as of today, the principle of sovereignty will not allow AU or UN to go into any country without invitation.
Thank you so much, Barrister Darlington Agomo, for being part of today's African News. We sincerely appreciate you here today on the table. You've been watching the African News and Voice of the People television, and also you've been listening to Barrister Darlington Agomo, dissect the stories that made it to the first layer of the news bulletin. We'll go on a quick break and we'll come back. The rest of the African News continues. Glad to have you back. It's still the African News and Voice of the People TV. At least 42 people were killed in a bus crash in a mountainous region of North and South Africa, President Cyril Ramaphosa said in a statement today. The crash took place on the number 1 highway near Makahodo in the Limpopo province, the statement also noted. Many of the travelers were citizens of Zimbabwe and Malawi who were en route to their home countries for the city of Gebreha in the Eastern Cape.
Still in South Africa, the police says an 11-year-old boy has allegedly shot and killed a farm worker while attempting to shoot at guinea fowls on a farm in South Africa. The police said the child accidentally discharged the firearm, though the exact circumstances of the shooting are still under investigation. His 43-year-old father has been arrested and is expected to be charged with negligent handling of a firearm. The two are due to appear in court on Monday. Police said they were alerted to the shooting and on arrival at the scene, discovered the body of a man believed to be in his 30s lying on his side with a gunshot wound. He was declared dead at the scene.
At least 61 bodies of migrants have been recovered over the past 2 weeks on the coast west of Libya, the capital Tripoli, the medical center said in a statement. The Emergency Medicine and Support Center under the Health Ministry noted that the bodies were recovered from the area from Zuara to Ras Jdir, near the border with Tunisia. Another group of 34 bodies were recovered in Zuara, Abu Kamash, and Melita, the center added. It added also that 12 bodies were buried, but some others were transported to the morgue for autopsies and documentation.
An earthquake of magnitude gave 0.7 struck Ethiopia on Saturday, the German Research Center for Geosciences has said. The quake was at a depth of 10 kilometers.
Away from that report, Algeria's state-owned agency company Sonatrach has signed a contract with Saudi Arabia's Midad Energy for oil and gas exploration and exploitation in Algeria's Lizi Berzine. According to local media, as they report on Monday, the contract, valued at approximately $5.4 billion, spans 30 years with an option to extend for an additional 10 years and includes a 7-year exploration period.
We'll go on a quick break and we'll return with more stories. To stay with us. A French broadcasting group, Canal Plus, said on Monday it was planning a secondary listing on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange (JSE) after it acquired South African broadcaster MultiChoice. Canal Plus closed the 35 billion rand amounting to $2 billion MultiChoice acquisition in September, adding MultiChoice's extensive African subscriber base to its portfolio, with a combined entity serving more than 40 million subscribers across nearly 70 countries. Dual and secondary listings have gained momentum in recent years as companies seek to broaden their investor bases and increase valuations amid global competition. The London Stock Exchange, where Canal Plus will keep its primary listing, offers a secondary listing category with light touch regulation designed for overseas companies or UK firms, adding a foreign listing.
Selling business South Africa's Spain Pharmacare said on Monday it has secured regulatory approval to market a release blockbuster diabetes and obesity drug, Mounjaro, for chronic weight management in the country. The green light follows Spain's earlier approval and launch of the drug, chemically called trizepatide, in South Africa last December as a treatment for 2-type diabetes. As per the sales agent for Lilly, will launch Mounjaro for weight management in South Africa as an easy-to-use, quick pen injector device.
We now move on to sports. South Africa head coach Hugo Broos has acknowledged that Bafana Bafana's hopes of qualifying for the 2026 FIFA World Cup now hinge on Nigeria's results against Benin Republic in Uyo following a goalless draw with Zimbabwe in Durban on Friday. The stalemate left South Africa on 15 points, still behind Group C leaders Benin, and just one ahead of Nigeria, who sits third on 14 points. With qualification on the line, South Africa's path forward is clear. They must defeat Rwanda in their final match and hope Nigeria beats Benin. Bruce stressed that his team needs to focus on their own performance while banking on favorable results. Meanwhile, Nigeria's desperation to win against Benin could play to South Africa's advantage. The Super Eagles trail Benin by 3 points and need a victory to take the lead, potentially impacting South Africa's fate.
Black Stars have qualified for the 2026 FIFA World Cup after a hard-fought 1-0 win over Cameroon in Kumasi. Tottenham's Hotspur striker Mohamed Kudus scored early in the second half to seal the victory. Ghana is the 5th African team to qualify, joining Egypt, Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia.
And that's all on the African news. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel at Voice of the People Television and on other social media platforms at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness report, event coverage request, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Nenna Ndomdioto.
I am Fina Okechukwu. Thank you for watching.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Pataputa of them and the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say call me Enjoy Medlandlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mide, but last, more than No Mide, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. Hey, the voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Every year on October 5th, the world comes together to celebrate World Teachers' Day, a special occasion dedicated to recognizing the incredible role teachers play in shaping individuals and society as a whole. Teachers are not just educators, they are mentors, guides, and sometimes even role models. They open doors to knowledge, spark curiosity, and nurture the dreams of countless students.
Teachers are the custodian of knowledge. Without the teachers, nobody can be who you are. Whether at home, you have teachers. In the society, everywhere, you see teachers. So, teachers are paramount in the development of a society. For a society to develop, it is the teachers. Because whatever you teach is what your student will make use of. If you teach them wrongly, if you have teachers who collect money and help to falsify results, that's what the student will do. Because you've been taught that that is the way it is done. But if you have teachers who are diligent and straightforward, you see that is the way the student will behave.
Teaching is not just a profession, it's a calling. It requires patience, creativity, and immense dedication. Despite the challenges, many teachers wake up every day motivated by the hope of making a difference.
Teachers have to be allowed to do research in secondary school. Don't limit the research to higher institutions only, because the higher institutions, they depend on the teachers for evidences, for data. So the teachers are supposed to be conducting their own research because they are close to the student. You can quickly conduct a research now that you will use next week. Oh, the method I use now, I think there's a method I can use again. Let me try this method next week. And you use it and it's okay. And then you write it, you make a project of it, and then you publish it, and every other person makes use of it. This is a good one. Look at people like JJ, like Rousseau, Piaget, all those philosophers in education. You see, many of them are in classrooms, and they create all these. They create all these methods that we are using. So why can't the teachers in schools in Nigeria be allowed to carry out researches? They should be funded in these researches, and then they are poorly paid. They are poorly paid. Teachers do a lot of things. Before you write, you do this, you carry, you mark, you set the exam, you teach, you mark assignments, you do a project, the student present. They are overloaded. So they need to be well, paid.
In classrooms around the world, teachers adapt to new methods and technologies, often going beyond their duties to ensure that every child has the opportunity to learn and grow.
Education is positive. It's always in the positive direction. It has only one way, positive direction. The moment you make use of that knowledge negatively, then you are not educated. That's why you have political education, you have economics education. Political education means that the politics you learn or the office you use must be used for the good of the society. The moment you use it wrongly, then you have not been educated.
As we celebrate World Teachers Day, let us commit to supporting educators, investing in their development, and recognizing their invaluable contribution to building a brighter future. Happy World Teachers Day. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People TV.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Health Check, the program where we discuss key issues that affect our health and well-being here on Voice of the People TV. I am Praise Peters, and as always, I am delighted to be here with fresh energy and a deep commitment to unpacking health issues in ways that are real, relevant, and empowering. But first, remember you can watch us live on SLTV channel 264 and follow us across all social media platforms at VOP TV Live. Today, we're focusing on a very, very interesting topic, one that is often overlooked but deeply affects millions of people. And the topic is mental health and depression. Well, mental health has increasingly become a global concern affecting millions of people across age groups and backgrounds. Depression is a result of mental health disorder, and it is more than just feeling sad or down for a few days. It's really a serious condition that affects how we think, feel, and handle daily life. Yet, many still suffer in silence due to stigma or lack of understanding. According to statistics, globally, over 1 billion people are living with a mental health condition, with depression affecting approximately 280 million adults worldwide and being more common in women and men. Well, women than men. Well, mental disorders are a leading cause of long-term disability and contributes to significant economic losses, though effective treatments exist for many conditions, but they often lack sufficient investment and access, particularly in lower-income countries. But today, to help us understand these conditions better, we will be speaking with a medical expert who will share professional insights and practical tips to guide us through. And today I'm joined by Dr. Miracle Ihuoma, who is a clinical psychologist and a family life therapist. And I'm also joined with Dr. Charles Adiogo, who is a public health physician and wellness advocate. And together, they will be shining lights to the topic of discussion for today. So do stay tuned. You're welcome, Doctor. Welcome, Dr. Miracle, and welcome, Dr. Adiogo. Thank you so much for joining us on the show. Mr. Miracle, how are you doing? How is everything? You're looking amazing.
Thank you very much, and so do you.
Thank you. So how have you been?
I've been great.
Amazing. Very well, thank you. Good. Dr. Adiogo, how are you doing,
I'm
sir?
very well, thank you.
Very well, thank you. You look really good.
Thanks.
All right, so let's go straight to the topic of discussion today. So, Doctor, Mr. Miracle, we're talking about mental health, and I understand that you were a specialist in this field. So I really want to understand, what does mental health mean? What does depression mean? And how important is it to your overall well-being?
All right, beautiful. So when I talk about mental health, I usually like to start with talking about health because it gives you a background, a backdrop of what mental health is about and helps you to appreciate mental health even better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so World Health Organization has defined health as the total well-being, the physical, mental, and social well-being of an individual, not just the mere absence of infirmity. To say that health is tripartite in nature, it is physical, yes, but it's also mental and social, right? And then mental health, as then defined by World Health Organization, is the well-being of an individual in which that individual is able to realize their potential, is able to cope with the normal stresses of life. That individual is also able to work productively and fruitfully, and then the individual is able to contribute meaningfully to his or her community. So that is in 4 parts. You know, sometimes I take like 1 hour to explain all of this, but you know, it's just knowing that, talking about realizing your potential, 1, coping with the normal stresses of life, 2, working productively and fruitfully, 3, and then contributing to his or her community. And then depression is a mood disorder that is characterized by intense sadness, right? And the symptoms of depression must have existed for at least 2 weeks before you can actually diagnose and say somebody has depression. So that's like a brief definition of what mental health is. I don't know if you want me to explain further or...
Well,
come back with
seems like we're going to be learning a whole lot today. All right, Dr. Diogo, you deal with a lot of patients, and a lot of people think that physical health is all there is. Do you agree with us that there is something called mental health that needs to be paid attention to as well?
Absolutely. Like the doctor has well spoken, mental health is a very crucial aspect of general well-being. And a person's mental status has a lot to do with their well-being. So in order for a person to be deemed a healthy person, all the 4 criteria that he listed earlier, the mental, physical, social, and emotional well-being must be intact. For the mental state of an individual, to a large extent, determines how productive they are in the society, determines, their motivation, determines what they can achieve, and determines to a large extent how they interact with the environment and people around them. Mental health is something that is quite vast, and there are a lot of mental health disorders or associated mental health disorders that can manifest in different people. So it's very essential that the good physician is very open and has a high index of suspicion for mental health challenges, because they may present in a subtle way, but because you are looking out for them, you are going to be able to pick them up. Because, the orientation we have in Nigeria or in Africa for most people is that when they hear mental health, they usually think of people who are out of their minds.
Exactly.
Who are walking the streets, without clothes on, who are looking so dirty and unkept. But it goes beyond that. There are a lot of mental health challenges that people do have that they don't necessarily present in that way. So a good physician is out there looking out for those symptoms and is able to make the right referrals to the psychiatrist or the clinical psychologist, as the case may be, for proper management. So we cannot overemphasize the importance of mental health across all different age brackets, in children, in adolescents, in adults, and even in the elderly, because mental health is a paramount part of our well-being.
All right, so there is this ideology amongst us Nigerians. When you hear mental health, you're like, oh, don't stress me. Depression and all of that. So are you trying to, you said something that there are many aspects to mental health, and it even cuts across all age groups.
Absolutely.
So I really want to know, so what are the other sides to mental health aside depression? Because that's what most of us think it is, really.
Well, when it comes to mental health, there are broad classifications. You have some that are neuroses, you have some that are psychoses, you have some that are mood disorders, you have some, part of the neuroses, those ones, you have the phobias, you have the anxiety disorders, the panic attacks and everything. These are things that people have, and sometimes they don't even realize they have it. And then you also have personality traits and personality disorders that people have.
Okay.
You have them in different clusters. You have people who are schizoid, for instance. They like being on their own, not interacting much with people.
Yeah.
They consider it normal, and but they may have some undertones of some other things there.
This one you just said is not zodiac sign. So people say zodiac sign, oh, there is this temperament thing. Oh, I'm melancholy, and I never knew mental health has to do with personality traits.
different traits. Even people that have different personality disorders, like borderline personality disorder, histrionic personality disorders, even antisocial, personality disorders. Yeah, a lot of people, have these traits that point sometimes to deep-seated psychiatric issues. And then, of course, substance abuse, which is on the rise amongst our youngsters and the youth. You would realize that it's usually accompanies or is an important factor in development of certain mental health disorders. So it's very essential that they look out for these things. When we talk of mental health, we're not referring only to depression. There are a constellation of other problems that can be associated with mental health issues that need urgent attention. Even amongst children, learning disorders, learning disability, dyslexia and all that. All those things are so important because overall they can have some kind of mental health associations that also require attention.
Okay, so if we focus on mental health, we'll just go round and round, and we will definitely just just touch a whole lot of things. So let's streamline it down to depression now. Okay, so depression, Dr. Miracle, do you think depression is just the feeling of sadness, emotional, feeling down and all of that? So we really want to know, is that what depression means? Just feeling down for a few days and feeling like killing yourself? I really want to understand what depression is for the sake of our viewers as well.
All right, thank you very much. So like when I was defining depression, I said it is intense sadness.
Intense sadness.
Yes. So sadness is not the same thing with depression. I know a lot of people throw the word around. I'm depressed.
Thank you.
I'm depressed.
It has gone to a regular word, and we don't even know the depth.
But for a lot of those people, what they're trying to say is that I'm sad, because there's a difference between sadness and depression.
Okay.
I'd just like to ask my audience, when I talk about depression, to say, have you ever been sad before? So I'm asking you, for example, have you ever been sad before?
Yes, I have.
You didn't have to think about it. Everybody has been sad.
Yes.
At one point or the other in their life, everybody has been sad.
Yes, true.
Now multiply that sadness by maybe 100.
Whoa, okay.
That is depression.
Wow.
Yes. Of course, at its peak, right? That is depression. So depression is different from sadness in 3 major areas. Number 1 is intensity or severity. To say that the intensity of depression is way, way more than the intensity of sadness. Number 2 is longevity. The longevity of depression is way, way more than that of sadness. That is why I also said, when I was defining depression, that the symptoms of depression must have lasted for at least 2 weeks before one can be diagnosed as depressed. Why sadness, for example, would most likely last a few days, right? So if I feel sad about a particular thing, maybe a day or 2 or 3, I'm fine. But with depression, that feeling is consistent for at least 2 weeks. Then the third difference between sadness and depression is in cause. In sadness, the cause is always known. In depression, the cause is not always known.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes there's even no visible cause. Sometimes the individual cannot point to what is making them depressed. Yeah.
Wow.
And sometimes there is a cause, because sadness can metamorphose into depression.
Depression, yes.
Yeah. If not properly managed, something that happens to a person, say the person loses a loved one, experience a breakup or what have you. If not properly managed, that person can slip from sadness into depression. But sadness is not depression. Whilst depression, has the elements of sadness, it is not also sadness in itself. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so now that you're talking about symptoms, I'm really, really interested, because I understand that you said something. Sadness can metamorphose into depression. So something can be happening to someone, for example, owing debt. Okay, so you can be owing someone, and probably between the time when you were owing the person to the time when you pay up, it could be just sadness. So let's say it's a month. That is now more than 2 weeks. So can we call that depression just because it lingered for a month? Because you said something that after 2 weeks, it can be diagnosed as depression.
So what I meant by after 2 weeks is the consistency of the symptoms. Not just that. So I can go in and out of sadness.
Okay.
Right? So, I'm sad today, I'm better tomorrow, and then maybe next tomorrow again I remember, I'm owing this person, and then I become sad, and then I'm fine. That's in and out of sadness. But depression, the symptoms are consistent. So I feel like that for most part of the day, for a period of 2 weeks. I'm having that feeling consistently for the most part of the day, for a period of 2 weeks, and not in and out. So that's when we say, okay, this person is most likely depressed.
All right. So I'd love to hear from the point of view as a doctor, and I'd also love to hear the point of view as a psychologist. What are the common signs you see in your patients that they should look out for in diagnosing depression? And what do you also think that could be the possible sign and symptom to look out for whenever you want to diagnose depression?
Okay, so I'm going first, right?
Yeah, you can go first, and then he speaks from the general public health point.
Yeah, so the symptoms of depression, can be cognitive, emotional, and behavioral, meaning that it is typical of every other mental health condition. It's usually tripartite in nature. It's usually cognitive, that affects the way we think and process things. It can be emotional, talking about our feelings. It can also be behavioral, talking about our actions and behavior. Right? The symptoms would, for example, include, like I mentioned, intense sadness already.
Yeah.
To say that there's usually depression is a mood disorder, just like he was mentioned earlier about the categories of mental health issues. So depression falls under the umbrella of mood disorder. So it's a mood, it's a mental health disorder or condition that affects your mood, right? So there's intense sadness, one. And then there could also be fatigue, presence of fatigue, where one just gets unnecessarily tired. Yeah, sometimes unable to get out of the bed. Yeah. There could be sleep problems. Most times there are sleep problems. So it's either the person sleeps too much or sleeps too little. Yeah. There could be eating problems as well. So it's either the person eats too much, begins to eat too much, or begins to eat too little in comparison to how they used to eat. And in comparison to how they used to sleep. Like, that's why I put that caveat there. In comparison to how they used to eat. So if somebody used to eat 2 wraps of fufu, and now they're eating 6.
That could be depression.
It could be.
Okay.
Not that we are saying it categorically is.
Okay.
That's why we don't diagnose in isolation. You don't see somebody eating 6 times and say, this person is depressed. No. It has to be a cluster of symptoms coming together.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
So somebody, for instance, can be eating 6 before and now they can't even finish 1 wrap. That could be a symptom of depression as well. Wow. So yeah, even libido, depression can affect libido. Yeah, it can cause a reduction in libido, right? It can also affect even the outlook of a person, where if you see people who are depressed, sometimes they are not concerned about how they look anymore.
Wow.
Yeah, they're not concerned about that. So there are many other. Suicidal ideation is also another, where one begins to contemplate suicide. I mean, they think about taking their own life. That's also a symptom of depression. Should I go ahead? It looks like you want me to.
Okay.
To hold.
You have a whole lot of things to say. Okay. I'm enjoying this conversation. So, doctor, it's very interesting that people could start having headache and some of the things he mentioned, like loss of appetite or fatigue and all of these things. And maybe it's malaria. Just give me malaria drugs and all of these things. So it's quite difficult for people to experience some emotional, symptoms and know what is going on. So from the standpoint of a medical doctor, we would love to know how you diagnose depression in people, knowing that some people only come to the clinic for physical or very obvious signs of malaria and all of those things that they could misinterpret. Please help us throw a light on that.
Okay, thank you. But part of the answer in response to this question is already in what he has said. When you're going to make a diagnosis of depression, it's not going to be in isolation. You're going to have the clusters of those symptoms, and then you are able to run your relevant investigations. For instance, somebody comes to you with chronic fatigue, always tired, can't explain why, always uninterested in things. But so we would now ask important questions. There's something called apathy. You don't have motivation. If you are working on a project, you're normally a vibrant person. You're normally somebody who meets up targets, always on the move. And suddenly you don't have interest in what you've always had interest in. That could also signal depression. Then we also have what we call anhedonia. The things that you enjoy before, you don't have interest in them anymore. You are a music lover, you are a sports lover. Suddenly you have lost interest in all these things. Could also point to depression. You're going to be running a few investigations, for instance. So I paint a scenario, somebody coming to the hospital, telling the doctor, I've been feeling so tired, I don't know why, I'm not interested in anything, I just want to be in bed all day and all that. And the person is looking gloomy. And then from there, you can ask all these questions. Then run your investigations, because as a doctor, you also want to carry out relevant investigations. Because you want to find out if the cause of fatigue is something clinical or medical. So you're going to order for your complete blood count, check the hemoglobin levels, check the PCV levels, if they are optimal. But for somebody who is depressed, most likely they will come out fine. And then your sugar levels and all that would also be normal, but you would still find out that the cause of fatigue or tiredness is still unclear. And when you keep probing and asking questions about what are your hopes or your aspirations, what are things you look forward to, by the time suicidal ideations are beginning to come in there, all they see is gloom, feeling of worthlessness and hopelessness, and they're not interested in anything futuristic. When you're trying to ask them, okay, so what's your plan in the next 5 years? Everything just looks bleak to them. They don't see any light at the end of the tunnel.
Wow.
So those give you insights that you may be dealing with a mental health situation. And like you rightly said, sleeping too little or sleeping too much. So for me, my index of suspicion is always high when I hear a person is not getting enough sleep. So when people tell you that they sleep for only 2 or 3 hours, I know something is amiss. Because for you to be actively working and active during the day and you barely get 3 hours of sleep and you think you are functional, that is apparently not healthy at all. So you would be on the lookout for potential mental health issues that may be accompanying this kind of patient. And of course, there's an important test that we also do that can mimic depression sometimes. When people have hypothyroidism, we tend to for a thyroid function test. When the thyroid is underactive, everything seems to slow down a bit. Even their memory, they may have some disturbances, fatigue and lethargy. We just want to rule out all these things, making sure that anemia is not in the picture, it is not an underactive thyroid, and you don't have maybe hypoglycemia or anything making them weak unnecessarily. You do a thorough assessment. So when all that is done and you cannot pinpoint the source of fatigue and they are having sleep issues, appetite issues, not looking forward to anything, feeling hopeless, feeling worthless, and maybe there has been a traumatic situation that's happened to them recently, because I have also come across patients that have been dealing with unresolved grief. Maybe something happened to them, a loved one passed away maybe a year ago, and everybody thinks that they are over it, but they are actually not over it. A lot of other relatives have moved on, but this other person is still struggling to come out of that bereavement. So you can actually know from a deep history. That's why as a doctor you have to go deep into your clinical history taking, because you're able to extract relevant information from your patient and you're able to make the connections and you can make a proper diagnosis and refer to the clinical psychologist or the psychiatrist for further management.
Yeah, and just to add something to what he said, are you aware that even sometimes moving sensations could be a symptom of depression?
Moving sensation
in one's body.
Okay.
Yeah. So sometimes
this is very new.
Yeah, people have moving sensations in their bodies, and it's as a result of depression. They go to the medical doctor. The doctor checks them out and says, "You are fine. There's nothing wrong with you."
Wow.
And in Africa, whatever we don't understand, we mystify. So because we don't understand, there's nothing wrong medically. I'm fine.
Thank you very much.
This must be from powers from
my
the
father's house. Territorial powers.
Exactly. So instead of going to see a professional, they go to a spiritual house. Right? So moving sensation sometimes could also be a symptom of depression. Like he said, of course, eliminating every other medical factor, right? Which happens a lot, where somebody goes for medical checkup and say, "I'm fine. There's nothing wrong with me." Yet I'm experiencing anhedonia. I'm not interested in activities I used to be interested in. Yet I'm still feeling fatigued and tired, not able to get enough sleep and all of that. Then most likely it's a mental health issue.
I just have to make a comment that this medical line is very delicate and you're all doing a great job. My God. Okay, so from the standpoint of a psychologist, most people don't like to talk about what they're going through. Most people might have gone through something and they would not talk about it. So how can you even detect depression in people when they don't talk about what is going on with them, and how you can even help them when they don't talk about it? So what do you do in situations like that?
Are you talking about me as a professional or somebody else as a professional?
Yes.
How do I detect?
Yes.
So
people that don't talk about it.
Yeah, so one of the things that I even try not to do, even though, for example, if I look at a person who exhibits certain symptoms, I might be able to guess that, okay, this person might be dealing with depression or anxiety or schizophrenia or whatever it is, as the case may be. But I always like to do a proper investigation, right? Proper diagnosis by administering the appropriate assessments. so that we are sure this is what is done. So, and just like he's mentioned, history taking is, we also do that in the psychological setting, where we ask questions about, you know, the person's background, where you're coming from, and things like that. All of the histories of that person's life would now pose or shine the torchlight into, you know, where the problem areas might be in that person's life. So as much as possible, right, there are suspicions I can have when I look at an individual, but I will still need to confirm my suspicions by doing a proper diagnosis before I can then say, okay, this person needs treatment or needs intervention, because diagnosis is very important. Yeah, the same way doctors, I'm sure it's the same thing even in the medical, physical medical field, where you are not just permitted to say, oh, because you have headache and you have your tummy is paining you, is typhoid. What if it's something else? Yeah, you never can tell, because there might be other illnesses that have such symptoms as well. So a proper diagnosis has to be done for you to be able to properly label, to say, okay, this person is dealing with this particular issue or the other. And in the case where the person is now dealing with depression, right, because even depression, as well as every other mental health issues or conditions, are in levels. So typically there are 5 levels of every mental health condition.
Wow.
There is the normal level, where anybody who's at the normal rate doesn't have that particular condition. There is the mild level, where an individual has it mildly, right? Just trickles of the symptoms are displayed, right, in that person's life. And then there is the moderate level, where, okay, you can tell that there is the presence of this particular condition, right? But then afterwards, you now have the severe level. At the severe level, you know, okay, this is what I don't pass Gary, like we say it in our local parlance,
Yes,
right?
wow.
Yeah, and then there's extremely severe, right? It's at the extremely severe stage that the person might even need the intervention of a psychiatrist as well, because sometimes they need medication to stabilize them before psychotherapy can work, right? Because, for example, if somebody is dealing with schizophrenia, the person might not be in the right state of mind to even understand what I'm saying. So the person needs to be stabilized first before I can have a conversation with them, right? Even in the case of depression sometimes, because are you aware that sometimes even depression can have underlying psychotic symptoms? So somebody can be depressed and then be behaving like the person who you see on the street, you know, picking deaths and all of that.
Wow,
it could sometimes get to that level. Yeah.
Wow.
So when one has been diagnosed with depression, the next thing the person wants to do is, of course, to seek help from a professional. It's very important.
Okay, wow, it has been a very interesting conversation, and we've had Dr. Miracle with us as well as Dr. Diogo, and they've been shining the light towards the topic of mental health and depression, to be precise. But right about now, we're going on a short break, and when we return, we'll be talking about the causes, the prevention, and treatments for depression. Do stay tuned. Hello and welcome back to Health Check on Voice of the People TV. You can still connect on SLTV channel 264 or YouTube at VOP TV Live. And it's been a very interesting conversation so far, as Dr. Diogo and Dr. Miracle have been explaining a whole lot about depression, the signs, the symptoms, all of the things you should look out for when you possibly have this particular ailment. Well, we'll be going deep into the conversation now, and we'll be talking about the major biological, psychological, and social factors that can lead to depression. Well, I believe that he has said a lot about that already. So let's just go straight to if depression can be inherited. So, doctor, can it be linked to genetics? Can it be linked to family line and all of that? It's peculiar to genetics, please.
So many health challenges, including mental health challenges, have a genetic basis. That's why when you're doing a clinical history taking, you ask for family history, You ask, for pre-morbid personality, how the person was before the problem started. All those gives you a good guideline to the source of the problem. And basically, depression has been shown to have a biological basis and explanation because you have neurotransmitters in your brain that when they are not in the right amounts, you may have symptoms of depression like serotonin. Those are very, very important neurotransmitters in the brain and can affect mood. So that is why most of the treatments that the mechanism of action of most antidepressants, are based on maintaining serotonin levels in the brain. Those help to improve the mood of the individual. And then, of course, they may also need to be on some mood stabilizers. And in some cases, if they have psychotic tendencies, they may need to be on some antipsychotics. But basically, overall, there may be a strong genetic basis to inheritance of some of these mental health challenges. Wow. And I think we should also mention from the medical angle that there's what we call postpartum depression, postpartum blues. When women give birth, just shortly after delivery, they may have a kind of depression. Wow. Whereby they may not even be interested in the new baby. They may even find it hard to lactate or breastfeed the baby, or even take care of the baby. And this is something that in our society may not be fully understood. And you have a lot of pressure from the spouse rather than them getting support, family support. They may have a lot of people complaining why the woman is neglecting her baby or why she's not paying enough attention to her baby, not knowing that she's actually dealing with depression that is following delivery. So it's very important that we have a high index of suspicions for these things and we remove the stigma that we still see in our environment towards mental health.
So there is stigma associated with mental health?
Absolutely.
Wow. Why is that? Why is there stigma associated with it?
I think
because it's something that should attract care, and if you ask me.
Well, I think it comes from the background, the level of exposure and how much of education or how much of awareness people have towards mental health, because a lot of people they still associate mental health to something mystical or something spiritual, because they can't explain it, and hence they want to stay away. Anything you don't understand, the best thing is just safe for you to stay away from it and to keep a distance. So I believe the discrimination and stigmatization that comes to people with mental health challenges stems from not having a thorough understanding of what mental health challenges really are or how they should be managed properly. That's why majority of people that have mental health challenges end up in spiritual homes or with a traditionalist or something, because they feel that this is a cause from beyond. This is not something from our sphere here. So because they can't understand why somebody will be dancing without you hearing music or communicating with the wall and seeing other beings that other people cannot appreciate. So it's very important that we overcome this stigma as a people and we are more compassionate and empathetic towards people with mental health challenges.
Wow, thank you very much. All right, so Dr. Miracle, we go through stress and trauma, loss. These things happen and we almost do not have total control of these things. So how do they contribute to depression, and how do we work towards staying out of, the depths, like going so deep in all of those grief that it causes depression?
Yes. So mental health conditions are generally caused by three broad things, right? We call them the biopsychosocial model: biological factors, psychological factors, and sociological factors. Right? And the things that you mentioned, for example, would fall under the psychological and sociological factors. Things like trauma, abuse, loss, even increase in fuel price.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
And gas, scarcity of gas.
Scarcity of gas, exactly. That's a sociological factor.
So such little things could cause depression.
Yes.
It's not so little anyway.
It can cause depression, actually. It can be a trigger for depression or depressive episodes, as the case may be, right? And we must realize that, the word trigger is very important in that conversation, because every mental health condition also needs a trigger to surface. Yeah. because the person who is dealing with that particular mental health condition has had it in a residual form before that trigger brought it out. Yeah. And that's why the biological factor that you mentioned is very important, because, you know, I tell people that physical health and psychological health or mental health mimic each other. Yeah. So physical health mimics mental health mimics physical health. So there are a lot of similarities between the both of them.
Wow.
Yeah. So the same way you have you have hereditary genetics play a huge role in physical health conditions. The same way you have that same those same factors play a huge role in mental health conditions.
Wow.
For example, if you have a parent that has had, say, high blood pressure, you know, there is maybe 40% chance that you would also have it in your lifetime, right?
Wow.
Yeah. It's the same thing with mental health. If you have a member of your family who has had, say, depression, there's also maybe a 30% chance you also have it in your lifetime, right? Yeah. But that kind of person, for example, can be living their life and be okay until maybe they lose their job. And then the loss of that job can be what now triggers that depressive symptom that was on the inside, you know, in a residual form.
Wow.
But then, at the end of the day, the same way physical health conditions can be managed, the same way you have, it's possible to have, say, somebody in your family who has had a particular physical ailment or illness and they not have it because you have done some lifestyle changes and things like that. It's the same way that can also happen, you know, in the realm of mental health as well. Because I tell people, for example, just like you mentioned, some of the things you mentioned are things you don't have control over.
Yes, exactly.
You don't have control over the fuel price. You don't have control over sometimes the loss of a loved one.
Yes.
You know, sometimes somebody serves you breakfast. You didn't serve them, they served you.
Yes, but actually, breakfast could even cause these things.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
So, it wasn't you wanted the relationship to last.
You don't deserve this.
You wanted to get married to the person. You wanted to, you know, do all of that. But it happens. So I tell people that it is not what happens to you that determines your emotions at the end of the day. At the end of the day, it is how you interpret what happens to you that determines your emotion. We call it the ABC of emotion in psychology, where A is awareness, what happens to you, right? B is belief or thoughts, and then C is emotional consequence. To say, people say A causes C. So if somebody slaps me, I say I slapped them back because they first slapped me. That is saying A caused C, but that's not true. Because if 5 people were here and 5 people were slapped, their response will most likely be different.
Yes.
Yeah. So if A causes C, everybody should act the same way. Everybody should slap back when they are slapped. So if anybody among the 5 acts differently, it shows that it's not A that causes C. It is B that actually causes C. It is the interpretation of that slap, how they interpreted it, how they saw it, the meaning they gave to it, that then determines how they felt and what they did. Yeah. And you would see, so I've always done this, given this scenario many times, where I say, if, for example, right, your younger brother slaps you at home, of course, I don't want to ask you on air, but how will you feel? You know, your emotion and reaction will be different.
Oh yes.
From if your father slaps you.
Oh, definitely.
Your emotion and action will most likely be different if your boss slaps you.
Yes.
Your emotion and reaction will most likely be different if you go out there and you see somebody with a visible mental health condition slaps you. You see that this person has a mental health condition. He's wearing tattered clothes. You know, he's hallucinating and all of that, slaps you. Your emotion and reaction will most likely be different. For that one, you most likely even wrong.
Instead of thinking to slap back, go on collect.
So you see, so you see that there is a constant K in all of this. What was that constant K? Slap.
Yes.
But then your responses were different for each of the slaps.
Yes.
So it is not slap that caused your response. It is your interpretation of slap that determines your response. It's the same way our interpretation of life and the things that happen to us is what ultimately determines our mental health. Our emotion and our action are not really what happens, because we don't always have control over what happens. What we, however, have control over is how we choose to interpret what has happened.
All right. So does it mean that we can deliberately choose how to respond to situations?
Of course. You can train yourself.
So that is what to focus on now.
Yeah, you can train yourself to always think rational thoughts. Yeah. So I restrain myself from saying positive thought, because not all positive thoughts are rational.
Not all positive thoughts are rational.
Not all positive thoughts are rational. Positive thoughts are not always rational thoughts. For example, if, say, I go for an interview and then I did not get the job, a positive thought can be, I don't even need them. Or it can be, I'm the best in my field. That can be true or false.
Sure.
That can be a positive. I'm the best in my field, but that can be a lie. It can be irrational. You might not be the best in your field. That's an irrational thought. But a rational thought is, okay, I didn't pass this interview today, but it doesn't mean I won't get a job next time. I can get better, improve, and go back again. And I'm sure I'll do better. That's a rational thought. Yeah. That is rational, and it's also positive. But a positive thought is not always rational. So you can train yourself, and it's part of what we even do in therapy, to train an individual to begin to think rationally. It's not an easy job. It's not an easy job, because there's what we call reflexive thoughts or reflexive thinking. The same way we have reflex actions.
Reflex actions. Okay.
Knee-jerking, sneezing, yawning, those are reflex actions. So you don't have to think, you don't think about them before you do them. In the same way you have reflexive thoughts. There's a pattern of thinking that's already formed in every individual. That when something happens, there's a way people think. There's just a pattern. There's a way they think without even thinking. They think about that situation without even thinking. So what we do, part of what we do in therapy is to help you now change that pattern of thinking to become one that is more empowering and rational.
All right. Wow, that's a lot. So, doctor, what lifestyle choices like diet, sleep, all of those things, how can they play a role in preventing depression, just in 1 minute?
It's always in our best interest to eat balanced meals, because our bodies need good nourishment to work or function optimally. So we encourage that people should make sure that they eat as healthy as they can, having all the right nutrients of food in their right proportions, and ultimately engaging in lifestyle changes that would benefit their mood. For instance, exercise has been shown to be very productive when it comes to you improving your mood, because endorphins feel-good hormones that you have in high amounts when you exercise. And exercise can also boost circulation to the brain, help you maintain a healthy weight, because sometimes what causes depression for some people may be something just like somebody body shaming them.
Very true.
So by the time you're already working on your diet, working on your exercise, you have better self-esteem. You feel good about yourself. And then also lifestyle changes, like you being motivated and being driven towards your goals or aspirations and being able to achieve the things that you're looking up to, it gives you a sense of fulfillment, a sense of wellness. And this ultimately translates to your mental well-being, improving. And then having a sense of belonging. Humans are social beings. You need to have quality relationships. You need to have relationships with your family, with friends, with co-workers. You don't need a toxic environment.
You don't need isolation.
Yeah, you don't need isolation. Yes, we are social beings and we need to interact. We know we don't need to interact with every single person we see around us, but we need quality relationships that nurture us, that nurture our well-being, so that ultimately they are beneficial to us. And you see, having a sense of belonging to does something to your self-esteem. When people can work on their self-esteem, then you would notice their mental health is also more stable. And when people also have what we call a good support system, which can come in different forms. When they're going through different issues, you have a solid shoulder to cry on. You have people who are checking on you, who are looking out for you, no matter what you're going through. All that helps. So we encourage people, in as much as we don't have control over life, like you said, life happens to everybody. A lot of uncertainties here and there, but our coping strategies matter a lot. The coping strategy, how we actually interpret those occurrences and how we actually cope with them goes a long way. Sometimes it's difficult, you can't do it on your own, and that's why professional help is available.
All right. So on the final note, we'd love to know, can depression be totally cured? And what are the possible treatments available for depression, basically? So how can, when you notice you have depression, what can they do? Therapies and all of those things, what do we actually need them, and can it be totally taken off?
Yes. So, which one do I start from now? Okay, so depression. Depression, now, when it comes to mental health issues, again, there's what is called the 25% rule, right? Which says that 25% of people would experience automatic remission. So that's of people who have mental health issues. So, for example, there are people who would not need medication, who will not need therapy, who will just be fine by themselves, automatically just be fine. There's that 25% who would need medication or a form of therapy for them to be okay. Another 25% of people, even though they do therapy and medication, the mental health condition will have to be managed through life, right? And then there's the last 25% of people as well who would what's the last part I haven't talked about now? So I've talked about the ones who will be well with medication or therapy. I've talked about the ones who will be well by themselves. I've talked about the ones who would have to be managed throughout life, right? And I've talked about and then the last one would then be people who with medication and treatment, they would get better, but they will still need to be on the medication or any other form of treatment for them to remain stable. Right. Now, so depression or any other form of mental health issues sometimes might require chemotherapy, that's medication, psychotherapy, which is equally effective depending on the severity, right? And then just like you mentioned, lifestyle changes as well. Yeah. So these are important, factors to help deal with depression. Yeah.
All right. It has been a very interesting conversation, and I wish we had more time. So a very big thank you to Dr. Miracle and Dr. Adiogun, who respectfully is a clinical psychologist and a family life therapist, and also Dr. Charles Adiogun is a public health physician and wellness advocate. Thank you so much for sharing your wisdom and enlightening insights. So we've learned a lot today, and we want to let you know that depression is not a sign of weakness. It's a sign that you've been strong for too long. And the good news is help is available and recovery is possible. If you or someone you know is struggling, please reach out to a friend, a counselor, or a healthcare professional. But remember, mental health matters. And to you watching, remember, taking care of your mind is just as important as taking care of your body. You don't have total control of everything that happens to you, so be deliberate about taking good care of yourself. Don't be afraid to speak up, seek help, and make your mental health being a priority. I'm Praise Peters, and this has been Health Check. See you next week. And until then, stay informed, stay safe, and stay alive.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm an about the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right? 2564 Atlantic.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Well, start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chupuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Well, start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Hey everyone, this is Desmond Elliott hanging out at Colgate Face of Africa and saying, keep watching, don't change the dial. This is VOP TV. Fatima, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello, welcome to the program. It is People's Voice on VOP TV, where citizen stories shape the narrative, and it's a wonderful week, to be precise. Today is Monday, okay? Monday gets to give us that particular reset. That weekend is over, and it is time for us to actually face the serious and the hustling and the bustling of every walks of life again. And all I would just have to say as regards to encouraging you for this week is for you to believe in yourself. Take the leap and trust that the universe will conspire, okay, to help you soar. And the truth remains that whatsoever at all that you feel you're doing, no matter how little it is, I wouldn't want you to be discouraged. Okay, so I'll just tell you, please keep on doing what you're doing. It might not make sense now, but I assure you, it will definitely make sense tomorrow. Because I know that sometimes we need encouragement. Sometimes we need that little push to get us ahead in life, especially when some situations in this particular nation are actually tossing us here and there. What else can we do than to just keep believing and keep hoping that someday, everything would actually be better and everything would be fine, just like the President of the Senate also said, Gospel Akpabio. He said, have faith. And, the President as well of the Federal Republic of Nigeria also said that there is light at the end of the tunnel, stating that everything would be better, everything would be good. So who am I not to say the same, and who am I not to encourage you to also believe in this nation and to believe in your dreams that everything would actually work well for you. Today we'll be dissecting a major story that is dominating the headlines and sparking conversation across the nation. Of course, we've gotten to that particular era and the season again where it is just election in and out, okay, from the local governments to the by, and now some state gubernatorial elections are actually unfolding. And it is with a great joy for me to actually tell you that you have to fasten your seatbelts, rather also get your popcorn, because politicians are getting set for each other, throwing tantrums at each other, throwing shades at each other as regards to election period. And all eyes on Anambra State to be precise, because Anambra's polls will be coming up on the 8th of November, which I believe we are all set. And that would be the first official deployment of solution for the new INEC chairman as well. Labour Party crisis in Anambra State. The untold story of Julius Abure. This is what we'll be discussing this wonderful afternoon, and I believe you're also set for that particular conversation. To join the conversation with expert insight and citizen perspective, share your thoughts with us. I am Saviour Udo. Other news stories with details. Benga Daniel canvasses support for Tinubu's re-election. Senator Benga Daniel has expressed unwavering support for President Bola Tinubu's re-election bid for 2027, citing the president's conscious leadership and bold economic reforms. Benga, a former governor of Enugu State, praised Tinubu's effort in transforming the mining sector, which has been seen to grow enough revenue from 6 billion to 38 billion in just 1 year. Benga highlighted Tinubu's commitments to Nigerian's economic transformation, particularly in the solid mineral sector. He described Tinubu's leadership as conscious and praised his bold reforms, such as removing fuel subsidies and stabilizing the foreign exchange market. Benga also emphasized the importance of continuity in leadership for actualization of a proper long-held regional aspiration, okay, such as the creation of Ijebu, Remo State, and the Ijebu Seaport project. Of course, what else can you expect from Senator Benga Daniels? What else can you expect from him? Okay, so when someone has been a loyal pal and, they've been working hand in hand for how long, I'm not surprised. And of course, when you talk about continuity, allow the people to decide. It's not about you just saying you want a particular administration to, a particular political party to keep the administration going. No, that's not what we're saying. If you want it, no problem, but everybody has to come to the polls. Okay, and that polls has to be free and fair. That's what we're saying. And now when we talk about different reforms that you've actually stated, I love the fact that sometimes we give track records, we give data, you know, we get to give different updates as regards to what a particular administration is doing. But all I have been saying here, and my job here, okay, as a broadcast journalist, is just to amplify the voice of the people. Okay, so all I am saying, okay, on behalf of the people, and all we are saying as Nigerians is that if all of these statistics and these reforms can, you know, can be interpreted into putting foods, you know, on people's table, making life a bit easy, you know, for people, you know, helping people to really make them, you know, meet up with targets of whatsoever they really want to do and eradicate this hunger, okay, and perhaps poverty vanishing totally in the nation. Okay, just like I remember, I watched a particular interview of the president. It was not a parley, but it was a speech. Okay, where he said that if you can take away hunger from poverty, poverty is powerless. Okay, so we know it's about food. You know, we have surges, we have high costs, okay, of products now. You know, inflation everywhere. So we need so many stability as regards to, you know, our economic sector. So if we're talking about reforms, all of those reforms can be nice, but the common man wants to eat. The common man wants a better living. The common farmer, as we would say, wants to go back to their farmlands, not being scared of insecurity, of being kidnapped or being nabbed, okay, by any others. So these are what we're discussing here. All right, and away from that particular one, Fubara retains 8 commissioners, prepared fresh nominee list. River State Governor, similar Fubara, is preparing to send a new list of commissioner nominees to the State House of Assembly to reconstitute its cabinet after the end of emergency rule. Fubara has decided to retain 8 commissioners who were unaffected by the recent Supreme Court judgment. The governor might carry out a minor reshuffle, reassigning some commissioners to other ministries. The new list of commissioners will be sent to the Assembly for screening and confirmation soon. Some loyalists of FCT Minister Nyesom Wike may be included in the new list of the cabinet to ensure inclusiveness and sustain peace in the states. Of course, what were we expecting before? We know that out of how many commissioners that the River State government would have, you know, as regards to its cabinet members, Fubara has only retained 6 that were not affected by the court judgment. But guess what? I think that 6 is just for Fubara. The remaining one is given to him by the people at the top, from the top. So who are you to actually say anything? It's part of the deal, or it's part of the agreement he actually made. So in coming days, we'll actually see you know, all of this come to play. All right, let's move to this particular one, which was a worrisome one for me because I had someone who complained that his sister was almost rounding off in school, but the strike actually came in last night, to be precise. We have addressed every request by Asuu. There is no need for strike, says the federal government. Federal government has actually urged the Academic Staff Union of University Asuu to call off its planned strike, citing that all the union's demands have been met. Minister of Education Tunji Alausa stated that claims of the government's slow response to Asuu's demand are incorrect, highlighting measures taken by the administration to fund tertiary education and to also address lecturers' welfare. Okay, it talked about 50 billion paid to lecturers with the arrears now mainstreamed as part of their salary to prevent future arrears. He also talked about the issue of resolving, which has been resolved rather, with institution now paying allowance of 150 billion allocated in the 2026 budget, with 50 billion already released, okay, to be paid with 2026 budget as well. All right, and with underlying issues causing arrears already resolved. The government has warned that it will enforce the no work, no pay policy if the strike continues. I think it's high time that everyone gets to share their swords, okay? I'm talking about the Asuu leadership now, and of course the federal government. But the Asuus are saying that they just want a proper understanding and for a proper signature as regards to the 2009 agreement. Okay, they want the MOU to be properly signed this time around so that you don't say that you only had just a few conversations or you only had a round table meeting, but it was not properly signed. They want it to be signed now, and they want everybody to be on the same page. That's all they're asking, okay? And I want this particular thing, or we would rather want this particular thing to be sorted on time, because for us to go on strike again, sincerely, it is really giving Nigerian educational system a very bad name, okay, as regards to international communities. All right, ADC urges new INEC chair to prioritize Nigerians' interests, okay? See, sincerely, I think this particular one has been flogged. I know that the ADC really wants the new INEC chair to do this, to do that. But I would like to confirm, are you saying all of this because you care about Nigerians, or because you are saying it for your own reason as a party? Okay, we want free and fair election. We want the INEC to actually give everyone a fair level, ground where everyone can actually come to the polls and they can trust the institution again to conduct a credible election. But when the ADC are just coming in and out, every time as regards to this particular conversation, at some point I would just ask, why the back-to-back confrontation? Let's just give this particular man an opportunity to do his job, okay? If he has been trusted, to do his job, then let us just give him a benefit of doubt. That was what you said, as at last week, you said, let's just give him a benefit of doubt based on his track record. So let us also agree together to give him that benefit of doubt because of who he is and where he's coming from. And we believe he's a man of integrity. Okay, so that's all I have to say as regards to that of ADC's conversation. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 090-447-32605, 090-447-32605. Follow us on social media at VOPTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOPTV. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be facing, and I'll be telling you, I will be directing, okay, this particular train, this particular flight, straight to Anambra. Labour Party crisis in Anambra State, the untold story of Julius Abure. Don't go nowhere, stay tuned, please. I'll be right back.
Where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
All right, welcome back to the program, Aristotle People's Voice on VOP TV. Of course, we're about to dive into this particular conversation together. Let's do this as we look into this particular dramatic turn of events that has actually unfolded in the Labour Party as a court ruling has stripped Julius Abure of his position as national chairman of the party. The development comes amidst a slew of allegations leveled against Abure, including corruption, misappropriation of party funds, and anti-party activities. According to source, the court's decision was based on overwhelming evidences presented against Abure, which substantiated claims of is misconduct and abuse of power. The allegation, which included exploiting his position for personal enrichment and failing to conduct proper party congresses, painted a picture of a leadership in disarray. The crisis within the Labour Party deepens recently as a caretaker committee led by Senator Nnamdi Usman launched a probe into Abure's activities. The committee accused Abure of clinging to power despite being removed and using party structures for personal gain. Abure's faction, however, has dismissed the caretakers committee proceedings, citing lack of legitimacy. The court has ruled that Julius Abure is no longer the national chairman of the Labour Party. Abure faces allegation of corruption, misappropriation of party funds and anti-party activities. All right, these are the reasons why we needed to go straight to this particular conversation, because we have an election coming up in Anambra State on the 8th of November. And the gubernatorial candidate that is parading himself as the Labour Party gubernatorial candidate was not picked by the state chairman and also by the national chairman, who is the interim national chairman, Senator Nnamdi. But Abure appointed him. Abure conducted the primaries for him upon being sacked by the courts. All right, so we need to make sense out of all of this particular conversation, because November 8th is just around the corner. What is going to happen to the Labour Party again in Anambra in this particular election? We're now being joined by the chairman of Labour Party Anambra State, Comrade Peter Chukwunulu Okoye. Hello, comrade. Good afternoon to you today.
Yeah, good afternoon, my brother.
How is it been? How is everything over there?
We are fine. We are fine. We are fine today.
How is Anambra State?
Anambra is bubbling.
Okay.
Despite the crisis in Anambra State,
it is,
in our dear party, Labour Party.
It is well. All right. So quickly, I understand that everyone already knows a bit of the story as regards to Abure being sacked by the court, and now Labour Party, of course, we know they still have their faction, and now we know that the Labour Party has a new national chairman who is an interim national chairman, Senator Nnamdi. Okay, but in a situation where the court has actually sacked the former chairman, and he went ahead to conduct a primary for someone who should come out as a gubernatorial candidate for Anambra State. And presently, you are not, the person is not in agreement with you, or the party, people in Anambra State. The party is not backing him. The federal level is not backing him. So what is going to happen to Labour Party in Anambra State? And I would like you to also reply that particular statement from the Abure's faction, saying that whatsoever that you, the state level, is saying, and the federal level, the national level, that whatsoever you guys are saying is totally wrong, that Abure never indulged in such frivolities. That's what I would call it. So over to you. I would like you to clear the air as regards to all of this particular situation.
Thank you, my brother, and God bless you. Good afternoon, everybody. Let me use this opportunity to clear some certain airs in respect of the crisis in Labour Party. My name is Comrade Peter Okoye Chukwunulu, the chairman of Labour Party Anambra as of today. The truth is that I believe that the whole world and Nigerians know that the Supreme Court sacked Julius Abure on the 4th of April, and all his executives down to ward. And before that Supreme Court judgment, John Nwosu, the current gubernatorial candidate of ADC now, purchased nomination form from Julius Abure and George Moao, and have already fixed April 5th for their primaries. When that judgment came to the 4th of April, I made a statement, I issued a statement that whatever they are planning to do is null and void, should be postponed, pending when the Nanedos man will fix primaries. And the By 3 p.m. that same day, that 4th of April, John Asuu withdrew from the race, obeyed the Supreme Court order, the Supreme Court verdict. Surprisingly, that same Julius Abure was sacked by that Supreme Court and his executives still went ahead, come down to Anambra on the 5th of April, conducted primaries that produced George Moore as candidate of Labour Party. And I was lamenting, telling them that whatever they did is null and void. I want to tell Nigerians the reason why INEC uploaded the name of George Moore in their portal is because of that. It's because that before INEC got the citizenship of that judgment, they have already uploaded the names of the candidates of political parties. But as a law and abiding citizen of this country, I myself and my executive went to court in Oka, Federal High Court in Oka, to challenge what Abure did in Anambra State. I did not see the reason why the highest court in the land will sack an executive on the 4th of April. They still went ahead on the 5th of April, conducted primaries, and expecting that primaries to stand. You cannot build something on nothing. It is not done anywhere. And I want to ask whoever that is following George Moore parading themselves at the gubernatorial candidate of Labour Party in Anambra, ask them who is the national chairman, who conducted the primaries that produced it. We have evidence. We have the evidence where George Moore is receiving the certificate of return from Abure. But I believe that the matter is coming up on the 15th of April, 15th of this October, being on Wednesday, next tomorrow. So I've said it severally that what they're doing, they're just parabolating around. They're not doing anything. I don't see just as the gubernatorial candidate of Labour Party. I said it time without number. Why? I don't know why people are scared of why people are scared of saying the truth. If you say the truth, you will die. If you say the truth, you will still live. So what stops you saying the truth? Every document is intact. Senator Nana Osman is the authentic national chairman of the Labour Party, starting from April 4th. And whatever any other person does is null and void. Today, George Moore is moving around, calling himself candidate of the Labour Party. It is not done anywhere. We don't support that. We are in court already. We are in Federal High Court, okay? Let's court tell us that it's Julius Abure above the law. How can the highest court of the land who give judgment tell you that you should stop parading yourself as the national chairman of your party, that your term has expired, and you went ahead to conduct a program, issue certificate of return to a candidate, and that person received it? Enough is enough. John knows who withdrew from that race. He knows the implications. He knows. So, my brother, I'm telling you that as of today, the leadership of the Nigerian man in Anambra State is not supporting anybody parading himself as the gubernatorial candidate of the Labour Party. I've said it severally.
All right, so comrade. Hello, comrade. Can you hear me?
I'm hearing you.
All right, so comrade, first, before we get more into Abure's situation, of course, Abure has done so much, which I remembered while we were having these talks, and not just you. I will be giving names. I've discussed with Comrade Anslem. I've had a discussion as well with Comrade Splendor, the 2023 gubernatorial candidate for Ebonyi State. Okay, I've had a very long talk with you as regards to all of this particular situation. I've had conversation with the special advisor to Senator Nadi on media, Mr. Ken. Okay, and everyone has actually come out to say Abure has done this, Abure has done that. Abure has done this, Abure has done that. Now he even collected money for some people, you know, forged signatures. We'll get to all of that. But now, what are the implications of this particular situation? Because November 8th is the general elections. And if the Labour Party doesn't have someone that they are backing, that means this election will just come and go without Labour Party participating in it. So,
not the first time it's happened now.
So, presently,
by election, 16th of August, Labour Party did not field any candidate in the election. Are you not aware?
Of course. So with this particular was happening for gubernatorial,
we are not happy about what is happening, but the person in question did not even want to know.
Okay, so
do you understand me now?
My question, I understand the fact that Abure has done this particular situation, okay, by already conducting an illegal primary, as you have stated, okay, that you, the state party chairman, is not aware, neither are your party members aware, even to the federal level, they are not aware of that particular primaries. Now he has actually done that. Is there a remedy that can still be done? As this particular gubernatorial candidate that Abure picked from his faction, has it even deemed it fit to come to your leadership to say, okay, I know so much has happened, I know I was brought in illegally, how can we come together to work together so as to have a candidate? Because I don't think there is any window left for you or for your party to conduct a fresh primaries.
Thank you, my brother. Let me be sincere and honest to you. And I'm happy that the whole world is hearing me. The so-called candidates that Abure produced today, before that Supreme Court judgment, I told Judge Mbah that for the fact that he's following Abure will not fly. That Abure's term has expired. That you should work with Senator Nenadi Osman. I'm telling you, before the Supreme Court judgment. And when that Supreme Court judgment came, I issued a press conference. I issued a press release that all their preparation for primary is suspended, pending when the Nenadi Osman will issue the statement or fix another date for the primaries. But Judge Mbah refused. I told him he serves in Abuja, even on phone, down with that number. And up till now, as I'm talking to you now, I'm not even aware. But I don't want to say. The only thing I will say now is we are building a new Labour Party in Anambra State.
Hello, comrade.
I'm hearing you.
This is people's voice. When it concerns the people, when we come here, we don't hold back conversations. So we are talking about untold stories here. We're talking about whatsoever that is actually rocking the boat of Labour Party in Anambra State. And we're talking about what has given Labour Party a bad name. Don't forget that Labour Party was able to get the amount of people they got because of integrity, because of a particular man. But now, if a leadership of a party is presumed or perceived or has been seen as a fraudulent kind of people, what do you expect? So if you have some things that you feel you are holding back, I wouldn't advise you to do that. If you have things to say, go ahead and say them. This is why we're here. We need to really know what's going on in the party. We need to know how bad this particular internal situation, crisis has actually got into. We need to know how deep the cut is. So please go ahead.
Thank you very much, my brother. The situation, the crisis in Anambra, the situation in Anambra State, the Labour Party, if they did not do something, it will lead that Labour Party will not have candidate in the November 8th gubernatorial election. Mark my word and cut my lips. If the people in question did not do something urgently, it will lead that the Labour Party in Anambra will not have candidates come November 8th election. Because you can't build something on nothing. Anybody that was conducted primaries under Julius Abure is null and void. They still have chance, they still have some days or weeks to correct the issues. But if they refuse, I'm telling you that Labour Party is not going to have candidates come November 8th. That is the situation.
When this particular issue happened, and you, just like you said, you reached out to the supposed gubernatorial candidate of Labour Party, okay, for him to also come and discuss with both you and Senator Nenadi, that's the interim chairman of the party, but he decided not to, or refused, perhaps he was still taking advices or are we going to say, orders from his former boss, or still his present boss, but the former chairman of Labour Party. Okay, here we know we've gotten to a particular crossroad, or we've gotten to a point where everything is looking as if everywhere is blocked now and there is nothing that can be done. I know we have the matter in courts, but what has been their own body language as regards to all of this situation? What have they said so far? What has Abure said? What has the gubernatorial candidate that he picked said? What has been their responses? Are they looking like they are in for a fight, you know, dragging what is not with you in the state, or they're trying to see how to do a settle out of court? And what are the prayers that you actually took up, or what were the suites that you actually presented to the court? Of course, we'll be flashing some of that particular one shortly, but please go ahead. Hello, comrade.
Hello.
Yeah, comrade, please go ahead.
Yeah. The truth is that I have received several calls, and before this incident, I personally advised the so-called gubernatorial candidate, Chief Judge Mbah, on what to do. But surprisingly, where I was so surprised and got angry is that I had a flagging of campaign in Anambra State, in Onitsha, and it's Netanyahu's man, Daliti Wokota, is not aware. And even the leader of the party, constitutional leader of the party, which is Alex Oti, did not even come to the flag off. Our national chairman, Senator Nanado's man, is not there at Onitsha. Distinguished Senator Dalit Wokota is not there. All the interim leadership of the party is not there. And to my greatest surprise, the Chief Judge Mbah picked microphone and said he's greeting the national leadership of Labour Party here present. And I was surprised seeing Clement Ojukwu, the so-called deputy chairman to Abure, and Abure's national chairman. I don't understand. After Supreme Court have given the judgment, gave their judgment. So I found out they don't want progress of the party. And let me be sincere with you. There are some things you see, you know that these people are agents of destruction. Because somebody that really wants to make somebody that wants to win an election will find every possible means to unite the party in any level, both world, local government, and state level. He has rules to reconcile all those things. Then, as I'm talking to you, the national chairman never followed him for any campaign. The national leadership of the Labour Party in Nigeria never came to Anambra State, and followed him in any campaign. So the question is that, who is your national chairman? Who gave you flag? Who is moving the train in Anambra State? Of course, Abure Group, that was sacked by Supreme Court. After all the advice by several individuals, and he refused to go and see my national chairman. And I'm the state chairman. I have the leaders in the national. I cannot do anything without letting them know. And I cannot go where they are not authorized me to go.
But has he reached out to you personally?
Why?
Come again. Has he reached out to you personally?
Is it Judge Mbah?
Yes.
No. Instead, I received threats from them. I have so many threats that they will kill me, that they will bomb my house, from one of his agents called Mr. Jack.
It's better that you're mentioning everybody's name on national TV, just for the record. It's better that you're actually mentioning all of that. Please go ahead.
So, we have some weeks, about 3 weeks to the election, and I've not seen Labour Party having candidates in that election.
Okay, so quickly, comrade, let me ask you this sensitive one here. I understand that Mr. Peter Obi, as of today, is still a member of the Labour Party. What has he said so far as regards to this whole situation? Has he commented? And aside from him, what are the reactions from other party stakeholders? Of course, I know that we have stakeholders both from the Abure side and the main people, which is your side, who are the main party people. Okay, so but what has Mr. Peter Obi said so far? Has he been quiet? What has he said? Okay, when this whole situation started initially, what were his comments? And did he even try to perhaps broke peace or see how to help out as regards to all of this situation? And also, what are the steps that Senator Nadi has been putting as regards to seeing how to sort this whole situation?
My brother, the truth is that the last time we have a meeting in Transcorp in Abuja, where His Excellency, our principal, Mr. Peter Obi, told us, His Excellency Oti was there, Alex Oti was there, when the CTC of the Supreme Court judgment came out. His Excellency Peter Obi said that all of us will march to INEC to submit the CTC, and we did that. As is that very day, His Excellency made us to understand that Senator Nanado's man and Darlington Wokocha is the national chairman and national secretary of the party. So coming to the Anambra State, fine and good, Obi, His Excellency Peter Obi came the very day he flagged off. But that's not the issue. His Excellency Peter Obi can enter anywhere. You understand me now? His Excellency Peter Obi, our principal, the man I respect so much, he can go anywhere. But if Peter Obi made a mistake, I personally will correct him.
Wait, sorry, you said Peter Obi came. Hold on, you said Peter Obi came the day he flagged off? The day this particular Abure person flagged off?
Peter Obi was there. But Senator Victor made a statement to the public that he is not supposed to be there. He came there because of His Excellency Peter Obi. You understand me? That he knows that, he followed the matter to that very day they are flagging off, that he's not supposed to be there.
This is quite controversial because Mr. Peter Obi is aware as regards to the court's ruling and, of course, the court sacking Abure. And upon that particular pronouncement and that judgment, okay, he knows that Abure is not relevant anymore, okay, or does not hold that position in the party. So Abure going after that particular day to conduct the primaries and having a candidate illegally, yet Peter Obi attended a particular flag off, knowing fully well that Senator Nadi was not aware or was not part of it. Is this not creating more chaos as regards to the party?
Thank you very much, my brother. In that case, that's what I said. Nobody is above mistake. His Excellency Peter Obi can make mistakes. And it's the duty of us that is following him to correct him. And that's why we went to court. Obi is a human being. Obi is not God. He's a human being like us. He can make mistakes. And when he makes mistakes, we as the followers, we tell him, my principal, you are making a very big mistake. Oh. At times, I do mercy for him because he doesn't rest. He doesn't even eat. So for him to make that mistake, that's why we said no. We can't follow our principal and make that mistake. We went to court to correct that issue. I know that Peter Obi is the person that obeys the rule of law. So for him to make that mistake, we went to court to correct that mistake. You understand me?
Yeah.
He did not supposed to wait to that flag off without Senator Nanado's man as national chairman of the party. But he made that mistake. And I believe the reason why he did that is that what Obi is doing is Obi is making everything possible because of the 2027 election. But you cannot build something on nothing. Even if you want to contest election, it doesn't make you to make mistakes. And that is why we, under him, is correcting him by going to court to correct that irregularities.
Okay, I don't know if my I don't know if my PCR team, I would like them to show up some of this particular documentation as regards to what Abure has actually done. Okay, I was told Abure forged certificates, forged signatures of some party members, okay, and we know that Mr. Peter Obi was aware as regards to all of this particular situation. Of course, there you go, and he did all of these things. We didn't expect him to appear there. Now it is really giving even the interim chairperson more problem, okay, of our stand as regards to the power she wield, okay? Because if you say I'm not the new interim national chairman, yet you are still going to attend a particular flag off of an illegal gubernatorial candidate. What does that mean? And just like what Comrade, the chairman of Labour Party, the state chairman Labour Party Anambra State has said, he said he knows that Peter Obi is more concerned about the 2027 election, but that doesn't mean he should make mistakes. But if I would ask you, is there a way that all of this situation can be resolved? Hello, Comrade.
Come again with your question.
That all of this particular situation can be resolved just to restore unity amongst Labour Party members, because you agree with me that for now Labour Party does not even, it's looking like Labour Party does not have its feet, on ground. And usually, just like the word I use for the PDP, a house that is divided against itself cannot stand. Okay, Labour Party is just facing different crises from here and there, from the national level to state level. What is going to happen to Labour Party? Is there a way that all of this particular situation can be fixed within the party?
Yes, my brother, it can be resolved very, 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 very well, smoothly. I believe that in any organization, we have hierarchy. Once the needful is done, I believe all this issue will be resolved. And I will not be here in Anambra State, and you will not recognize or respect my national chairman or my national leadership. You don't expect me to work with you. But for the fact he went there to resolve with my national chairman and national executive of the party, we don't have any issue. We don't have any issue. Let us follow due process.
So all you are saying
there are some things we will do to rectify, solve all the issues once and for all.
So all you are saying, yes, I am. So all you are saying is you want the gubernatorial candidate of Labour Party being appointed by Abure to go and see Senator Nadi, who is the national chairman. Once that is settled, then you can also settle with him.
I gave you an example of what George Nwosu did.
Okay.
After the Supreme Court judgment, he withdrew from that Abure's primaries and joined Senator Nanado's man 6 primaries. Are you getting me now?
Yeah.
And since then, I never had anything, and I do not believe that George Mohalu have met with Senator Nanadi and resolved the crisis in the primaries that produced him as the candidate. Are you hearing me now? You never recognized Nanadi as the national chairman of the party. Because if you have recognized Senator Nanadi Osman and Daliti Wokoto as the national chairman and secretary of the party, they would have been in Anambra State during this campaigning.
Okay, so
that's the good truth.
So quickly, before we talk about the campaign and in running off, I would like us to, of course, because we said untold a story as regards to Abure. Okay, so a lot of speculations, a lot of some I would call allegations, and some are not allegations anymore because you are actually presenting receipts, okay, as regards to documentation to buttress your point. But can you give us at least few names of those that you are quite sure and you have the backings that Abure actually forged maybe their signatures or took money from them, or all of this particular illegal what have you movement that he did back then when he was still the national chairman? Can you give specifications and talk with facts? Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, my brother. I'll give you one evidence. I'll give you the person I'm very, very sure, and I have every document from their case in the Federal High Court to the Supreme Court. In Enugu State, Splendor Ezoko is the duly elected gubernatorial candidate of Labour Party. But Abure went ahead and forged his signature and removed his name in the INEC portal, collected money, millions of naira, and replaced Edward Nkwago Koreke. And Splendor went to court and won Abure from Federal High Court, Appeal Court, and Supreme Court. And the police indicted Abure for forgery, perjury, and criminal conspiracy. I have every document to back what I'm telling you. He is there. So it's not a hidden something. The whole world is aware of this. I'm telling you. Splendor is in Ebonyi State. This is not the first time you see such a thing. I heard about others, one in Lagos, but I'm telling you the one I'm sure, and I have the documents with me. So I have committed so many crimes. Even Orucho Okpara, the immediate past treasurer, said so many things about what he did with Labour Party money. But Splendor is the case I'm very, very sure about, and I can prove it with the documents. The documents is intact with me. Thank you very much.
Okay, so, comrade, let's look at the broader implications. How might this crisis impact the Labour Party's electoral prospects? Because it is looking like the Labour Party that they were meant to trust, that the people were meant to trust. Look at the position at which they are in now, okay, having internal issues, not even trusting. I don't know if people can even trust the new interim chairman, not because she's the person that lacks her integrity, not because she's a fraudulent person, no, but because her predecessor that was sacked by the court has actually done so much, okay? So now, the faith and the hope, the belief, the trust people had, in Labour Party is shaking. How might this particular crisis impact, Labour Party, as regards to electoral prospects?
Come again.
How might this particular crisis that has been happening, in Labour Party with the former national chairman, taking from here, taking from there, can people still even trust the Labour Party again? And how might this particular crisis that is going on affect, the party as regards to electoral prospects? Hello, comrade, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Network is frustrating. But I'm here.
So sorry. I just want you to, let us know how this whole crisis, can actually impact Labour Party's electoral prospect. Because I don't even know if people still trust the party anymore. But you would be able to tell us more how people have been reacting, to the party and how people are seeing the party now. So maybe you just let us know, shed more light on it, and what is really going on as regards to the way people are seeing a Labour Party in Anambra State.
We are doing Anambra State now is mobilizing Labour Party, new members into the Labour Party. We are intact. The Labour Party is intact in Anambra State, despite the crisis in respect of the gubernatorial candidate. We are building up a new Labour Party come 2027. We are removing all the irregularities. What Abure people did in Labour Party. We can now, if you come into Anambra State and enter into our meeting, you will see a new face of Labour Party, where you will see professors, NLC political commissions are there. The people that matters in Anambra State are there. It's quite unfortunate that all these issues is now lingering in Anambra. But assuming that we don't have issue of this gubernatorial candidate, I'm giving you 95% assurance that Labour Party would have produced the next governor of Anambra State.
Wow.
Mark my word and cut my lips. I'm telling you.
I love such projection. So
yes, of course. This is the one base of His Excellency P2B.
So in closing,
it's one base of His Excellency P2B. But because of all these crises, I'm just laughing.
Okay, so in closing, you said that the gubernatorial candidate that you guys are not in support of have been parading, they've been doing campaign here and there. But of course, just like your words, that means you are not supporting him, and you don't know anything that has to do with him until he does the needful, which we doubt if he will at the end of the day. But we heard that the case is still in court, and the hearing is on Wednesday, I believe, right? The hearing is on Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Okay, so all I would just want you to do in just 1 minute, can you send a message to the Labour Party members in the national level and everywhere in Nigeria just to have faith in your particular party?
I want to use this opportunity to greet my leaders, the national leaders of Labour Party in Nigeria, and the Labour Party members in diaspora and in Nigeria. I'm assuring people in Anambra State, Labour Party is intact, despite the little issues, the little crisis, which we don't want to irregularities to continue again.
Okay.
Senator Nane Osman is doing a wonderful job.
Okay.
To set a legacy that others will follow.
Right.
And that is why we are now following that such a thing will not happen again. Bear in mind that the Labour Party is the workers' party. It is not like APC and the PDP. This is a party that has policy.
Thank you so much, comrade, for joining the program. Thank you so much for being part of today's show. It was indeed an insightful one, and we love the fact that you actually spelled things out the way they were and they are presently. Okay, and I wish you all the best as regards to the court case on Wednesday. And should in case anything comes up, do let me know about it. And a quick one, the views and opinion expressed by our analysts are solely their own and do not reflect those of VOP Media. Please don't forget that we're all entitled to our opinions. All right, this is how far I can actually go on the program this wonderful evening. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Udo. Have a good evening rest.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Well, start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP this morning, 8 a.m.
Monday through Friday.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Asuu Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on 39, right? 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Are you ready to lift him high? All around the world, it's time. Let the praise wave ride. It's Praise Wave Live. Oh yeah, the rhythm of grace we testify. Let's go. He turned our mourning into dancing, our silence into shouting. It's Praise Wave Live. Let the glory rise. We're riding the wave. Every moment, every tribe. Praise wave, lift him up. Praise wave, don't stop now. Praise wave, all day, all night. Once live, let the world ignite.
Hey everyone, this is Desmond Elliott hanging out at Go Get Face of Africa. I'm saying keep watching, don't change the dial. This is VOP TV. Fatima.
VOP TV. Now, You have more than a voice.
As to share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
All right, another beautiful Monday edition of the Locker Room on Voice of the People television. I am Jerry Apeliohai, reporting for football duties. So much to talk about in the exciting world of football. It's the countdown to who's going to qualify for the FIFA World Cup, which will be co-hosted by America, Mexico, and Canada. It's going to be an awesome fight for those who represent Africa, especially the Super Eagles of Nigeria are battling it out in Group C against Benin Republic. But definitely a lot of misfortunes have continued to hit the Super Eagles. But hopefully, it's not misfortune as far as this one is concerned. I'll not be doing this show alone. I have Mayowa, who gets to join us virtually as we take a look at matters arising as far as the football world is concerned. And of course, we saw what happened in the NPFL. We'll be talking about how our football will get to the next level, but with what happened in Kano over the weekend, it takes us back so many years of those days where we are afraid to go to stadiums to see NPFL games. Imagine those who took their kids. Imagine that referee took his son to watch him officiate an NPFL game. I would have felt like life was somehow going to leave his dad, or somehow something was going to happen to him. Imagine how maybe his wife or his son is watching when the fans are trooped into the pitch. It was really an ugly scenario. We'll try as much as possible to get the video of that incident so that our viewers can appreciate what we are talking about, because I just want to hit the ground running. Don't forget that you can stay tuned by subscribing to our YouTube channel and turn on that notification bell so you never get to miss an episode of The Locker Room. It's a conversational program. You can also call us via the WhatsApp number showing on your screen. Our producers, please do help our viewers with the numbers so that they can also call in. And even the South African brothers who have been watching us and giving us their banter, we also like to hear from you. How does it feel right now? Take a look at where the tables are. Well, anyway, I don't have feelings to the South Africans. Mayowa, it's great to have you join us. I just hit the ground running talking about the Kano Pillar situation.
Well, it's always amazing to be here. We saw the ugly videos yesterday. It's heartbreaking. I will share my personal experience, and that's one of the reasons why in the last 20-21 years I've refused to go and watch any NPFL match. It is the same, Kano Stadium. I barely escaped with my life that particular day. And that, still gives me PTSD till today. And it's so sad that we are seeing the same thing happen again. The saving grace for the referee was that there were policemen there to save his head. If not, he would have been lynched. They might probably, if not lynched, they might probably, beat him to stupor, and he might probably even lose his life. And these are the kind of things that we see. I've said it consistently. I think the LMC, they are not doing enough. I'll give an example. Remember last season when is it Enugu City now or Remo Star that went to Ibadan?
They went to Ibadan,
yeah,
Enugu City.
Yeah. That went to Adama Stadium, that they had to give them police uniform for them to be able to escape. And up to now, nothing has happened to 3SC. I'm a huge 3SC supporter. I love 3SC so much. However, we cannot condone such acts. It's so unfortunate that it's happening to 3SC right now, and now they are seeing exactly what it produced. Now they are feeling exactly what it produced. They felt. However, up till now, the LMC, they've not done anything tangible to reprimand 3SC. About 2 seasons ago, in the Eastern Derby, I think it's Enugu Rangers, and I can't really remember now, when the fans invaded the stadium, nothing happened. No punishment, nothing. Now we are seeing this ugly situation where it's head again. The ref is very lucky to escape with his life. I'm expecting nothing less than 6-month banishment for Kano Pillars. Apart from deduction of points, I think the fine needs to be very heavy. There is stage 1 club. I don't see any reason why the LMC should not fine them over 200 million naira for this infraction. I don't see any reason why Kano Pillars, all their games are not being played in Lagos. Because if you don't nip this in the bud, it is not until somebody dies before we start making reform. And another turbulent game that might be coming again is when Bala FC will be facing off with Kano Pillars. There's a whole lot of talk as regards the rivalry there. That game is going to be another tense game. I hope the LMC step up and they do the right thing and not handle this with a kid glove. It's so shameful that in 2025 we are still seeing this happen. And it's because the LMC and the people handling the league, they've not done the proper thing that they're supposed to do. The fines that they are giving them, the punishment that they are giving them is a slap on the wrist, and that's the reason why people are emboldened to continue to commit this criminal act.
Yeah, people are emboldened. Yeah, we've seen the videos, and I would also like our producers, though the LMC have come out with talking about a communique as regards what happened in that match, and I've calculated the money that I've summed up the money altogether that they've been asked to pay. It's about 9.5 million. But I would like us, for fairness sake, to look at what really happened that led to that melee. And if our producers can come up with that video of the match, and that really led to this fracas or this chaos, because I'm one of those who preach football without violence, because football is a sport that's supposed to unite all of us. And this is not the first time Kano Pillars have been found wanting. In 2022, you saw what they did to Katsina United FC's team, how they invaded the pitch, beat up opposing fans, opposing players. Okay, that's the game here. Okay, that's the game here. Okay, let's look at it and analyze the situation clearly. Okay, that was the goal scored by the Kano Pillars player, and okay, some people think that they were cheated, saying that was really offside. I don't know. Okay.
Well, from what I can see, yes, I think the linesman made the wrong call. The thing is, the last defender is playing on, the striker that scored the goal. However, we have seen many situations whereby, the referees, they get the call wrong. And also remember, there is no VAR. There is no VAR here to confirm the calls. There are no VAR here. So, mistake happens. And the reason why, the reason why this is so saddening, this is so disgusting, is this. This mentality of we are playing at home and we must win by fire by force. That is the reason why people feel, if calls don't go their way, they can invade the pitch and, attack the referee. In as much as, you don't want to excuse, the competencies of the referee, you don't want to excuse, the mistake the referees will make that might cost you a valuable point. The reaction of the fan is not the way to go. That is not the way to go. You cannot take away mistake from football. It's part of it. So there is no justification. There's no justification for the fans to invade the pitch. If the referee has committed, an infraction that deserves to be punished, the LMC looks into it, call the referee in question to order, probably lay out punishment. In the EPL that a lot of people talk about, we've seen referee punished because of one call. Last season, a referee was punished and he was demoted. He didn't officiate some EPL game, and he was demoted to League 2 for some games before he came back to the EPL. That's how things should be done. Not that you take laws into your hands and you start attacking, referee, you start attacking players, you start attacking officials for no reason. There is no justification for this, and even the fine is ridiculous. How can the LMC come up and fine Capital's 9.6 million? Are the LMC joking? Are they joking? How can they fine them 9.6 million? What does that cover? Does that even cover the damage that has been done by the Kano pillars? So I've said it consistently, the way LMC is handling this thing, I don't think it's the appropriate thing. And if there's a need for them to review the sanction, they should do it, because 9.6 million, no offense, it's a huge money, but it's chicken change to Kano pillars. They will pay it and continue with this. And this has been a recurring decimal, especially at that Kano stadium. I mean, I hope the LMC will do something, we implement a much more stringent punishment than what we have at the, because what they are serving them is a joke in my book.
Yeah, I think I would like our producers to also bring the summary jurisdiction notice served by the LMC on behalf of the NPFL, and it says from 16. Okay, and there are so many breaches there. I cannot go all and on, but when you take a look at what the rule says when it comes to breaching of the rules as such as this, consequently the NPFL imposed a fine of 1 million naira for failure to provide adequate and effective security, a fine of 1 million naira for throwing of dangerous objects towards the field of play and match officials, a fine of 1 million naira for failure to ensure the proper conduct of your supporters, talking about Kano pillars. And of course, on the second page, there's a fine of 1 million naira for misconduct capable of bringing the game to disrepute. And there's also a fine of 2 million naira for assaulting the away team players and match officials, a fine of 2 million naira as compensatory cost of treatment and damages inflicted on the away team players and officials, a fine of 1,500,000 naira as compensatory damages of 250,000 naira each to the match officials, and order deducting 3.3 goals from accrued points of Kano Pillars FC for assault on the match officials, an order of closing the Sani Abacha Stadium indefinitely to Kano Pillars for the rest of the season, or for a minimum of 10 home games until you can prove that such ugly incidents will not occur again. Meanwhile, Kano Pillars will now play their home games in Katsina. And we know they have a bad relationship with Katsina FC. I don't know that they'll be good hosts to Kano Pillars. And order directed the club to produce those culprits who perpetrated the invasion of the restricted areas and to show proof of their persecution accordingly, and an order to implement more effective matchday security framework and crowd control measures, details of which must be submitted to the NPFL within 7 working days of the date of this notice. Okay? Anyway, all of this is subject to appeal. I don't know what kind of appeal they are going to make because the video evidence is out there. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.5 million and naira all in total fine they will have to pay. There you have it. So the stadium closed for the rest of the season or 10 games. So there's even an option, not that it's definite. So there you have it.
I said this is a joke, and the only thing I will say is this: even where they banish them to, it's a joke. Katsina is about, if I'm not mistaken, Katsina is about 1.5 hours drive, depending on where you are coming from. It's about 1.5 hours drive from Kano, if I'm not mistaken, depending on your location in Kano, and you are banishing them to Katsina. Why are you banishing them to Katsina? Why not take them from Kano and put them in Lagos here? Let them play in Lagos. Let them play in Lagos. Their fans can travel to Katsina and watch the game. Let them play in Lagos. That's number one. Number two, even the stadium closure is even optional. The stadium should be closed for the rest of the season. Number three, you are finding people with the current exchange rate. You are finding people less than $700 for those kind of offense. For lynching the referee, you are giving the referee 250,000. Would that cover the PTSD? Would that cover the BP that the referee got? Would that cover the attack that was meted out on the referee? You are giving the 3SC 2 million. With 2 million cover the cost. There were videos of players, with swollen knives. Players pelted with stick, pelted with stone, and you are giving them 2 million naira. As far as I'm concerned, this punishment is a slap on the wrist. It's a slap on the wrist, and it's a joke. As far as I'm concerned, I will not be surprised if somebody in Kano Pillars is doing something. And I understand the LMC might want to go with their lay down rules and the rest of that. They can, they can't punish them more than what is the established rule and the rest of that. However, we have constantly made a whole lot of noise about this. The current stipulation, the current punishment stipulated for all these offenses are too small. It doesn't meet the reality on ground. You have to punish them in a way that they will feel that something is coming out from their pockets. How can you punish invasion of the pit with $700? Are we joking? Are we joking in this country? It doesn't make any sense.
Anyway, the general manager of the football club, talking about Ahmed Musa, has issued a public apology following the violent scenes that marked their NPFL fixture against Shooting Stars Sport Club. Shooting Stars, anyway, I've done it before to others. They say the law of karma. I see them this time. But it seems like they're going to get swift justice, but not like, unlike Ikorodu United, who did not get theirs. Anyway, maybe because the fans were smart enough to make sure that on the pitch, they didn't have such a video, but we saw the videos of they were stoning the buses and so on and so forth. Though, I think there was actually some bit of fine, but not like it is for Ahmed Musa's team. Even Ahmed Musa can even bring this money from his pocket and issue this payment. But I think Ahmed Musa needs to talk to his people as well. He needs to talk to the Kano Pillars fans. I know they listen to him to make sure that this doesn't happen again.
It's not a matter of talking. In the case of PSC, right? As far as I'm concerned, PSC were not punished. That's it. I mean, the fine they gave. Look at the press release, and I'm starting from PSC. If I were Kano Pillars, and I'm not condoning it, and I'm trying to give them. I'm not trying to play devil's advocate. If I were Kano Pillars, I will use PSC as an example. When PSC attacked Ikorodu City, they came out and were whitewashing us in the press, and with the videos we saw, they were saying something else. And what did the LMC do? The fine the LMC gave them is less than 5 million. As far as I'm concerned, they didn't punish them. Was the stadium closed down? No, the stadium was not closed down. Nobody was punished. Nobody was held responsible. Those that attacked the Ikorodu City boys with heavy stone, some of the Ikorodu City guys, barely escaped with their life. If you look, I mean, the video was very horrible. If that stone had hit somebody in the head, that person would have been dead. And what did the LMC do? They practically slapped them in the hand and allow the status quo to continue to remain. It doesn't make any sense. If I were Kano Pillars, I will point this out to the LMC. When TSC did their own, what did you do? So why are you giving me a fine of 9.6 million? When TSC did it and didn't do anything too much to them, why are you banishing me? Did you banish TSC when they attacked Ikorodu City? The way the LMC even applied the punishments is inconsistent. To be honest with you, I think what the LMC is doing, I don't appreciate it. I think it's a joke. There's a need for them to sit down and review the punishment, for every of these infractions. It doesn't make any logical sense that you are finding people $700, $1 million, and the rest of that for this kind of infractions that can lead to loss of life. It doesn't make any sense. Also, why didn't Kano Pillar provide enough security? This is not the first time, the fans in Kano have been violent. This is not the first time. It has been happening, it's a recurring investment. It happens almost every season. There is no season Kano Pillar should not be found wanting in terms of their fans attacking officials. So when will this stop? Is it when somebody dies? That's when the LMC will do something, we come up with something very stringent to deter this behavior. As far as I'm concerned, the LMC have dropped the ball here, and I think the LMC needs to do better. This is not a punishment. As far as I'm concerned, it's a slap in the hand, and whatever Ahmed Musa is saying, he's just trying to save face. Our football, we should not be seeing this in 2025 in our league. If we want our league to grow, this is not the way to go. Investors will never come, and that is the implication of this.
Yeah, definitely. The hammer needs to fall. Whoever is found guilty should face the music, and definitely it's a very, very bitter pill to swallow. But it is what it is. We'll continue to monitor events as far as that game is concerned, and if those who are guilty are found wanted and dealt with actively, because I even saw a situation where a tear gas was shot at thrown at the fans who were causing trouble on the pitch. Somebody, I don't know whether it's bravery or shows that person has been used to violence. The person picked up the tear gas and threw it back at where the police is. You could see how dangerous and how dangerous these young men are, willing to take any form of risk. I don't know the kind of people who go and watch football games these days. It's pretty sad. And those such faces, if we were to be countries that are civilized, will not be found in any stadium watching any football games, because definitely there'll be CCTV and cameras. They'll be able to pick up the face of that person and make sure that person is dealt with decisively, to send a warning to whoever wants to be involved in any form of violence in public spaces. All right, let's talk about the Super Eagles, where it looks like finally the Nigerian Super Eagles have landed in Uyo, Akwa Ibom State for the mouth-watering 2026 FIFA World Cup qualifying match against the Benin Republic side. I recall that a cracked windscreen of the chartered airline aircraft that was conveying the Super Eagles delegation from Polokwane in South Africa to Uyo delayed the arrival of the players and officials in the Akwa Ibom State capital. And finally, the team arrived in Uyo, Akwa Ibom at 8:05 a.m. on Sunday morning. A win against the Cheetahs of Benin Republic in Uyo on Tuesday, and a failure by South Africa to beat Rwanda to see the Super Eagles top the group and qualify automatically to be the 2026 FIFA World Cup Finals, to be hosted by the USA, Canada, and Mexico. Marwa, let's talk about the incident that happened. I was a bit worried. Thank God it was not a situation that happened in the air and it turned to a mishap. They could avert the situation from getting worse than it was. It's good that the players are safe.
Well, I mean, it's a good one that the players are safe, and kudos to the captain that is flying the plane. He really noticed the cracks in window. He made an emergency landing in Angola, and to get that sorted. That really, yes, they were delayed, but I mean, we don't joke with people like, imagine you flying and the window, pulls off, and that takes away the cabin pressure. I know what happens when that happens. It's just good that the captain was sensible enough to make an emergency landing and not try to risk it, and result in disaster. Also, also for those conveying our national team, extra precautions to be taken. I don't think the window cracked in the air. I think that will lapses in terms of checking the plane. It's very, very important that every check is carried out to ensure that the plane is in proper condition before takeoff. I think this is also a lesson for the plane they chartered. I don't want to mention the brand, so it doesn't look like we are casting aspersions on the brand. However, I think the brand is a value brand and it's one of the upcoming brands in Nigeria. And I think they need to do better in terms of their inspection. But we just have to be thankful that this is not resulting in disaster, because a cracked plane could have resulted in a plane crash and nobody would have wanted that. So kudos to the captain for not risking the lives of the Super Eagles, and the owner of the airline. They need to do better in terms of their safety checks.
Yeah, okay. And now the team has already trained, and it was even somehow to know that the away team has arrived before the home team. It was really an irony. I hope that will not count against the Eagles, Maiwa.
Well, the away team is just Benin Republic to Lagos. It's about 2 hours drive. They can even jump into the bus and drive themselves to Lagos. But I mean, they are very close by, and we expect them to come early. The reason why they arrived before our national team was because of what happened, which is understandable. I mean, however, this goes a long way in taking away from the preparation. However, I think we have enough quality to be able to do it. The big question will now be, what will be the margin? Remember, we are not just winning. We need to win convincingly because of the goal difference, because of the goal difference between Nigeria and Benin Republic. We need to win them convincingly to be able to have an edge and hope South Africa messes up. That is the question, because I mean that's been a whole lot of worry for me. In the last 9 games, we've only scored twice. We have only been able to score 2 goals in 2 matches. That means in the remaining 7 games, the highest we've scored is just 1 goal, and that's a bit worrying for me. When we need to beat the Benin with at least a 3 or a 3 goal margin for us to be sure that we have done our own best and waiting for South Africa to mess up.
All right, definitely. Hopefully, South Africa will mess up. They did it against Zimbabwe. Who says they will still do it again? They should maintain the consistency. I think we like this consistency coming from the Bafana. Anyway, the stage is set for a decisive clash as Nigerian hosts Benin Republic at the Godswill Akpabio Stadium on Tuesday, October 14. We'll be here live on Locker Room to give you updates with what's happening in Uyo. Make sure you join us on Locker Room, and that will be tomorrow when the match starts. We'll be giving you live feeds, live action, and of course to give you updates with what's happening in Uyo. It's a very, very decisive cracker for the Super Eagles, with both nations still in contention to top Group C and secure a coveted ticket to North America. The stakes could not be higher. Benin, as we speak, currently lead the group and need only a draw to potentially secure qualification, particularly if South Africa fail to win their simultaneous clash against Rwanda. Nigeria, on the other hand, must win and hope South Africa drop points to stand a chance of booking their place at the 2026 tournament. So the fate of the nation is in the hands of Rwanda and, of course, against that team called Benin Republic. So it's going to be a very, very huge cracker for talking about the Super Eagles. We heard that talking about the Godswill Akpabio Stadium is going to be closed for the duration of that game. And if you take a look at that game, how crucial is this, Maiwa, for you?
Well, it's going to be very, very crucial for us. Obviously, we just only need to do our part and hope that Rwandans they help for. As it is, the Rwandans they have nothing to play for. if the Rwandans were able to, defeat the South Africans, they would have had a whole lot to pay for in that particular last game. Well, I said South Africa, I meant the Benin they would have been able to, they would have had a whole lot to pay for in that particular game. However, with the loss against Benin Republic, they have nothing to fight for again. And I think the South Africans, they want to put in all their best to be able to get the maximum point. But the question is because, I was looking at the qualifier, there's a particular Mozambique that got docked of 6 points. And the reason for that was they fielded an ineligible player, and the player has been playing for them for a while, and 6 points was deducted. It now brings me back to the question. Mokoena did not start the sponge. Are we not supposed to expect another 3 points to be deducted from South Africa? Is anybody in the NFF pushing that agenda to see if another 3 points will be deducted? If that happens, then Nigeria is in the clear. I hope somebody in the NFF, if their legal team is looking at the rules, is looking at the table and trying to push something to FIFA to see if another 3 points can be deducted, because it was done to Mozambique, and that's the reason why Mozambique does not have a fighting chance of qualifying in their group. I think we should push that agenda. The NFF, our own NFF should push that agenda. I think South Africa needs to be deduct another 3 points because Mokoena did not start his punishment and went ahead to play another game. Aside from that, what we have to do at the Enugu Stadium is to ensure that we win. And it's not just ordinary win. We need to win convincingly. Convincingly in the sense that, at the moment, Benin Republic, they have a 2-goal advantage ahead of us. And for us to be able to wipe that out, at least we need to beat them with a 3-goal margin. And then probably maybe they don't score, or if they score 1, we beat them 4-1, and we have a 3-goal margin for us to be able to surpass them in terms of the goal difference. If we do that, then we have done our part. Then we can only hope that Zimbabwe, Rwanda will turn Zimbabwe and do what Zimbabwe did to South Africa in the last round.
All right, let's see how that pans out. And of course, let's take a look at Nigerians' head-to-head situation with Benin Republic. Okay, we understand that. Okay, we also have the interview of the coach talking about Genotro. He understands the Super Eagles very well, and definitely it might count for him because he has played he has coached the Super Eagles at the Uyo Stadium before in countless number of games during his spell as a coach of the Super Eagles. So he understands what it means to play at the Godswill Akpabio Stadium. Maybe, I don't know, he will be he will do the job indirectly. I don't know. Well, historically, the Super Eagles have enjoyed a strong record against Benin Republic, winning 13 of their 17 meetings. Benin have managed just one victory, a memorable 2-1 over Nigeria in March 2024 during this same qualification campaign. Finidi did it alongside Tanimu. They did excellently in giving Benin Republic the 3 points, and the first their one victory, just one victory. It was courtesy of Finidi. Anyway, I will not forget that day. History will not make me forget that day for the rest of my life. It was really an eyesore. I saw that game live. It was really an eyesore. Seeing Tanimu playing in the Super Eagles right back, not being able to catch up with the ball. It was really a painful sight. And Finidi not doing justice, selecting was it Paul Onachu and Victor Boniface to start that game. But they say the rest is history.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I think I was one of those that supported Finidi, and Finidi did not deliver. Also, we need to question how Tanimu got into the team. Somebody that is playing in Tanzania, that's not even playing regularly, somebody that went to Quality and has not even laced his boot for Quality Town. How did he make it to our national team? Why is Tanimu playing in the national team? You and I know the reason why Tanimu is there. Until we started, making a whole lot of noise. That's the reason why Tanimu is no longer part of the squad. And, Tanimu himself did not justify his pick. So definitely, I think we got ourselves into a whole lot of mess with that particular game. And now is the time for us to rewrite history. However, it has been very difficult for us to be able to dispatch teams, with reckless abandon. Also, remember, we have a goalkeeper at the moment that is suffering with confidence issue. Against Lesotho, Nwabali nearly, gave us out. And that's just the truth. There was no reason for him to concede, the goal he considered there was no reason to nearly give the Rwanda, the Lesothans, an opportunity in the last seconds of the game. We were just lucky that ball did not go in the net. A lot of people come out and say, you know, we don't have to blame him. These keepers make mistakes and the rest of that. However, the mistake is becoming consistent, and that is not what we need. When we all started making mistakes, a lot of people came out and, you know, we shouted, and, you know, the coaching pool listened, and they do away with Uzowo. Now we have Anua Bali, who I think is having a confidence issue. I don't know what he needs to do to be able to get his head back into the game. In the last couple of games, he has not been himself, and we are seeing it play out. I hope when the guys in front do the job, Anua Bali will not put all their effort in jeopardy and allow the Benin, you know, to have a few days against us.
All right, definitely is a big one as far as that one is concerned. We also appreciate the comments on the YouTube platform. We also encourage you to call in and give us your take, your prediction, your hopes for the game between Nigeria and Benin Republic, which comes up tomorrow, Nigerian time, 5 p.m. at the Gosil Akpabio Stadium. All right, we already see some comments on the YouTube platform. Olugbenga Bamidele, a regular, he says, what happened 20 years ago when Nigeria was beating Zimbabwe with 5 goals? Rwanda allowed Angola to score a late goal in 2005 for 2006 World Cup. Now it is South Africa versus Rwanda in 2025 for 2026 World Cup. Okay, is that Kama? Is he talking about Kama? Well, I don't know. Anyway, Chika Bilox says that all members of the NFF board should be banned if Super Eagles fail to qualify for 2026 World Cup. Shegun Odigbami, JJ Okocha, Lawal, Kanu Wankwa, Daniel Mokechi, Taribo West, etc. should run Nigerian football. Okay, that will be a big ask because there's a lot that we need to be put in play before you even smell contesting. There are some rules that you have to meet up with, some statutes, a lot of things that you have to put in place to even merit contesting. So I don't know whether these footballers have met those standards to even want to contest in the next Congress, because there was a Congress in Ibadan. I know there was appraisal of what Gosol has done, but with the feelers I'm getting, it's divided house on whether he should come back. But we'll keep on updating you as far as the situation of Gosol and the NFF board is concerned, which definitely I expected in that last Congress that there would have been a vote of no confidence in the board. But I think they decided to keep their fingers crossed and wait till tomorrow's game before they would come out with a final verdict. Anyway, there's news about the Super Eagles ahead of tomorrow's game. They will be without Ademola Lookman, suspended after receiving multiple yellow cards. There's also injury concerns also out. Is Olaino Seredeses, we understand, is out as well as Rafael Yedika. And Maiwa, how delicate is it for the team without Ademola Lookman?
Well, definitely Ademola Lookman will be missed. It contributes a lot to our attack. Apart from Osimhen in front of goal, I think Ademola Lookman brings a whole lot. However, a whole lot of people say there's an Akko Daniel, Akko Adams, and just for that. And what some people fail to understand is these people, they are two different people. I don't think what Ademola Lookman will bring is what an Akko Daniel will bring. An Akko Daniel plays more like a striker, and can also play behind the striker. So I think Ademola Lookman not there, we are going to miss him. So that means we will probably see a Chukwueze starting with a Moses Simon. Definitely we have an Osimhen in front of goal. The last time we were talking about this, I said I wanted to see a Tolu Arokodare play, and a Chelsea listened and Tolu Arokodare played, and we all saw what he can bring to the table. Yes, he was substituted out. Accord came in and Accord was able to do that. However, you could see that he gave us a bit of freedom in the middle of the park. He gave us a bit of freedom playing behind Osimhen, and I think probably that's what Edge will do. We get to see a Chukwueze start, a Moses Simon start, a Chukwueze, then an Osimhen, then probably an Akko or Etolu Arokodare playing there, because definitely against the Benin, what we need to do is to go for the kill early. The moment the Benin can be joining us, or probably we are leading them with a goal to the 60th, 65th minute, panic sets in and they get to defend very well. And before you know it, they close shop and we struggle to, to get past them. I think what we need to do is to ensure that we get the goals quickly. If we can score 2 goals quickly, it will force the Benin to come outside, and that gives us an opportunity to be able to exploit the spaces they will leave behind, and for us to be able to score more goals. And while we are also praying that Rwanda did not do what they did to us against Angola in 2006. I remember that game vividly. Rwanda allowed Angola to score in the 86th minute, and that was how Angola, ended up with the same points with us, and they ended up qualifying for that particular World Cup.
Yeah, Rwanda, the fate of Nigerians are in your hands. Definitely make sure you can count. Do the Zimbabwe against the Bafana South Africa. And of course, it looks like David Ando is from Benin. I don't know. He's on the comment section. He's already predicting a win for Benin Republic. I understand why he's not a Nigerian, and definitely wants who he wants to qualify to make sure that I don't know. He said 2-1 in favor of Benin. I think Nigerians on the comment section of our YouTube platform would definitely not like that, but it is what it is. All right. Despite these absences, the head coach Enugu State has a strong squad at his disposal. Victor Osimhen, Ako Adam, and Wilfred Ndidi expect to play pivotal roles. Meanwhile, the coach of Benin Republic and will also be without several key players. Yohan Roche and Ceci de Almeida are suspended, while talking about Abdul Mumuni, Junior Olaiton, and Rodolfo Aloko, and nursing injuries. Ron, who managed Nigeria from 2016 to 2021, brings a unique dynamic to the encounter. His familiarity with the Super Eagles core group may provide tactical advantages for the underdogs. Let's not also forget Adedeji. Nigeria scored the crucial goal against Rwanda the last time out. So Ayegun, I beg your pardon. Yeah. So we are going to be having Nigerians playing against Nigeria. That's tomorrow.
Well,
and the coach understands spreads. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, the guys from Kogi State, from Kaba in Kogi State. The family, they have roots in Benin Republic, but they have a family house in Kaba in Kogi State. Is the one that is that has handled Benin Republic this opportunity. It was one that came in to do the damage. I didn't play more than 15 minutes and was able to do the damage. The Benuans, you remember Genetra spoke about the discipline in the team in terms of about 9 of them, they are on yellow card, and some of them picked up the yellow card and they'll be suspended for this particular match. Some of their heavy hitters are out injured, and that's the reason why you could see Tosin Ayegun, who was not part of the last round, not this present round, the last round, was not part of the last round, but is currently in this present. I would not be surprised if a Tosin Ayegun starts, because it's going to be a thorn in our flesh if we don't find a way to mark him out. And if we're a bit sloppy in the back, that might play in their hands. I think what Genetra will probably do is this: they want to defend very well, defend and hit us on the counter. Should they score Nigeria first, it will be very difficult for us to be able to break them down, because apart from the fact that in some of their qualifiers they faltered and didn't play to expectation, if you look at how they have played so far, they are one of the teams with the least goal considered in that particular goal. So it's going to be very, very difficult for us if they score us first. And that's the reason why we need to ensure that we put in all our best and ensure that we score them first, ensure that they are forced to come out. Because when we score them, for them to be able to guarantee that they have a shot at qualifying, they will need to at least score us to ensure that the game is the game is a draw, or they score ahead of us to ensure that they have enough points to be able to secure their place in the work. So definitely we need to score first to force them out, for us to be able to exploit the space. It's going to be an interesting game. I'm just hoping our Kaba brother decides to have pity on Nigeria and not do the need against Nigeria.
Yeah, a lot of Nigerians have gone into permutations, checking the table, checking whether we will finish up as runners up, and there's going to be a chance for the Eagles. I think for me, I will just keep my fingers crossed and make sure and pray that the Super Eagles do the business against Benin Republic. At least score, win by 2 goals up, and of course they'll be entering that match as favourites, being that they are at home. Though the Genotra said that it's going to be a very difficult tie for their team because it's a crucial game for the Super Eagles. He understands why he says so, but definitely we should not rule out that Genotra will have something up his sleeves because he understands what it means to play the Super Eagles. He coached this team for a long while, for about 6 years, if I'm correct, or 4. Okay, 5 years, I beg your pardon. So he understands what it means to handle the Super Eagles. So it's going to count, whether you like it or not. And Ross' insight into Nigerian players adds a fascinating subplot, and his tactical discipline could frustrate the Super Eagles. Okay, Maiwa will have to be worried that Genotra might have something up his sleeves and maybe nick this one.
Well, I mean, the thing is, I think the Uyo Township Stadium has not been a good hunting ground for Nigeria. Remember, in the Nations Cup qualifiers, I think Rwanda came to Lagos to Uyo and they beat us 2-1. We scored first and they were able to, get around it and also beat us in that particular game. Zimbabwe also did the same thing. We scored first and the dying minutes of that particular game, and that particular draw got us into this mess anyway. In that particular game, the dying minutes, we faltered and the score. We find it difficult to beat things convincingly in that particular stadium. The highest victory we've had is a 1-goal margin, whether it's a 2-1 or a 1-0 victory. And that does not speak so well about our record on that particular stadium. I think General, owing to the fact that he knows the in and out of the Super Eagles, majority of the guys that will play, definitely to second is starting that particular game. And Iwobi and Ndidi and Osime, Moses Simon, these are players that have played under him. He has a way to mark them out against the likes of Felipe George. You might say majority of these guys did not show up. But against Felipe George, he was able to cage Super Eagles and they were able to dominate that game to beat Super Eagles. Now coming to a game where the majority of these guys have played under him, he would know, you map out a plan to cage them, and add that to the fact that the Uyo Stadium has not been a good hunting ground for, the pressure is on, and I hope the guys will be able to live up to the bidding and do the job the way they're supposed to do it.
All right, we hope they'll be able to live up to the bidding and give Nigerians something to cheer. Definitely, there will be some mixed feelings after 90 minutes when we'll come here tomorrow to take a look at that game live. Maiwa, I hope you'll be joining us live as we peruse that game live on Locker Room.
Definitely, I'll be doing that. I will have my BP medication beside me. So as I'm shouting and hoping, I'll be taking my BP.
Let's hope they'll get to that. Anyway, thank you very much, Maiwa. It's been awesome having you on the Locker Room.
It's always amazing to be here, and I'm hoping Rwanda will turn Zimbabwe and hand the Super Eagles the chance to be in the World Cup in 2026. Thank you for having me, Jerry.
It's all hope then. We are hopeful, definitely. All right, big thanks to the guys behind the scene, talking about the likes of Shegun, not leaving out Jeremiah, as well as Ikechukwu, and of course, Alex and Sam for being awesome on the show this afternoon. My name is Jerry Apelahai, saying thanks for being a part of the show. Big thanks to the guys behind the scene, as well as Hafiz, and of course, Ikechukwu. Until we meet again, up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. Stay tuned.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city.
The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpayon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please just go.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Well, start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Asuu Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world as we dig deep into archival treasures. Feel the energy in our praise jam. Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People Television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is free. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
It's Praise Wave Live. Oh yeah, the rhythm of grace we testify. Let's go. He turned our mourning into dancing, our silence into shouting. It's Praise Wave Live. Let the glory rise. We're riding the wave. Every moment, every tribe. Praise wave, lift him up. Praise wave, don't stop now. Praise wave, all day, all night. Once we're live, let the world ignite.
Hey everyone, this is Desmond Elliott hanging out at Go Get Face of Africa. I'm saying keep watching, don't change the dial. This is VOP TV. Fatima, bro.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello there, good evening and welcome to Political Lens. This is Voice of the People Television and I am Chukwuma Okoro. We are broadcasting on Metro SL TV channel 264. On YouTube and other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. You can also be part of this conversation by calling in or sending WhatsApp messages to the number showing on your screen. In the next 2 hours, we are going to glide through 3 interesting topics. Outrage greets presidential pardon. 2027 presidency not yet turn of the Southeast. That's according to Minister Dave Umahi as Asuu and government lock horns. Well, I've been joined in the studio here by Barrister Darlington Agomo. Barrister Darlington is a lawyer and political affairs analyst. Good evening, Barrister Darlington, and welcome to Political Lens. Always a pleasure to have you.
You're welcome, Mr. Koro.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Now, let's get right into it. President Bola Tinubu's recent pardon of 175 individuals, including drug traffickers, illegal miners, kidnappers, coup plotters, and even posthumous figures like Kenule Sarawa and Maman Balsa, has sparked sharp national debate. Critics such as former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and Huriwa condemned the move as reckless, politically motivated, and contradictory to the government's anti-drug and anti-crime stance. They argue that the decision undermines justice, emboldens criminality, and damages Nigeria's global reputation. Legal experts acknowledge that the president has the constitutional power to grant clemency under Section 175 of the 1999 Constitution, but caution that such powers must be used responsibly. They emphasize that while a pardon can restore rights and show compassion, it does not erase convictions or the moral implications of serious crimes. Some lawyers warn that releasing violent offenders and drug traffickers could pose security risks and erode public trust in the justice system. Well, Huriwa described the decision as a dangerous contradiction to the war on drugs, accusing the administration of double standards and political bias. The group questioned why the government will pardon drug convicts while limiting support for anti-narcotic agencies like the NDLEA. It also hinted that the timing might be linked to political calculations ahead of the 2027 general election. Historically, Nigerian presidents have used the power of pardon for both reconciliation and political expediency, from Shagari's amnesty for Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu to Jonathan's pardon of the Priem Alami, his former boss, and Buhari's release of convicted governors. While some acts were seen as nation-building, others drew criticism from shielding elites and undermining anti-corruption efforts. Tinubu's move, many argue, follows this controversial pattern. While analysts and human rights advocates stress that the presidential mercy should balance compassion with accountability, they call for greater transparency in the selection process and consultation with victims' families before granting clemency. Without such reforms, they warn, presidential pardon risks deepening public cynicism about justice and reinforcing the perception that in Nigeria, power, not principle, determines who deserves forgiveness. Barrister Darlington, welcome once again and good to have you on the show. Now, let's interrogate the presidential pardon, which has generated a lot of controversy. The president's prerogative of mercy, which has been exercised by former President Shagari, Babangida, Obasanjo, Yar'Adua, Jonathan, and Buhari. Is there any significant difference from what we saw last week? What's your broad reaction? I mean, former presidents, right from Shagari, Obasanjo, Babangida, Yar'Adua, Jonathan, granted pardons. Quite controversial, but this one, how does this one strike you? The latest pardon, how does it strike you?
Yes, under Section 175 the president has that powers under the principle of that prerogative of mercy.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Okoro, you see the Constitution provided all the powers of government officials, but 90% of the time they abuse it. This prerogative of mercy is not taken, arbitrarily. Even the president cannot on his own sit in that office and say, what is it called? Attorney General, release this friend. IGP. No. There is a committee comprising of prison officials, members of the judiciary, human rights activists, even, what is it called? The clergy, and so on and so forth. It is listed there. It is these people that will recommend to the president the people that needed to be pardoned based on the need for individual persons. Mostly those who are suffering ill health, those who are already old, those who have served at least 1/3 of their prison sentence, and especially political prisoners, prisoners of conscience. These are people that mostly benefit from this thing. But what do we have? Nnamdi Kanu had been there. The president did not even look his way. What had that young man done? That is why these things looks very, very awkward. You now left him and you are releasing drug pushers of 4 people. 60 of them are also. You release drug pushers, convicted drug pushers, not that they are waiting trial or it may or may not. Confirmed drug pushers. So, what did you bring them into the society to come and do? To continue with their trade, Abi? Look, with what has happened now, I expect Buba Marwa to resign from NDLEA. I'm not joking. There's no need of fighting drug in Nigeria. It's a waste of time.
Barrister, we'll talk about the issue of drugs in a moment, but I want us to look at the political class and how this mercy is granted. Like some people have argued, the president might not actually, know all of these people, but recommendations are made for him. We have a committee. There's a committee, like you rightly said, and the Attorney General of the Federation is a member of the committee. We have other members of that committee. Now, does it look like the president was not properly briefed? That a lot of people,
yes,
that were granted, that were recommended, were somehow, politicians who had committed one fraud or the other, like Farouk Lawan. There was a certain young man, 44-year-old, who killed the former deputy governor of Anambra State, kept him in detention and eventually killed him. Killed NYSC members, killed policemen, Nigerian policemen, fellow Nigerians. And all of a sudden, this young man is granted amnesty, is granted clemency. Go and sin no more. Does it look like, because we have also seen during the Jonathan era, he pardoned a known, his former boss, the Priye Alami. We had Buhari pardon 2 convicted ex-governors. Now, what in all of these, what message, does the political class send to the average Nigerian in terms of criminality, in terms of committing crime? Does it look like, well, if you commit a crime, there's a likelihood that somehow, tomorrow or next, you might be pardoned?
There are a category of crime, criminality, that can be pardoned. Are you getting me? There are categories, not this particular. Why this thing is generating a lot of heat is because of these drug pushers. They are not 1, 2, or 3 in numbers. Why? Tell me why.
No, like I said, we'll talk about the drug, this particular one now. I'm talking about now this prerogative of mercy. Does it look like presidents?
It is being abused. I just
told you about Jonathan who pardoned the Priya Alami.
Yes, it is being abused.
Buhari who pardoned 2 ex convicted governors. So what message does that send to other governors?
I said it is being abused. Most times, they use it to appease their political friends. They use it to show up their political base. They use it to win friends and all that. This is what this thing has turned to. That means abuse has set in. It's no longer based on facts, based on the need. Because the committee on the prerogative of mercy, I don't believe that they can sit down and recommend the pardoning of drug pushers.
But they did.
I don't.
Okay, you feel that they were pressured?
Not even pressured. I don't think that they sat in the first place. I'm telling you. Because under Abba Kyari, we saw similar thing where this chief of staff was acting on his own without the knowledge of Buhari. He was even given appointment. Abba Kyari, chief of staff. He was given ministerial appointment without the knowledge of Buhari. It happened in this country. So I don't think the same thing.
Barrister, are you sure of what you're saying?
I said it was when Abba Kyari left office that we now saw over 150 appointments that he gave out.
Including ministers?
Yes, in his drawer. In the drawer, the man that took over, Gambari, discovered it and blew the alarm. There in his drawer. So what I think happened here is that most of these people paid their way into that list. Especially these drug boys. I'm sure they all have enough money to do that. That's the truth, because there is no rationality, there is no justification for such a pardon. There is none. They paid their way into that list. And I can smell corruption here. That particular guy from Benin, Onireke, what they call it, Onike, whatever. If you see what this guy did, if they listed or even threatened the federal government to release his boys that they were holding, or else he will unleash mayhem. And this is the guy that you release to come and do what into the society? Those guys now, are they going to open up a church and become pastors? You are just reinforce their trade because they go back to it. They go back to it. That's the danger here. If it is ordinary, maybe politically exposed person.
Exactly the point, because a lot of people are complaining, like this young man now. One prosecutor said, I mean, you spent months, prosecuting someone diligently, and you got a conviction, the person is convicted today, and all of a sudden, the person is pardoned. Isn't your own life at risk?
I said it is not left for Nigerians to see what is to come. If this second term succeed, that you think another more infamy will not come, more infamy will come, because they just showed us example of what is to come. And if Nigerians want it, no problem.
Barrister, what is the relationship between this prerogative of mercy, granting clemency to convicted criminals, and plea bargain in our justice system?
They are far apart. Okay. They are far apart.
But both of them, looks like both of them encourage.
No, plea bargain, it has to do with corruption, maybe financial corruption.
Okay.
That means you stole 10 billion. They now said, okay, we know you have spent some of this money, this and that. Okay, to save yourself some full punishment, return 5 or 6 billion.
Exactly my point.
You return the money, but this we are talking about drug pushers.
No, Barrister, we are going into the case of drug pushers very soon. I want us to look at now both the prerogative of mercy, as we have seen happen in the last week and in the previous years, and plea bargain. Both of them, how do they encourage the fight against corruption in this country?
In that of plea bargain, like I told you, you return something.
Is it something that you support?
Sorry?
Do you support plea bargain?
Since it is there, it is legally accepted.
No, if you were to reform our law books, if they make you ahead of, to reform our law books.
I will expunge it.
Why?
Because it is encouraging criminality on Israel.
Now we have come back to the question.
But
so does it look like it encourages corruption?
But it is better than these murderers and armed robbers that you are free. Okay. And drug pusher is better. That one, at least we know that you stole money.
Buhari pardoned 2 convicted governors. Now, does it look like governors will say, well, even if I get corrupt in office and all of that, there is a chance, there is a likelihood that there is a certain president that might come into office and just pardon me. Barrister, I want to see, I want to tie this to our intentionality in fighting corruption. Do you think that this government and previous governments, with all these methods in place, do you think that they have been intentional in fighting corruption?
Look, do you know?
To make it very strict, as a deterrent for people to fight corruption.
One of the reasons why this is both plea bargain and this other one that happened is because the people in office who are doing this, they are looking at past incident that nobody have addressed or people are walking about free. So why will Mr. A steal money or commit whatever and he's still walking about free? Then Mr. B now commits the same thing and is in detention. That is where I think they are coming from.
Okay.
Yes. They believe that people that are walking about in the street, they have done worse things. So why wouldn't I free this other person that has already served some terms out of his prison sentence? Is that not what they are thinking of? There's no other thing I think they are thinking of except this particular thing. That somebody is already showing remorse. He has been sentenced and is serving this other person, have done worse things and is walking about. Why should I now not leave this other person? And so they now resort to such things, telling us that they are now remorseful. They have changed. They have repented. All because they are inside prison. This is where they are coming from. But I'm telling you, it is wrong. Wrong and wrong.
Okay, all right. Now, Barrister, let's move on. 28% of those pardoned are known drug lords. What does this say about the fight against drug abuse and drug trafficking? We are in a society that is battling, with the menace of drugs, among our youth and all of that. And we see a president pardon 175 people, using his prerogative of mercy, to grant clemency, to convicted persons. And we see 28% of the 175 people being drug dealers, drug lords, drug peddlers, known drugs. Now, how does that detract, remove from the work, from the best efforts of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency? Are we're very serious about fighting drug in this country?
Look, you see this thing that happened. The result will haunt us few years down the line. The result of this thing, people may not understand what happened until few years down the line. We begin to see the actions of these people that were freed. Nigeria may be going towards Latin American countries. Colombia cartel, Colombia drug lord. I'm telling you, because these people, they are so powerful with their money that they now install and remove governments. In the whole of Latin America, drug is their first business. And you have so many drug lords all over that place. And so they decide who will be president and who will be not because of the money they have made from drugs. I am telling you, this may be where we are heading to. Because these guys are going to come out and become more powerful. Remember that drug boss at Ikorodu? I think it was before the election. Where a container, Mr. Okoro, imagine container load of drug. Just imagine a container in Lagos here, the harm it will do to our youth, because every ounce of drug you see out there, somebody is going to take it.
Somebody will be destroyed.
So yes, exactly. Somebody is going to smile to the bank, and another person's health will be in jeopardy. So what does it tell you? That is why government all over the world don't even want to hear. In some countries, the moment you are seen or you are caught, it is death sentence. So I hope you know. But here, even people that we have managed to jail, they are not releasing them. That means where we are going. Because tomorrow, Mr. Okoro, tomorrow, when this thing now escalates, Nigeria, this same Nigeria that are praising President Buhari for what, Tinubu for what he has done. They say, how did you get here? our youth, everybody is now on drug. Our youth, what is going on here? How did Nigeria come to this sorry state? How did we become a drug city, a drug nation? This is it. Most times when we cause problem for ourselves, we begin to look for external forces that caused it. It's like this insecurity. Bala is now telling us that some people took it to America and all that. Meanwhile, we are now know the root. We never agree that we have brought problem to ourselves. We never agree. We don't blame ourselves.
Okay.
This thing that happened is, in fact, if Nigeria know what has happened to them with this action that was taken, they should be crying and asking God to come and deliver us.
All right, Barrister Darlington, before we move on to the next topic of discussion, you mentioned Nnamdi Kanu in passing. The president couldn't have granted him pardon because he's not convicted. So why did you bring him in? Yes. You can only pardon a convicted person.
Showore that he pardoned and was he convicted by...
Did he pardon him? On what grounds?
You didn't hear? When they came in, the attorney had entered in only prosecute.
Barrister, is that pardon?
What else? No, which one? Can you call him to come and answer any charges again?
No. Did you want him to put Nnamdi Kanu's name in the list of people that he granted pardon based on his prerogative?
Nnamdi Kanu deserves this pardon more than these people.
No, Barrister, what you should say...
A court have already told you to let him go. What are you trying to do here? A court said, Supreme Court for that matter. So what are you talking about? Even the Supreme Court advised Nnamdi Kanu to sue the federal government for what they did to him.
Barrister, the case is in court, right?
Which court? Why is it not going on? They don't know what to do. I told you here, Mr. Okoro, Nigeria don't have law.
Barrister, my question is this. Barrister, my question is
so they ought to...
Can you grant amnesty, like prerogative of mercy, as we saw the president grant 175 people? Can you grant it to someone who has not been properly convicted by the law courts?
That is why the political solution has to come in. Okay. Because you can't even try that case.
You know, I just asked because you mentioned Nnamdi Kanu's name.
He need it more than... Look, it's to let him go. The same way you let other people go. That's what I'm saying. Okay. They can enter the same nolly prosecute that they enter for Showore. Okay. Is that not true?
No, these are two different things.
They are not.
At least our viewers will get your point.
Because
is there a way, is there any way that Nnamdi Kanu's name could have been included in this 175?
What I'm saying is that he doesn't need to include his name. Ask him to go.
Okay, so we are discussing two different issues now.
Like you ask others to go.
Barrister, we are discussing two different things now.
In what way?
Okay,
freedom is freedom anywhere. Freedom is freedom. It doesn't matter where you come from. To tomorrow now, nobody will call Showore to come and answer for his revolution now. That they started that caused that problem for him. Nobody will call it because the federal government have...
Okay, so basically your position is that the president should ask the attorney general to enter...
Exactly. Let him go.
And not for him and not for his name to be listed among those granted amnesty.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, all right, beautiful. Barrister, now let's move on to the next topic of discussion. Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, has urged the Southeast to suspend its presidential ambitions until after 2027 and instead support President Bola Tinubu for a second term. Well, in a recent interview, the former Ebonyi State governor stated that it is not yet the region's turn to produce Nigeria's president, noting that Tinubu's tenure represents the entire South based on the 2021 agreement among 17 Southern governors that power should shift from the north to the south. Well, Umahi argued that Tinubu deserves to complete 8 years in office, saying his administration's term should be viewed as a collective Southern mandate. Well, he added that after Tinubu's potential second term ends in 2031, the Southeast, which has never produced a president, would then have a fair opportunity to contest for the position. While acknowledging the historical marginalization of the Southeast, Umahi maintained that President Tinubu has demonstrated fairness towards the region through infrastructural investments. He highlighted several major road projects, including the 350 billion naira Enugu Onitsha Highway, 174 billion naira Anambra access route, the 456 billion naira Trans-Sahara Road linking Ebonyi and Benue. The minister urged the Southeast to appreciate Tinubu's development efforts, describing them as unprecedented. He concluded that regions should set aside grievances from the past and focus on the tangible benefits currently being delivered under the president's leadership. Barrister Darlington, Umahi says the Southeast should wait till 2031. Before, he said it was 2035. Now he has brought it down to 2031. It's still the turn of the Southwest and Tinubu. Do you agree with him?
I don't.
Why?
Because there is no law in our constitution that says that if you enter office, you must do 8 years. The constitution only allows you to run for one term of 4 years. I don't know where this he must complete 8 years, as if it is a constitutional provision. I don't know where it's coming from.
He says because he's doing well.
Sorry?
Omar, he says because he's doing well. And it's the turn of the Southwest.
If he's doing well, if he's doing well, there will be no gang up against him.
Is there a gang up against him?
There is, from the north to south, east and west. People are saying we are tired of this administration. It's on record. From all over Nigeria, nobody is enjoying this administration except a few of his cronies. So, is that what Omar has said we should be celebrating? He should have backed up what he's saying with laws that said so. So, since there's no law, he's talking to himself. I want to see how APC will come to the Southeast to campaign while Nnamdi Kanu is in detention. Maybe that is when we will now understand the people of the Southeast. That's why we have been keeping quiet. We know when to react. And we don't react like area boys or agbero. No, we don't do that. We don't. Seriously. Our vote will tell you whether you love us and we love you. Is that not true? There's no need of talking too much. Even himself that he's talking about 2031. Look at it yourself. So if the South will succeed in doing their 8 years according to Umahi, then in another dispensation, 2031, another Southerner from the Southeast will now begin to, the North will be waiting for you, Abi. They'll be clapping for you. Can it be possible? You can see how this man is trying to demarcate himself and not the Igbos. What is wrong if an Igbo man contests now, since he's from the South here? What is wrong? Tell me. Is there any law that says if you enter here, you must do 8 years? Is there any law like that? When this thing started, remember, under normal circumstances, when this thing was supposed to come to the South, it was the Igbo, the Southeasterners, that everybody was clamoring for. Why did the Southwesterner now went to snatch, grab and run with it? How come? Under normal circumstances, since the Southwest have taken it under Obasanjo, is it not supposed to be the turn of the Southeast? Nobody talking about that one. They stole our mandate and you are still supporting it. It should have been the turn of the Southeast. But Adebanjo was preaching it until he died. That old man, he was very sincere that look, it should be the Southeasterners. Since every other person from the South here have collected it, let the Igbos test it. The man was saying it without missing words. But majority of the people said no. No, they are the ones who know. Okay, now that you have taken it, what is going on? Are you doing better? Are you doing better? That is why it is said that you cannot give what you don't have. Something you took through brigandage and violence. How can you make something good out of it? It's not possible now. It's not possible. I thank God that the truth is coming out from that election. The truth is now coming out on what happened. So those who snatch it and grab it and run with it, I leave them with their conscience. They are pleasing, they are doing well for the Igbos. How many Igbos are in important positions in his appointment? Apart from Dave Umahi, who is works minister, and they know why they gave it to him. They know why they gave it to him. To supervise what? The destruction of that hallmark building at Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway. Imagine. Imagine. There is nothing concerning that edifice with what Dave Umahi wanted to do there. But he went ahead to destroy it. Only for him to now go back to the original map. Is that progress? Because if you ask me, that is the biggest resource center in Lagos here. Out of greed, envy, and jealousy, they told him to go and destroy it, and he went and did it. And he has no apology even. If that thing were to belong to somebody from here or an APC member, will he do what he did? He will not try it. That's what we are telling you here. So whenever they give you a job like that, they want you to do something about it. Since they gave Hope Uzodinma, they appointed him to be governor of Imo State. You can see what is going on there under his watch. Imo State that have never known violence and insecurity since the creation of that state. All of a sudden, under Hope Uzodinma, from number 4 to number 1. Look at what is going on there. The other day you were trying to defend it, but you could not defend the insecurity that happened under his watch. Why is it going on under his watch? Was he the only governor? You saw how many governors are passed through Imo State. You never hear any noise. Even when Nnamdi Kanu was agitating, it never affected Imo State. All of a sudden, under Hope Uzodinma, hell was let loose in Imo State. And I was waiting for you to even defend it. You couldn't. So that is what I'm telling you here. Telling me that they gave Igbos. They look for the worst among us and give them appointment so that those people will not do their job. The job that they are looking for somebody to do it for them. Oh, you think that if Emeka Ihedion have accepted, they would have removed him? No. Apparently, they have told him. And the man said, no, I won't do that. They said, okay, no problem. We'll find a way around it. That's what happened. That is what happened.
In the Imo case. Anyway, Barrister, let's not get into that argument. Let's move on with the discussion. Now, how has justice been applied in the issue of rotation? Dave Umahi says that the governors met, 17 southern governors met in 2021 and agreed that power should rotate between the north and the south. In 1999, between 1999 and 2007, power came to the south. It went to the southwest. By 2011, power came to the south. Between 2011 and 2015, power came down south and went to the south-south. Again, power came down south in 2023 and it went to the southwest again. What about the southeast? Has justice been applied in all of this?
No, justice has not been applied and it may not be applied.
So why do we get people like Umahi said, look, it is the turn of the southwest? In a region, southern region, where you have 3 geopolitical zones, the first time it came, it went to the southwest. Second time, south-south. The third time, instead of coming to the southeast, it went to the southwest again. And people like Umahi are trying to justify it. Is there any reason for that kind of justice?
I just told you here that they use people like him to destroy our chances. When people from that area are speaking like this, wouldn't they say, look at even the Igbos are not interested in the presidency? But can an Emeka Ihedion speak like that? No. Can an Alex Oti speak like that? No. And other prominent people, can P2B speak like that? No. They never select the best among us. No, they don't. They will look for people like these people that are talking from both sides of their mouth. People who don't have integrity, who don't have principle. Mr. Okoro, be sincere to yourself. Have you seen any northern minister singing the praises of Tinubu or the president anytime? Even under their own brother Buhari, they keep to their job and keep to themselves. They don't have time of all this hero worshipping. Go and check, northern politicians, they don't. They don't hero worship anybody. You can just check. They don't. It's only from the side that people will be talking. If you see Dave Umahi, the day they came to commission the 30 kilometers they did at that district, he was prancing all over the place, telling the president that nobody should mention the president name. I'm the one in charge. This project is me. I'm the one that did everything. You know, he said it, and I'm looking at. Say, look at. Dave Umahi, just because you want to cry more than the bereaved. How can you say that such a humongous project, it was being done under pro bonus, that you are in charge, nobody should mention Tinubu's name? It's clear that nobody will call you. I don't understand. And now they ask you what is the price per kilometer. You couldn't say. You couldn't say. Meanwhile, you said that anything they should ask you. You directed the president that anything they should not mention the president and they should call you everything. That you are the one in charge. You know? That is the man. That's the type of human being we are talking about here. A psychopath, true and true. A man that has respect for himself, he says the professor of engineering. Should he be behaving like that? They have appointed you. Do your work and stop this hero worshipping. Do your work like a human being. Do your work for God's sake and leave all this thing that you're. Who asked you? Who asked you? At what point did the Igbos gather and say, look, we are not interested in 2027? Where did they gather to say that? Or are you speaking for the Igbos? These are things that irritate me. The day he will now raise his hand and say, will not say, no, it's not your turn yet. The same will say, you see, the Igbos don't like themselves. And their brother want to contest for it, we said no. But they will not remember where we are coming from, what this man did to us. We did it to Ojikalo. The same thing, he has not, in fact, Dave Omai did not learn any lesson. Ojikalo said the same thing in 2023. And when he wanted to consult the president of the Senate, we said, no. It can't be your turn now. It's not your turn yet. Case closed. So these are issues. And that is the way we behave. We don't worship anybody, no matter who you are. We only know our God and what we can do with our brain and our hand. If you don't like it, it's too bad. We don't hero worship. That is one of the things that they hate us for. And we don't bother, we don't care. Any Igbo man that is doing hero work, go and check. Go and check his genealogy. A true Igbo man can never hero worship anybody. That is not our character. That's not our character, for God's sake.
All right then, Barrister, before we move on to the next topic of discussion, some people have said that the problems of the South is the Southeast people themselves. Do you agree with that assertion?
Partially. But the federal government have a bigger blame. Because
who do they use? The federal government, who do they use?
You say?
The federal government, what kind of blame would they have?
Yeah, because they don't select those among us, those we have asked them to select for us. Like this thing that happened now. You left now the card that we are telling you to release for us, and you release armed robbers, drug pushers, drug peddlers. In fact, the very drag of the society, you release them. And tomorrow now you say, somebody say, after all, he released some Igbos too. He will not tell us the character or the person or the offense they committed or what they even did before they were committed to prison. You just say, you said Tinubu have not done something for you. But you release some of your brothers now. Some of our brothers that did what? That's how they put it. They release some of your brothers now. Is that the brothers you want you to release for us? What are they going to do for us? To come and destroy our region, Abi, with their business? You can see how these people are very trickish. Why not release them now the Kalo? Since you want to do favor to them, the favor we add them, they don't do it. They don't do it, Mr. Okoro. They don't do it. And that is the irony here. Ignorant folks from my region now will be dancing. Hey, he released some people. Igbo, he loves us. So look at the number of people he released. Look at the number of people he released. Meanwhile, the real people that need this release, he didn't look their way. I'm not even sure that Tinubu read that list. I don't think so. I'm not joking. He depended on his Attorney General, Fagbemi. Yes. If anybody had read that, it must be Fagbemi.
If he depended on his Attorney General, at a point, I think, earlier this year, Attorney General of the Federation, Lateef Fagbemi, had made a case. He said, look, you don't grant politically exposed prisoners, pardon like that.
Exactly.
So why then do you think that you handed it over to him? Because if he did, he probably wouldn't have pardoned somebody like Farouk Lawan.
For somebody who made such a statement, I don't think Tinubu believed that his Attorney General would have accepted such a list or name. I don't think so. And I don't even think that Farouk Lawan just, maybe some people acted on his behalf. Because these people didn't even expect that they would be granted pardon. They didn't expect it. There's no way they would have expected it. So that will tell you that something happened. Let them come and tell me that they did that thing sincerely and without any exchange of anything. Let them come and tell me that they just went on their own, went to all the prisons and look at these people and say, Mr. Man, I like to carry drug the other time. The way I look at you, you must have repented. Oh yeah, what's your name? They will not write it. Oh yeah, come, you too. I like to carry drug, Abi. Since you are here, have you been selling drug? Have you been smoking? Say, no, I've not touched it. It's okay, you're a good boy. Oh yeah, that's your name. They call the other person. That's what they call repent, Mr. Okoro. When you are in prison, are you not supposed to be humble? What are you going to do inside there? No eyes on you. There is security, whatever, watching you. If you will not be humble there, where will you be humble? That's the only criteria. And you are telling me that it was done with sincerity. They just went there and then maybe some people brought some names and say, oh yeah, please put this guy's name there. He's a good boy. He has changed. Without any interrogation, no investigation, nothing. They put their name there. I said most of these people, they'll be shocked and surprised that their names are there. Because they never expected it. That's the truth. That's the truth. They never expected it. On what ground? Look at the type of crime we are talking about here. America is fighting this one all over the world. Drug. What it can do to a country. And the
people that we managed to capture, we are setting them free back to society. Please, we integrate them to society.
No, there are things I want to say here, but I will not say it.
Okay.
But for them to have done this thing they did, Mr. Okoro, are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Barrister, I don't know what you are thinking.
You have to know what I'm thinking, because this is not an ordinary mistake. I told you here that most of the guys involved in that thing that they busted at the Ikorodu, that cocaine, the biggest cocaine hall in the whole of West Africa, the guys that they released today, they are involved in that business. They were involved in that bust. Go and ask NDLEA chairman. And up to today, we didn't even know how that matter ended. They just brought out a few of the decent and said they have burnt it. The real stuff disappeared. The real stuff disappeared. These are the boys that we are just released. So who is behind it? Mr. Okoro? I said, okay. If you tell me your friends, what will I not do?
I'll tell you who you are. Now, Barrister, let's move on. The Academic Staff Union of Universities has begun a 2-week warning strike starting Monday, that's today, October 13, 2025, after the expiration of its 14-day ultimatum to the federal government. Asuu President Professor Chris Piwuna announced the action at a press briefing in Abuja, saying the government failed to meet the union's demands despite ongoing talks. The issues include the renegotiation of the 2009 federal government Asuu agreement, payment of withheld salaries, improved university funding, and the end of alleged victimization of lecturers in some institutions. Although the federal government recently released 50 billion naira for end academic allowances and earmarked another 150 billion naira for university revitalization in the 2025 budget, Asuu rejected the government's latest proposal, describing it as inconsistent and inadequate. The union accused the government of making provocative offers that did not align with previously reviewed agreements. Piwuna stated that Asuu will soon present its own proposal to the government, highlighting areas of distortion and disregard for established policies. In response, the Federal Ministry of Education urged Asuu to suspend the strike and continue dialogue, warning that no work, no pay policy will apply if academic activities were halted. The ministry maintained that its proposal addressed key issues of welfare and institutional governance and accused the union of rejecting efforts to resolve the dispute. The government assured students and parents that it remained committed to maintaining industrial harmony and improving the tertiary education system. Meanwhile, the National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS, appealed to both parties to resume negotiations urgently to prevent further disruption of the academic calendar. NANS urged government to demonstrate sincerity and Asuu to explore non-disruptive engagement methods. In a related development, the Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics, Asuu, suspended its planned strike for 6 weeks after noting progress in government response to its demands, including allowances, needs assessment and institutional oversight improvements. Barrister Darlington, Asuu is at it again. What is the premium placed on education by Nigerian government, past and present? I want your broad reaction to what is going on between Asuu and the federal government since 2009.
There is no premium placed on your educational system in Nigeria. Isokoro, unless we put a law down that if you have been a former federal government official, either as a governor, as a president or minister, you cannot build such things after you have left office or while you are in office. That is when this nonsense will stop. So you don't know that our universities are deliberately being killed. Deliberately. Because if you don't kill them, how will these government officials thrive in their university? The university they build with our stolen wealth. Ask yourself, how come it is only when they are in government or when they are left government that you see them building universities? From Obasanjo to Buhari to Babangida to even Atiku. Don't they have universities? Don't they have universities? Where did they get the money? Was it not when they are in government or when they left the government? And so, if they now put your federal university in place and all that, who will now attend their schools? Can't you see it? Who will attend their schools? That's the issue here. They are doing this deliberately. There are even those that you and I may not know. All these other private universities that are springing up in Enugu State and all that. Is this spirit that owns them? Is it not human being? They are being funded through proxies. That's the truth. So these are the things that is killing your university. That's why this thing will never be settled. In the next 200 years, Asuu will always be on strike. Quote me. They will never allow our public schools to thrive. Never. Are you telling me? You have more private institutions in Nigeria than government. Is that not true? Both secondary and university. We now have more. All over the place now, private institutions, private schools. All over. Where are they getting the money to do all these things? And you want them to now do your own public school to be of standard so that your children and my own will go there. You can imagine. Rather, they want you to come to their own. Yes. They want you to come to their own. That is just the simple truth. Except Nigerians realize this thing and face it, forget it. When this one is settled now, maybe after they put 1 or 2 naira down, they say, okay, go, we are going to complete it in the next 1 or 2 days. They go back to classes. The government will equally go back to business as usual. They will never make sure that these lecturers get institutional reform. Infrastructures in our universities are so archaic, Mr. Okoro. I'm not joking. Try go to your alma mater and see whether where you left it is where it is today. Whether it has not gone back in degradation. That is why when they rank universities all over the world, you will not see one Nigerian university there. I said one like this, one. And you are the giant of Africa. Is it not a shame? These are the issues that the Asuu people are talking about. It's not even about their salary and all that. Some of them want to teach, but there are no facility, nothing. Nothing. Our university are now becoming glorified secondary school. Glorified secondary school, Mr. Okoro. Now, that is why we churn out half-baked graduates. Have you seen the quality of graduates that we are bringing out now, Mr. Okoro? Oh my God. In fact, it's unfortunate. That is why when they finish here, a first-class graduate here, when they go abroad, they will still put him back to school to go and relearn what he got as a first class here in Nigeria. Okay. They will put him, he must go back to go and learn.
Barrister, we are out of time. I would like for you to have your concluding thoughts on the issues that we talked about, like in 1 minute if you can.
You see this prerogative of mercy, we must interrogate it before they will go further to now start releasing armed robbers or electoral whatever thugs. You know, and you say, yes, the man is very magnanimous, he's a very generous person, he's not a wicked person. Meanwhile, you are abusing your office, you are destroying the institution. We should even say that prerogative formation should be removed. If you are sentenced, go and serve your jail time and come out. Because it is being abused. I'm not joking. It should be like that. Except to those who were unjustly jailed. And the whole world will know that they were unjustly jailed. If you talk about that, we can listen to you. Not armed robbers, drug pushers. No. It's no. Why is it that Nigerians are not talking and raising issues on this particular issue? Tomorrow now, they will do worse things. They will release rapists, armed robbers, ritualists. And somebody will say, after all, the drug pushers were released. Why can't they release these people? And so we are going down, leaving the human race, far, far behind. The human race have left Nigeria far, far behind. These are serious issues, Mr. Okoro. On Asuu, forget it. How many times and how many strikes? They told you that under their watch there will be no strike by Asuu. Is that not what they told you? Right. That with the fuel subsidy, they are going to make sure that universities are top notch. This and
Unfortunately, they have not done that.
Have they done that? They will never do it.
This would be a good place to end this conversation. I must say a very big thank you to you, Barrister Darlington Agomo, lawyer and political affairs analyst, for coming to Political Lens.
It's my pleasure.
Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, the technical director, bus manager, sound engineer, and the ingest manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nena Ndimdioto. Stay with us and don't go away. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening. I'll see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock on the morning show.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpayon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please just go.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Or start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Asuu Ibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
It's Praise Wave Live. Oh yeah, the rhythm of grace we testify. Let's go. He turned our mourning into dancing, our silence into shouting. It's Praise Wave Live. Let the glory rise. We're riding the wave. Every moment, every tribe. Praise wave, lift him up. Praise wave, don't stop now. Praise wave. All day, all night. Once we're live, let the world ignite.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Well, hello and welcome to another exciting episode of The Issues right here on Voice of the People Television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host this beautiful day, and I'm David Edwin. Well, today on The Issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance. From Atiku criticizing the president, saying pardoning criminals undermines justice, to bandits striking a truce. Community leaders in Katsina State, of course, taking a stand. And of course, to the ongoing conversation about Asuu and the federal government. Well, these and more is what we will be talking today on The Issues. And of course, you know how we do it. We'll urge you to also be a part of it by lending your voice. And how do you best do that? Go straight to our comment section on YouTube at Voice of the People TV. And of course, on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. So we'll go on a very, very short break. When we return, we'll be going straight to letting you know the major conversation that I read earlier to you earlier. We'll be digging deep into it this beautiful moment. So you best want to stay with us. We'll be right back after this quick break.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
We're glad to have you back. It is still The Issues right here on Voice of the People Television. Now let's dive straight into the major conversation. In a developing crisis, the Academic Staff Union of Universities, Asuu, has announced a 2-week warning strike, compelling academic staff to cease all activities from Monday. This decision follows the failure of negotiations with the federal government, which ended in a stalemate. The union argues that their core demands remains unmet, while the government contends with all outstanding issues that have been addressed, labeling the strike as unwarranted. The situation escalates tension within Nigeria's educational sector,
raising concerns about the impact on students and academic continuity. As the strike looms, a faction known as the Congress of University Academics, CONUA, has chosen to diverge from Asuu's action, aiming to continue operations amid the escalating crisis. Now, this split could signal further complications within the academic landscape as students await clarity on the future of their education. The federal government has fired back again, calling the strike needless and claiming all pending demands were addressed. A statement from the Ministry of Education emphasized the dialogue remains the best path forward and warned of no workers. Students and parents, already weary from repeated disruption, are bracing for another wave of academic uncertainties. With CONUA breaking ranks and Asuu digging in, the crisis really is exposing deep fractures in Nigeria's higher educational system. Well, before we get into the main conversation, I see on your screen right there, that's the Minister of Education, Mr. Alausa. I would want us to take a quick listen at what he has to say on this situation with another broadcast media earlier today.
To let not that happen. And we have met Asuu. We have met all their requests. Now, you listed some of these things that they've talked about. I'll address those again. But let me go back to where we started from. Every single request that they brought to us, we have met. The outstanding two big things about their welfare and the condition of service, we've given our counter proposal to them. They have it. They have it since Friday. There's no reason to go on strike. Let them come back to us on that. So, government is doing everything to keep our children in school.
You have it. I mean, that's the Minister of Education, Mr. Alausa, clearly stating there that the government has met all the needs, just a tiny little few, and then Asuu still decided to go on a strike that a lot of questions have been raised about why they had to go on strike. Well, to help us make sense of these stories and more on the issues today is Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Peter is a philosopher, a development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He also is the author of the book the most talked about book titled "Abuse of Power: How Democracy Turned into Tyranny for the Few." Doctor, a very, very good evening to you this beautiful.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. Well, I'm going to start off from this particular statement. From your perspective, you just heard the minister. Why do you think this strike still went ahead to, of course, be carried out by Asuu?
Well, for me, I don't believe the Minister of Education.
Why?
He cannot say that they have done everything for them and they still go on strike. It is not true. This man has some time ago denied that there was an agreement between federal government and Asuu. He said that the 2009 agreement, which was signed by the PDP government of Goodluck Jonathan and the Asuu, did not exist. So he has started being deceitful from the beginning. There's no way he can say that federal government has met all the demands. The federal government is doing everything for them, and they will still go on strike because a lot of those lecturers, their children are in the universities.
Right.
So they will not be happy that their children are coming that to stay at home. They will not be happy that a course of 4 years, their children are spending 6-7 years. And why this back and forth is happening is because, one, there's no law in the country that public office holders should be using the public schools and the public hospitals. That's why this is happening, because I'm sure that the Minister of Education, his children must be schooling in UK or United States. So he's not losing anything.
So on the part of policy now, you're saying that this one reason that you mentioned now is more like the reason why we have quite over the highest amount of private institutions, particularly from the primary to the tertiary education. We have more private institutions functional than public. Is that why you think we're having that?
Because they are deliberately killing those public institutions because they are not using it.
Okay, now there's a claim from the federal government that 1.3 trillion has been invested in education since 2013. Asuu argues that only a fraction has been disbursed. So if the federal government's representative, by of course extension the minister here, is saying that all demands are being met, and Asuu is saying, look, we have a 7-point unmet demand from the government. Who do you think is really telling the truth here? And then looking at the fact that the parents are still the ones that will bear the brunt of this because students will return back home. Doctor.
Yes, I know of somebody who went from Lagos to Nsukka on Friday, and I know by now he will be on his way back to Lagos, a 15-year-old boy. So imagine that risk.
I'm talking about the fundings by transportation that he has back and forth.
For me, the risk of the roads, because a lot of things are happening on Nigerian roads, understand? Because now there's no way parents will be happy, understand, with what is happening, and I know that there's no way government will meet their needs and they will still go on strike because this is what they have already signed. They have signed to teach. They have signed to teach. Many of them must have studied the education, which means they know that they are going there to teach. So there's no way they will see an opportunity to teach and they will say no.
Okay.
So for me, federal government is always at fault because it is not hurting them. It is not affecting them.
Now, Doctor, sorry to butt in here. The Congress of University Academics, that's CONWA, has told Nigerians that, look, we're stepping out of this strike. We are still working.
They are saboteurs.
That, again, is a conversation by some quarters. And again, some have said that these people, that I'm talking about CONWA, are practically being used by federal government to more like deliberately weaponize them against Asuu. Is this something that is very visible to silence Asuu in all?
No, they say divided we fall and united we stand. So federal government use them to weaken Asuu, but they are few in number.
You mean you think this cannot dismantle Asuu as it's going like this?
No. They cannot. They cannot. As we speak, there's an attempt to weaken MBA, Nigeria Bar Association. They now have what they call that's law system of Nigeria.
Okay.
Understand? So all these are agents of government that's to weaken institutions so that they will not be fulfilling their agreement with government.
No.
But Asuu had meetings with NANS before going on this strike.
Right.
Understand?
Right.
And my position is that students should not allow them that to enter any classroom.
Now, Doctor, from records, Nigeria has spent over 1 trillion naira on tertiary education since 2013. Now,
excuse me, which record?
I'm talking about both budgeting and all of the loans that are being spent on the tertiary.
Budgeting is different
since
from
2013.
Is different from approval.
Well, these are records found all around the social media and internet space. But my question now is, Nigeria is still ranked 1,500. I mean, tertiary institution 1,500 globally.
That's the best. That's the best university in Nigeria. 1,500 and something
exactly.
in the world, yes.
1,500. With all of this money spent, why do you think there's no level of accountability to the growth of tertiary institutions in Nigeria?
One, are you sure that those money are really being spent? Are you sure that that the Minister of Education and others are not going home with those things?
Why do we have issues with budget transparency, Dr. Peter?
Because the people who are in charge of education in Nigeria don't have any stake in it. Their children are not going to public schools. Their children, if they are in Nigeria, they are going to private school. So they have nothing to lose because their children are not affected. Understand?
Okay.
They have nothing to lose because their children are not affected. Okay, we are talking of money spent. The Minister of Education under the last administration, that's Adamu,
right,
confessed that he did not know anything about education until he was appointed. So now, what do you think if you come with a budget to such a man? He will tell you what is this thing for. Understand? Because why our university is not being ranked because there are no facilities, there are no research. Understand? There are our schools are not being properly funded.
Okay.
Our schools are not being properly funded. I told you here on the other time that if you Google 12 best universities in Africa in 2024, Nigeria is not there.
We just on this table we just agreed on the best university in Nigeria that is ranked over 1,500
even
globally.
Harare University is ranked more than any university in this
Harare in Zimbabwe.
Sure, understand. Then Nairobi University and others.
Now, Doctor, with these figures that I've rolled out, particularly in the part of budgeting since 2013, why are we not challenging accountability, particularly as Nigerians? I'm still going to come on the part of the parliament that is not being very, very meticulous when it comes to budgeting. But why is Nigerians or Nigeria as a country not challenging accountability when it comes to some of these figures that are being doled out every other year? Taxpayers' money precisely on budget.
Well, I have told you the reason. One, did they even understand it?
I'm talking about Nigerians now, not even the
Nigerian people. Did they, when government makes you poor, you'll be struggling to survive. You will not have time to ask questions. Understand? You'll be struggling to survive. What I eat, where will it come from? This will occupy all your internet. You won't even have time for government. That's why they weaponize poverty. Okay, imagine what happened in Ebonyi State about 4 days ago. The miscreants that went to protest against Oseni.
Right.
That's the reason why government is not creating employment. So that there will be boys ready for that kind of a thing. Because if those boys were busy, if they were gainfully engaged somewhere, they will not have time to go to the street and begin to mess themselves up. And I don't want to mention them here. When Abafemi Awolowo introduced free education in Western Nigeria, somebody asked him, if everybody goes to school, who will serve their children? Do you understand that?
Right.
If everybody goes to school, who will serve their children? So this is the mentality. This is the mentality of the people that you have that's at the top. Even David Mark once said that University of Education is not for everybody. David Mark, as the Minister of Education under Babangida, made that statement.
Now, again, Doctor, because of time, I want to jump to the next conversation. The federal government has said, look, we are going to enact the no work, no pay policy on these lecturers. And some quarters have said that this looks like a legitimate deterrent or a draconian tactics, as it were, to prosecute and, of course, suppress the intellectuals of this lecturer. What's your position with the statement from the Nigerian government?
Well, it is a way to break them, understand? But I'm sure that they have gone beyond this, because this thing did not start today.
Right.
Understand? And once you compromise, you keep on compromising. So the thing there is just endure, stay off. Understand?
Okay.
Stay off. Because there are rules of engagement.
Right.
There are rules of engagement, and protest is fundamental. Is one of the civic rights of employees.
Okay.
You have every right that to protest after negotiation has failed.
Right. Okay.
And at this point in time, negotiation has failed. There were demands which federal government couldn't meet. Therefore, they have every right to go on strike.
Now, Doctor, I like this part of the conversation now, when you say there are demands that the federal government did not meet. But we heard the minister a couple of minutes ago when he said...
I don't believe Nigerian ministers.
No. He said that they should come back and have a conversation. Doctor, help Nigerians understand this. Before now that the Asuu body decided to go on strike, wasn't there an ample enough time for that conversation to have really been met?
They have been calling for discussions.
Yes.
No union, no organization will just wake up one morning and go on strike. Strike is the last option. Strike is the last option, and that happens when every other available means of having peace that did not work. Understand? So for them, they must, so calling them back, just feeling that they have no job, they are idle. So they should stand on what they say.
Okay.
They should stand on what they say. And I know that federal government will come back.
Doctor, in less than maybe 30 seconds, what's the way forward on the part of Asuu? You just said they should stand by what they say, which of course our demands must be met. But what can be done to salvage the situation? Because again, in the very end, it is still the Nigerian people, parents precisely, and of course, these students that clearly wants to learn that are the victims. What can be done in the next 30 seconds? What
can be done is that they have a 7-point demand. Government can tell them, we can, because of our need resources, we can meet only 4 now. Understand? Okay. Later we'll meet the remaining ones. All conditions cannot be met at the same time. But you must show responsibility by meeting the basic ones. These people are learned people. They are mature people. If you talk sense into them, if you show responsibility, they will agree with you.
All right, then. That, again, is a very good place to anchor this particular conversation while we jump to the next one because of our time. In a surprising twist in Katsina State, northern Nigeria, bandits groups have reached a truce with local community leaders in a bid to foster peace and enhance security in the region plagued by violence. This agreement comes after months of relentless attacks and kidnapping, prompting desperate calls for action from the affected communities. Under the deal, bandits have committed to halt their violent campaigns, while community leaders have promised to address the socio-economic issues that fueled such criminal activities. The residents hope with this arrangement will pave the way for rebuilding trust and safety in the neighborhood. However, skepticism lingers among locals as past agreements have been crumbled, leading to renewed violence. The government's role in mediating and ensuring compliance with the pact will be crucial, as many fear that without substantial measures to address the root causes of banditry, these truce may merely be a temporary relief in an ongoing crisis. Well, communities hold their breath. The success of this agreement, of course, could either mark a turning point in the fight against banditry or set the stage for further unrest. Well, I still have with me Dr. Peter Anosike. Doctor, again, this is a conversation that I don't want to say you are very aware of, because yes, you would have seen these happen before now. Bandits having to sign a truce with community leaders in a state that they elected a governor, a sovereign state, I dare say.
Well, this is a failure of government. That's exactly what it is, failure of government, because there's nowhere in the world that that government negotiates with bandits. And when bandits are coming for now, anybody with arms is still ready for war. Anybody holding arms.
Okay.
For you to say that you have demobilized a soldier, that soldier must not have arms. So for this one, people come for peace, and they are coming with different kinds of guns. It's not peace that they come for. They come for intimidation.
Well, again, Doctor, I want to give an excuse to the current governor, I'm talking about Mbah rather, but because there's been this kind of conversation before now, and I want to read out some. Bala Mohammed, the governor at the time in 2019-2023 to 2023, initiated peace talks with bandits, notably with, what's his name again? Buharin Daji, a notorious warlord linked with a gang clash. And of course, he promised amnesty and of course vocational training, which again is a conversation that I'm going to come on you with. Now, also, the present governor has initially opened negotiations later, before now, with some of these bandits as well. Looking at these conversations, Doctor, is there a possibility that the security apparatus in these states are fully overwhelmed, and thus this kind of conversation of having to have a truce path with bandits, very obvious?
This simply means the Nigerian state submitting to the bandits. Nigerian security cannot protect us. Let us go and make peace with the bandits. That's exactly what it means. That's what I say. It is a failure of government. It is a failure of security in Nigeria. Because what they are doing is they are now submitting to the bandits, to the terrorists. Since the security of Nigeria, since the military cannot protect us, let us go and make peace with these people. At least let us stay.
Okay.
And for me, this peace is going to be fragile, because within the next 5 days, you see killings will continue.
Now, Doctor, this is another conversation that some quarters have said is a major concern, that this peace is just fragile. You think this would not stand the test of time when push comes to shove with both the farmers and these bandits again? Because it's, of course, by antecedents, there's been a record that these kind of conversations of peace do not last at all. Is this what is going to play?
I say this one, highest 1 week, because one, when they go to the forest, they will need food. Who will feed them? Will the communities be supplying them food? They will need money for their ammunition. They will need money for other things. Who will be giving them? Is it or the state or the communities? So for me, this is a rehearsal which has happened before, and maybe before December there will still be another meeting, because this is just a waste of time.
Now, there's also the conversation, Doctor, about the fact, from some quarters, about the fact that the Katsina State government, with these kind of negotiations with these bandits, and of course one of their leaders, Gawa, is practically legitimizing terrorism by negotiating with these kind of people. Is this what is playing out?
That's exactly what it is, because once you enter into a peace agreement with them, all their sins are forgiven. Because you cannot enter into peace agreement with them and tomorrow you begin to arrest them.
Now, Doctor, where is the place of compensation to the victims of this bandit attacks before now?
No, they are gone. They are gone, and for them, they don't mourn the dead as we in the other part of the country do. For them, under brought, under has taken. Understand? So they don't mourn. They are not as bereaved as those of us here in the south.
Now, Doctor, before I jump off this conversation, there has been some calls and concerns that if a government, a sitting government, and some community would clearly want to negotiate with bandits like Gawa, of course, who is one of these people that came for the negotiation, it simply would give power to some other groups who are also not known presently to spring up and do more. Is there the possibility of this happening in states like this?
That's why it shouldn't start at all. Because once you have started, you have started. After negotiating with this group now, they will also be ready to negotiate with more groups. They will also be ready to negotiate with more groups. So other people will be watching what are these people going to benefit from this. And tomorrow you can see somebody breaking away from this group and forming his own. Understand? So that government will also come and negotiate with him, with his own group, so that they will also begin to benefit. So once they have started this negotiation, it's not going to end. And it will not stop insecurity in that area.
Now, Doctor, some have said the president cannot come into this because there is a sitting governor in that state.
No, there's only one commander-in-chief of the armed forces in the country.
Well, which is the reason why, again, some quarters have said the presidency cannot be vocal on this until maybe the governor calls his attention to it. You think the governor not wanting to look beyond the security space of his state to call in the president is another major problem where these bandits find more strength in a state like Katsina State?
For me, it is, as I said before, it is a failure of security. It means that Nigerian state has submitted themselves to bandits.
Is there the possibility that the security operatives in Nigeria are totally overwhelmed with these kind of consistent banditry and terrorism attacks that has bedeviled us in recent times?
Well, there should be more concern because they are now fighting several battles at the same time. Understand? Before it was only Boko Haram.
Right.
Understand? And they know where they were in Sambisa Borno State. But now they are everywhere. From Boko Haram, they have gotten ISWAP and many others. So why bandits are multiplying in geometrical proportion, our security men are increasing in arithmetic proportion. So which means the bandits will always have an upper hand.
All right. Because of our time, really, let's jump straight to the final conversation of the night. And because of time, really, in a move that has ignited fierce backlash across Nigeria, President Bala Mohammed granted presidential pardons to 175 convicts, including individuals convicted of drug trafficking, illegal mining, homicide, and corruption. Among the beneficiaries were notorious figures such as The Yam Sanda, convicted for the murder of her husband, and Professor Magaji Gaba, jailed for bribery. The clemency also extended posthumously to King Saruiwa and other members of the Ogoni Nine, as well as the late Major General Maman Vasa. The presidency claimed the decision followed recommendation from the Presidential Advisory Committee on the Prerogative of Mercy, chaired by Attorney General of the Federation Lateef Fagimi SAN. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has condemned the mass pardon, calling it a reckless abuse of power that undermines justice and embodies criminality. In a strong-worded statement, Atiku argued that the presidential pardon meant to tamper justice with mercy. He has instead trivialized the rule of law and sent a dangerous message to society. Also, the African Democratic Congress ADC joined the chorus of criticism, branding the move a national disgrace and warning that it could erode public trust in governance. With drug barons and illegal miners now walking free, critics say the Tinubu administration has turned a constitutional privilege into a political scandal. Well, again, you know, we still have with us Dr. Peter Anosike. Well, Doctor, I want to start off this conversation by saying that some questions have said that this is not about the first time that state's pardon is going to happen. I mean, it's been on since 1999.
But we've not had this number of people given pardon since 1999.
Well, let me first ask, what's your broad overview of the state's pardon by the presidency?
Well, that to start with, the Constitution gave him the power to pardon convicts.
Right.
The Constitution gave him power to pardon convicts. But there's what is known as Board of Mercy, which goes into prisons and they check behavior of prisoners. Understand?
Okay.
Now, and it is this Board of Mercy that always give recommendations, maybe to chief judges of each of the states, because the chief judge has also that power to do that. A governor of a state also has that power to do that.
Okay.
But for there are when a crime is committed, the first question that one should always ask is, what is the motive? Understand? What is the motive? What did the suspect stand to gain by that's an instance? Murder can be as a result of provocation, as a result of accident.
Okay.
Understand? So, but pardoning drug barons is intentional criminal acts.
How do you mean, Doctor? Because I really want Nigerians to understand what you mean by that intentional criminal act.
Because they know what they were not under illusion of anything. They know what they were going to do, and they go ahead and do it. Understand me?
Okay.
So, which is different from murder. I say in murder, we can say acted under provocation, acted under anger, understand? Acted under self-defense. But for a drug baron, you are not acting under any reflex action. So you own that crime 100%.
Okay.
Understand me?
Okay.
So those people are not always given a pardon. The highest that Board of Mercy do for them is if they are condemned to death, Board of Mercy can reduce it to life imprisonment.
Right.
Understand? So why a lot of people are shouting is because those who were set free don't deserve it.
Okay, now, Doctor, there is also the conversation about the fact that some quarters have said that the president is weaponizing the prerogative of mercy reward to political allies and, of course, sanitizing criminal legacies. What's your position with this?
Well, if you see the number of people that were set free, as I said, many of them don't deserve it. And when it becomes a norm, that when you commit a heinous crime, you'll be getting pardon from the state. Okay. It serves as an encouragement. Understand me? I can do this and apply for pardon from the president. Understand? Which means there's no more a deterrent anymore.
Now, Doctor, interestingly, I was trying to, okay, maybe my director is ready with some of the visuals from Starty Sense, particularly on the part of the amount of drug abusers that were in that pattern, and of course the people involved in corruption in that pattern. But I understand that on drug-related offenses, that category had 70% in that list. And of course on corrupt practices, there is a little more like, okay, there we have it. Now, the reason why I asked for this particular stats is, this is from Starty Sense. The percentage of 15 to 64 years using drug from 2018 in states, there you have it. Now, with these kind of figures, Doctor, is there the possibility that the presidency maybe was not truly advised fully, according to what some quarters are saying, on the prerogative of mercy that he implemented on some of these people? Because, like you did mention, when it comes to drug abuse, this is not a thing that is just happening around us.
It is intentional. That's what I mean, it is intentional. And you know, these people go to bribe, the families of these people go to bribe those authorities, so that their own words in the detention should be, that to recommend their own families in detention.
Right.
So for me, and that it is not a good thing, because in America they don't want to hear anything about people who engage in that business, because it spoils the children.
Now, Doctor, there is also the part of drug traffickers and corrupt officials working freely as a result of these kind of decisions by the president, which, again, like you did mention, within the prerogative of the law, he has the right. As against thousands of other innocent Nigerians in prison. That comes to mind, one that comes to mind is the person of Nnamdi Kanu. Why do you think he was not in that list, even though his case is still in court?
No, Nnamdi Kanu shouldn't be in the list, because Nnamdi Kanu had not been convicted.
Good. That's on one part. But the part of other convicted criminals at the time walking freely, as against some that are still standing trial in our courts today, where does that leave the judicial system?
Well, maybe those people don't have people to recommend them. Maybe those people that's a data that said that over 80,000 people in various prisons are on what they call that's awaiting trial. Understand?
Okay.
So, and these people, they may not have money that to go to court. Understand? They may not have money that to hire a lawyer that will go and speak on their behalf. They are just there, forgotten. Some could be people who were picked on the road, that their parents don't even know where they are.
Okay.
So these are the people that before a pardon is made, they ought that to have sent people to the various prisons to check the condition of people there, the cases that brought them there, and so on and so forth. An instance, somebody who committed a minor offense understand, that may attract 3 years imprisonment and has been there for 2 years, shouldn't be there anymore. Because he has served that sentence as under awaiting trial.
Yeah.
So these are the people, the voiceless. Assuming those kind of people are the ones that Tinubu granted this pardon. This will not be having that's all this tension.
Back and forth. All right. Now, if my director is also ready, I would like that presidential pardon by crime category put up on the screen. There you have it. Now, this presidential pardon by crime category, drug-related offenses, 70%. 34%, I beg your pardon, 70 of them. That's about representing 40%. Illegal mining offenses, 34%, 60 of them. Financial white-collar crimes, 30%, representing 17%. And violence capital offenses, 14% in that category, and so on and so forth. Oh, yeah, there you have it. Arms-related offenses, just 6%. Now, there are concerns. I see you shaking your head, Doctor, because this is quite alarming. There are also concerns about the status of the Presidential Advisory Committee on Mercy. Some have said this particular board should be disbanded for lack of transparency and public consultation. What's your position with this, Doctor?
For me, we ought that to ask some questions. How did they come about these names? How did those people pardoned make the list? That's where the investigation can start from. Understand? How did these people that make this list come about? And again, somebody who is jailed 20 years and has stayed for just 5 years, and you release him is wrong.
Okay.
It's wrong.
Okay.
Minimum is 10 years. And that depends on his conduct in the prison. That's if he is of good behavior. Right. And there are also people who may be jailed 30 years and they have spent 25 to 6 years because it is almost coming to an end. The president can say, okay, let them go. Their jail term is almost at hand.
So with this kind of lack of transparency on the part of the Prerogative Mercy Committee, should Nigerians, who again at this point are clearly saying that they do not have trust in these kind of bodies, should they be adjudged as right by asking that these bodies be scrapped up totally for lack of transparency? Should that be the case?
Well, for me, assuming that Nigeria is where the people's voice matters, I would have said yes, but we have a very arrogant president. Understand? Once a pharaoh, once he takes a decision, he takes it. So there's nothing that anybody would do that to change his mind.
Okay, now I'm still going to stay with you, Doctor, because yes, you did mention the president now, and I said it earlier before we started this particular conversation that there's been similar antecedents to these kind of pardons. There is one of course, the president, former president Olusegun Obasanjo in within the 1999-2007 that granted several military officers convicted for coup plotting, granted a pardon, and of course, including Major General Tajuddin Larinwaju in that one. President Goodluck Jonathan as well in 2013 pardoned former Bayelsa State Governor Alami Siaga, and of course, former president, late now, Buhari also did pardon Joshua Deriye and Jolin Yame. There is now, of course, the conversation of Mariam Sanda. Doctor, with these kind of conversation of pardon of this person who again was convicted for domestic violence, the concern about the public with these kind of acts, where does that leave the concerns of the public with these kind of people that are granted pardon without clearly saying they've truly changed from that particular crime.
That's why I mentioned somebody staying there for a minimum of 10 years. Even it's always 2/3 of your jail term. Understand?
Okay.
For somebody who was condemned and had not served up to 5 years, that is bringing her out will not serve as enough deterrent. Understand? Even though murder is a very complex case.
Right. But even when you're convicted, is it still complex?
No, I mean, murder is a complex case because a lot of things comes into it. Okay, maybe about 34 years ago, maybe it should be this year. We are talking about what's her name? One gospel singer.
Right.
One gospel singer that was killed by her husband.
Yes.
So people are saying that he should be condemned. He should be condemned. I say for me, a lot of things will come into being. His children.
Osinachi, yes.
His children. Understand? Would you want to kill mother and father at the same time? Who is going to bring up the children? Understand? So that's people are saying that he should die. He should die. I said, well, before that judgment was given, the judge should have called the children and asked them, what do you feel? Because that pain could be hurt now, but in the next 4 years, 5 years, they may forgive their father.
Okay, so that on its part makes it complex.
That's what it makes it complex, because the standard of a person has children, understand? And the father and the relations may have been begging, don't kill, or the father is already dead, don't make these children orphans.
All right then. Well, Doctor, we have to let you go, but what is your concluding thoughts of all of the conversations we've had today? Either one of your choice.
Well, for me, federal government should try and fulfill the agreement that they have with Asuu. Federal government should try and fulfill the agreement that they have with Asuu. There's no way they will meet all their needs and they'll still go on strike. It's not true.
All right then. Well, this is where we have to draw anchor on the show this beautiful evening, and we want to say a big thank you to Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Peter, like I told you earlier, is a philosopher, a development economist, and best-selling author. And of course, he is an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power: How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Once again, Doctor, thank you so very much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Well, this is, again, like I said earlier, this is where we have to draw anchor on the conversation this beautiful evening. I want to say thank you so very much to everyone who's made the production possible on behalf of myself and, of course, all of the guys at the back, all my director, the sound guy, and all of them. I want to say a big thank you to you for being here with us. As we go, we always will tell you, Nigeria is a great nation. We'll keep talking about it because we clearly know that information is power, and here we are giving you that power. I want to say a big thank you, and of course saying I do have a good evening. My name remains David E. God bless Nigeria.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, A new baby is born. Voice of the People Television. VOP TV. Youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space. Exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television. Truly a voice for the people.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Well, start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Asuu Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People Television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
2564 is coming up on Bunny 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, We are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is free. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV, now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
It's Praise Wave Live. Oh yeah, the rhythm of grace we testify. Let's go. He turned our mourning into dancing, our silence into shouting. It's Praise Wave Live. Let the glory rise. We're riding the wave. Every moment, every tribe. Praise wave, lift him up. Praise wave, don't stop now.
Hey everyone, this is Desmond Elliott hanging out at Colgate Face of Africa. I'm saying keep watching, don't change the dial. This is VOP TV.
It's fun whenever he jumps on the show with us, Dr. Adedayo Kayode. And right on cue, I just was saying his name and I heard he's in. Doctor, I'll say you are your father's son. I can tell you that. Dr. Adedayo Kayode is a political, is a socio-political technocrat, and it's a pleasure to always have him, join us on the show. Doctor, you're welcome.
Yeah, good evening. Also my pleasure to always be with you and to talk with Nigerians.
I love the vibe. So let's keep it going.
Yes.
The first hashtag for today is hashtag Miriam Sanda. Doctor, you remember her, right? In 2020, she was sentenced to death by hanging. What did she do? She stabbed her husband to death during a domestic dispute, right? Miriam Sanda was married to the son of a former PDP chairman, right? So this is big deal. They're both from, herself and her late husband are both from, very big families in the north. Now, President Tinubu has pardoned her and is saying, go and sin no more. Your sins are forgiven. But there's been an uproar on and offline. In fact, President Tinubu's spokesman during the 2023 presidential election in the Southeast, Joseph Ono, has come out to say that, no, you can't do this, that this would damage Nigeria's reputation internationally, and that this will actually set back the judiciary hundreds of years from now, actually. So there's been a lot of chatter online. I'd like for you to jump on this, Doctor. What's your take? People are saying reverse Miriam Sanda's pardon. You think so?
Well, if you're asking me to jump on it, I hope I won't break my legs.
No. There's no danger of that. No breaking of legs here.
Okay. Yes. Then I will start this way. Birds of the same feather flocks together. Show me your friends. Show me your friends, and I will know who you are. Yes. Show me your friends, and I will know who you are. It's not only Sanda in this issue. How about the person who was a cocaine pusher?
Can we not
that was pardoned?
Okay. Yeah, lots of drug
is it
barons.
Not true?
Yeah, lots of drug barons were pardoned.
Yes.
Yeah. But I'd like for us to focus on Miriam.
Listen now. You asked me to jump, and I'm jumping. And I asked you, I hope I won't break my legs. You say I will not. Okay. So don't let me break my legs.
Okay.
Mr. Integrity. How about Mr. Integrity? Lawan. Lawan. Why am I saying this? There is a sociological concept that postulated that the aggregation of a society's behavioral pattern can be determined from the character and behavior of the leaders. Are we making sense?
Yeah, Ikechukwu is just saying, Ikechukwu is nodding his head and he's saying, like you're preaching the gospel.
I will be talking in parables when it comes to this one so that I don't break my legs.
Doctor, but you also
talking in parables.
Doctor, but you also know that the leaders are the reflection of the people. The leaders came from the society. So if you say
sometimes,
if you say this theory that was postulated, right? If you say the aggregation of the society is the outlook from the leaders, you're also saying that whatever it is that the leaders are is exactly the reflection of what the people are.
You never allow me to land.
Okay.
You never allow me to land.
Okay, land.
Because I know you always like putting me on the hot spots. Yes, I know you for that. But then there is what we call an aberration. Because when you're talking about law of demand and supply, they also tell you that, okay, sometimes the reverse is the case in terms of like giving goods, ostentatious goods. So also in Nigeria, we are having an aberration, leadership aberration, presently in Nigeria. And that is why you see most of them in top positions, like the just resigned minister is also somebody whose certificate has been in question. And then if I may remind listeners, going back to 2023 elections and the judicial processes, we're going to find out, or we find out that there are allegations of certificate scandal, underlying allegations of certificate scandal of the president, as well as allegation of forfeiture of some amount of money due to narcotic involvement. And when the American government wanted to release the documents, we all knew what happened.
Doctor.
No.
Doctor,
what are we supposed to see?
Doctor, I want to say something, please. So we understand all of this, but we want you to actually narrow it down to the case of Miriam Sanda, so that we understand. So, because our viewers are actually because the conversation about the conversation is about Miriam Sanda. We have a lot. Doctor, hold on. We have a lot of hashtags, and if we take this too broad, we may not be able to actually deal with a lot of hashtags. We really don't have a lot of time. So let's deal with this. Let's narrow it down to Miriam Sanders, how the effect of her clemency is going to actually shape, our society and our judiciary, like Vivian said, because the story that where you're actually pushing it to. Yes, we understand all of this. I think it's in public knowledge what you're saying. So let's look at the case of Miriam Sanders and how it's really going to affect our judicial reform. So,
in fact, if I can come in here, Miriam Sanders' mother, who has been at the forefront of her being released, in fact, her family as a whole has come out to say Miriam has got 2 children. Would you now take their mother away from them after their dad died under, very tragic circumstances? So they're saying in the best interest of the children, Miriam should be released. That was before she was released. The presidency, amidst the backlash, via Bayo Onanuga, came out to say that the president released Miriam because she had shown a sense of remorse and that she is a new person now. She has repented and she, based on good behavior, she was released.
So the question now, Vivian, the question now is, should somebody should a parent, right, be released because of, their children, or because of the children she'll be leaving behind if she's eventually convicted? Because you remember the case of Osinachi as well, whose husband actually, the case of Osinachi, whose husband actually murdered her, and there were a lot of allegations that her kids were even involved in the molestation that actually led to her eventual demise. So now, if the father ends up being killed, it means the kids will become orphans. And these are actually what the family is actually saying. She should be freed. If not for anything, look at the kids. No one's going to actually take care of them. So this is exactly what we are looking at.
Doctor, I know this is a lot for you, but I know you can handle it. Now, the second part of that question is... Before you come in, Doctor, the second part of that question will now be, so what happens to Miriam Sanders' in-laws who are crying for justice? Their son was killed in cold blood, and then this. So, hey, let's talk about this now.
Yeah, you see, the issue I always have with this, my brother, is when I've been asked a question, you know me now, as a political technocrat, I always want to go deep into the answers to that question. But you like distorting my thoughts, but I will go back again.
No, please, don't go back, sir.
Listen.
Don't
just
go.
Wait.
Sir,
I said initially, I won't, just relax. Just relax. I said initially, birds of the same feather flocks together. That is one of which I have explained. The second part of the question is this. You talked about judiciary. Now tell me, with all the observations that even retired justices of the Supreme Court have been making as regards our court, tell me what again is left of our judiciary. Bearing in mind again the comments of the former vice president, who is also a professor of law in UK of recent. Leave that again. You're talking about our integrity. Do we have integrity again in the world based on activities of our leaders? Do we have integrity? Again, you were talking about what will happen to the in-law that have been asking for justice. Yes, I commiserate with them. I pity them. But it's a pity. Here is a government that does its things not according to the rule of law, not according to equity, but looking for justification for its rulership